習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无道即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron.
Traitor. I will not listen to Akira's lapdog. Today, I will purge you shot of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这次又该麻烦你了。
It's not a game. I'm not a robot. AI challenging you. I'm not a phantom. I'm in your face and I'm here to
その歪んだ欲望、我々怪盗団が頂戴する。
right before your eyes. Watch us multiply.
どんな困難にも全力で立ち向かいます。
It's time. As the power
美
grows.
少女怪盗と申します。お宝は私がいただいていきますね。
Like us we will drive. Stop.
綺麗なバラにはトゲがあるとこ見せてあげるね。
ジョーカーだ。よろしく頼む。
心の怪盗団の一員だよ。こんにちは。私のことはバイオレットと呼んでください。私はノワールです。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans For so much of what I meant to be, how some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I never shared. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive, the burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am. In my hand, NARAKA calls to me.
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无统即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道，就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的李星宇。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Nbpl. We're kicking off our final day of the regular side of this bi-weekly finals. My name is Hitprint. I'm joined by NARAKA. So we're getting ready to go into some trios action. This is the last chance for some of these teams to qualify for that spot on Thursday's bi-weekly finals. NARAKA, how you doing, buddy? You all right?
Yeah, I'm doing quite well. Very, very excited to be here on a very early morning here in Texas, US of A, to broadcast some fantastic NARAKA BLADEPOINT from around the world. This should be a really good one. You know, as you said, things are already heating up. This is the first big swing, the first big pressure cooker that we're getting into now that we're starting this new season. And things have already been really exciting. We've had great matches on both the solos and now the trio side.
Yeah, trios are going to look absolutely amazing. So stick around today. Make sure you have your NARAKA account linked and you can grab these daily drops starting tomorrow. And on Thursday, you'll be able to get those bi-weekly finals drops. The first one is going to be that fishing coin. The first one you can see on the bottom bar. But yeah, make sure you're all linked up and ready to go. It's been an interesting return to NARAKA for a couple of reasons. The first is probably the fact we are just playing 8 days back to back. Normally we have a 3-day break and then we kick off the second side of the bi-weeklies, but because of EWC coming up next week, we've had to smash out the entire first bi-weekly in one 8-day consecutive streak, which means the teams haven't had that much chance to run off and chat to their coaches and do, you know, 3 days of VOD reviews and some prep work. Instead, they have kind of had, you know, the solos day itself to sit back with their coaches and discuss what they need to work on and get 1 day of practice in before then going into the next day. So for some of these teams, they are not rocking that much of a rest between the days. You know, the teams that have played both their bi-weeklies already and have qualified for bi-weekly finals or will be qualifying for bi-weekly finals, they at least have the comfort that they have like a couple of extra days to get themselves together. But there's not a lot of time for some of these teams. And at the bottom of the table, WZ are kind of lacking a little bit here. 19 points. I think it would have to be a damn miracle for them to make that qualification. Right now, you do not want to be in this bottom 6. You want to be in the top 12 if you want to make it that bi-weekly final. So Wolves, today is the day they've got to put some serious points on the board and climb out of that 12th spot and make sure that they are comfortably in a position where they're not going to be under threat. Right now, the hard line for a bi-weekly final spot is 78.5 points because WZ have played both of their days. So they've probably sweated a little bit. They're quite high up. They've done a bit of work, but have a lot more to do. SR kicking it though into gear on Sunday. 91 points, an absolutely monster performance from them. And they've still got all of today to go. They're the only team in the top of the table who haven't played both of their days. So these guys are looking to lock in that first spot, take that 12.5% of their points through to the bi-weekly finals and, you know, get as good a start as possible, get onto that match point threshold as quick as possible as well, and look to close out a quick bi-weekly finals and get himself on that plane to Saudi as quick as possible. These are the teams performing today. I'm so excited by SR. They're the ones I've really got my eyes on. GG as well, you know, another team who've kind of, you know, they're the world champions. They dominated domestically last season. They got some work to do if they want to close out and get themselves into as comfortable a position going forwards for today.
Yeah, we got a really great roster of teams here. Some people on the bubble, some people hungry to try to make a mark here, but with the deck stacked against them. Can they do it? Well, these are going to be the 6 maps in which they have to try. Game 1, we're going to Predoria on morning dew to start us off before we move to Hollowroth sunny, Morris Isle midday, and then things begin to heat up as we get to the night maps. Hollowroth at dusk, Morris Isle at night, and then Predoria at midnight.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. From Sunday, what we saw was a lot of the teams were kind of just burning hero points to lock in Monk comps for the first half of the day. Monk stayed prominent throughout the day, but there was a lot more heavy Monk lobbies at the beginning of the day due to the fact that the Firefly maps, Monk's not as like hungry for it. They kind of want to scale, so they're not looking for early fights and, you know, kills off spawn. Then later in the day, we start to see a few more of those Sand Siphon comps, but not as many as I was expecting. They have changed the way that Temmie works, so he can't benefit off other Temmies anymore. They can't refresh their Wisps while walking through that. And also, I feel like things like Tessa kind of just being dead in the water at the moment. Tessa, I don't think Tessa's like awful. She's not like the strongest pick at the moment, but with the fact that Wu Chen is just flat out banned from professional play right now, you can't play the blind 8 comp without your Uber driver. Unless we start to see some of the more spicy Tessa variants we did see towards the end of last split. We did see like V1 Valders getting run with Vipers and Tessa, which was a really fun kind of like big wombo combo comp, but also not a lot of defensive utility. The Wu Chen was always there to bail that comp out when it was in danger once the ultimates had been blown. And without a Wu Chen, and you're exposed and could potentially get picked. So I think we'll see a lot more of these ice picks, these Justina freeze comms. A lot of emphasis on Viper right now. This character is kind of dominating the solos meta. Oh, sorry, the trios meta right now. So it's interesting to see, you know, where the teams are going to put their preference going into these early games in the day. And you know, we've seen over in solos, and I feel like, you know, maybe I'm just huffing some mad copium right now. But I was really excited yesterday because me and Raven got to see quite a lot of Yoto showing up in solos. She's had to rework her old ultimate is now moved to V2. She has a new version of her V1 where she just has her big sword and gets one big slash. I wonder, when things start to cool off, people are starting to realize that Yoto's quite good. We're not seeing as much Xiphon as we were before. Maybe we start to see the Cannonball come back, where the original Cannonball was Yoto, would jump into the mech while she didn't have ult, build up that rage, and then jump back out with ultimate again. I'm going to be interested to see whether or not we start to see some Cannonballs with Yoto return into the meta. Maybe I'm having pure copium. I haven't seen or heard anything on that front. This is just pure speculation on my half here. But yeah, it's there's a lot of comps up in the air. A lot of these teams, this is almost like getting to watch a scrim week, because a lot of the teams are just practicing and preparing stuff for EWC, kind of wrapping their heads around what is available to them. So maybe we'll get some fun, spicy stuff showing up today. Alt timers as well, for anyone who hasn't been watching this week. I mean, we are most of the way through our first bi-weekly. Alt timers had a pretty big hit after last season, so ults do not last as long. You don't get people popping up at the start of the fight and just having it for the entirety of the fight. It is a dramatic difference in how long you keep your ult form. So Monk, you hit a bit of CC on him, he loses a massive chunk of his ult timer and can't really grab.
Yeah, I think that right now the meta's in a very interesting spot. You talk about the Wu Chen ban as one of those big things. It's almost kind of like a table leg has been taken out from under the metagame that a lot of us were getting used to seeing here in the trio side of NARAKA BLADEPOINT during the spring split. Now moving into the fall. Without that there, some other characters are running wild, and I think there are some gaps in the metagame. I don't know if I'm with you on the Yoto. I wasn't seeing a whole lot of success with her on the solo side, and I think that in trios, the ability for people to just kind of walk away from her is only exacerbated. But I do think that experimentation is the name of the game here. People are working in a very trial by fire scenario because there's been this very, very compacted schedule. And I think that therefore this could be the day where we start to see people picking, not necessarily out of desperation, but out of a desire to really shake things up. And I want to see what happens.
Yes. I mean, all I'm saying, man, we saw 2 MVPs from Yoto yesterday. Mike won on it, and Zhang Yuan also pulled it out, and actually he ran the old classic Yoto F1, what was formerly V1 but now F2. I think that was crazy that he pulled that win off, but yeah, I to be honest, I really do think that's just copium from me as a bit of a fanboy. I should be happy because I get my Valda, and we are getting quite a lot of Valda showing up right now in the meta. Even with the fact that she doesn't stay in that ult form for as long, she still has, you know, a lot of utility she brings. She's still quite tanky while using the ult. She has those spears which can kind of set up for people. It's a good go-to. I'm happy that she's still showing up. She's definitely not like an S tier pick in the meta right now. S tier probably is exclusively Viper. I almost said Valda there. That was almost my bias showing through. Viper is definitely like the exclusive S tier pick right now. And then very hot on the heels of Viper is probably still the Monk. And there are variants on that Monk. We're seeing less of the Kailin variant of the Monk. And we're seeing actually a bit of a return to, I wouldn't say full roots because Yue Shen's actually showing up in Viper comps right now. But we're seeing remnants in the bits and pieces of different Monk comps all about.
Yeah, a little blast from the past here, a little blast from the past there. This should be an interesting one, and I think there are statements to be made going into game number 1. We are seeing some of the preferred comps and characters flash at the bottom of the screen as we look from team to team, all of which are prepped on the day, ready to dive into our first draft.
Alrighty, well, see what they're going to load in. Will be BG on our screen right now. I don't think they were doing that well. I can't actually remember their score right now off the top of my head. These are guys who are not doing very well. BB right second from bottom right now. Team that have historically kind of struggled in the Nbpl. Coming over from Vietnam a couple of years ago. They had a really, really good start to their first split in Nbpl with Roy Shishi. But that has now changed up the roster. And even with Roy, they actually did struggle as time went on.
Yep.
And unfortunately have kind of been they've just been a bottom of the barrel team, unfortunately. I don't want to say it that way, but they have been a team who have really struggled. Actually, oh, Roy's back. Okay. I know I didn't cast them last week. That's why I got confused. Yeah, Roy Shishi still is here, but unfortunately for them, still struggling at the bottom of the table, have a lot of work to do. See, these guys don't need an introduction. GG, world champs, domestic champs, kind of got a lot to defend. Right now, not on that top end of the table, but these guys have always been a team that have kind of coasted along throughout the regular stage and then just pop off in a bi-weekly finals. They are very good at jumping up from behind you. I'm excited to see what these guys are going to be locking in this first game. I say that, but realistically, I've got my expectations, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be a very, very heavy Monk lobby to open the day.
I would agree with that. You kind of talked about it before. Given the fact that Monk as a comp is very much scale oriented, they don't really care about having to jam that during the dark periods or the dark maps that we're going to be seeing later on in the day. And so I imagine that we're going to be seeing prioritization of it earlier. One thing to note as we are looking at these spreads of teams one last time before we dive on into the draft, I want to give a quick shout out to my man Slows over there for BBE. You know, this is the team that I always pull for, but you're right. They have been on that very bottom tier of teams in terms of competitiveness, both on the trios and unfortunately also on the solo side in a lot of cases. But Slows went in there, he subbed in as a solo player, and now he's back right into what has been very much a grinding 2 weeks of competition with all 8 days of accelerated play. So I want to see if maybe he's warmed up and ready to try to turn things around, because one thing to note is that in regards to points, it is possible to score a whopping 90 points on the day. We saw that out of SR, which means that theoretically even the very bottom of the lobby is able to hop up and maybe find a qualification. But here we go. First round selection is underway.
Here we go. Battle up. Loaded up with the Monk. No surprises. Wow. I said there hasn't been much of the Kylin love, but yep, looks like it's just going to be the standard Kylin lock-in. I do think as we move into the second round selection, this will change somewhat on what's going to get locked in, but I do expect there probably still to be a couple of Monks. We did see this on Sunday. Wolves just go full hog. They just send it in, and yeah, everyone's locking in the Monk. Look, man, we're just getting out of the way early. I'm happy with that. We're just getting... This is almost the entire lobby locked onto Monk. Last round selection. Attack on Titan comps could go hard, but they also could just get super focused out. So let's like, yeah, going to be an Attack on Titan comp here for TE. Getting the last of the Syra in as well, because she is getting nerfed into the floor after this patch. And it's going to be basically unplayable.
And here we go, rounding it out. Very interesting set. We do get the one Valda comp in here for you, Hypebrain. So, you know, not the end of the world, but that was an absurd amount of prioritization among comp. I know you called it, but I think that that is actually to a degree I wasn't expecting. It's a burning of 3 hero points for that second round to lock in the same comp over and over again. And what we're seeing right now, I think, is the concentration on a meta where the top character, as you're kind of talking about in the form of Viper, is kind of outdone because of just how strong this trio is. And we're going to see being put to the test here in game number 1, whether or not this Kylin variant is actually what's going to bring a team to victory.
Yeah, I mean, I worry about some of these Attack on Titan comps here. We're seeing this variant of the UA Shen with the Viper recently. Obviously, with Syra getting nerfed, people are starting to figure out, you know, how to play certain comps without. It's why we're seeing less and less of the Sand Siphon as well, because for a while the Sand Siphon was very reliant on that Syra, but I feel like it's going to have to be a return to Kurumi on that comp when it starts to show up again, just due to Syra not going to be able to have the same level of impact. But yeah, I feel like, you know, there's only 3 comps not running Monk in the lobby. Those 3 comps are either going to have the greatest time of their life, or realistically, probably just going to get a lot of focus put onto them and knocked out of the lobby. Because in the late game, these Monk comps are not going to enjoy being CC'd by a Viper. Like, getting caught in that final circle with nowhere to hide, Monk gets absolutely ruined by crowd control. We talked about the ult duration, but you are in ult form for a significantly less amount of time as a Monk nowadays. And getting locked down by a Viper will eat up the most of your ultimates. You're not going to be able to get those double stands off. You're not going to be able to get those guaranteed kills. Kylin as well doesn't stay in his ult form for as long, so he can't just make use of those dashes as much. And if the Monk's not there to grab, you can't find your dashes onto them. It's a nasty little combo that can catch you out. These Attack on Titan comps are finding so much more value. As we're loading through onto our first game, Doria here. We'll have a look at the setups here. I don't expect too much differences apart from the Vipers. They're typically the only thing that does run slightly different loadouts. We did see someone running Parry Bell on Sunday, but I can't remember who that was. It looks like it's not going to be the case yet.
Looking at these builds, as you're saying, not a whole lot of variation, particularly for those AOT comps. So something to watch out for is the fact that I think we're going to be getting a lot of really long games, at least for the first half of the drafts today. Because when you have a Tianhai versus Tianhai, kind of what happens is ultimately a stalemate. Yes, CC is reducing their ult time, but as a whole, this is a comp that is meant for sustain. This is meant to be a centralizing force in which you're building your own neutral zone as the final circle begins to close around you. We're going to see whether or not anyone can actually try to put the foot on the gas and accelerate past that dynamic. But as you see, we also get pretty distributed drops across the map. So I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of action early.
I'm going to say a little bit. Obviously, WZ and ASE dropping on top of the Volpine Essence drop. So I'm going to be looking to pick up that one. Give themselves a slight advantage going into the Realm of Yangs. That first one anyway. SR dropping dead central. They can head up north and potentially look for that Volpine Essence as well if they want to turn up a little late to the play. SR, definitely your team to watch here today. They popped off on Sunday with some serious numbers on the board. Remember, the only team right now who are in the top of the table who are playing today. These guys are playing for first place. A 91-point day for them on their first game day. So they got a lot of work to do. See if they can make it work. It's WZ and ASE drop in here. Obviously fighting for that Volpine Essence. Young went a little bit wide from the rest of his team. Does get caught out by Han here, though. Caught with a great sword. Young lose a fair amount of HP as he is getting jumped onto. Creek comes through to make sure that there's a bit of a backup as ASE's health bars are going oh so low. Both of them able to escape for a second. Scale Rush is coming down. Young's able to kill the kill with the Han. 2 kills already for the side of WZ. Nice parry comes down from one onto Mist. Mist has gone so low, but he hasn't gone down yet. Young's able to take the kill as that is now Januel and trying to stay alive for the moment. Jiawen, sorry, caught for the uppercut. He will be finished up nice and soon. TE has come in as the third party here. Jiawen holding his life for a little bit longer. Knocked back onto Young. Young's incredibly low. All it's going to take is one more hit. The grapples are coming through. And TE are going to be able to steal the kill away. Young transforms into the Terracotta Warrior as he now just has to play escape from TE. Has no teammates to back him up. He is just playing full defense right now as TE hungry for the kills. They want to get that Volpine Essence kick into gear. Young not willing to give him the power yet. He's going to be able to get away.
And that was a very tough test for WZ right off the bat. Bottom of the barrel right now in regards to their ranking. And they wanted to try to stabilize. Unfortunately, they got third party, and now we got another fight. Auda trying to jump in here. Forcing the fight versus Weibo. Weibo doing the best that they can to try to stabilize. Unfortunately, Urana's already gone down in this one. Cookie trying to do the best he can. Move to Archway here to keep the sustain going. Yali also jumping back in, but NY7 has the full health bar, centralizing that team, and now they're going to try to give chase.
Chase isn't fully done yet, though. Still got actually no grapples on NY7, so the chase is actually probably quite hard for them here. May just look to back this one off. FPX in the area, and with NY7 hasn't got his ultimate quite charged yet. He could find himself in some real danger. Cookie's already been picked up. FPX are able to slide in and secure themselves all of the kills. I guess this is the benefit of when you have these monk comps all in the lobby. Everyone can be aggressive because there's not that many comps that shut you down early. You're going to see a transform here from Zem. Water's going to transform in response. He's caught by the grab. Water finds the punch off. They get a bit of damage off. The bell is popped. Waters does still have that transform available, but another grab comes in onto him. He is going low, gets punched up, no bell to defend. Into the third grab onto him. Water just cannot play the game. They keep the grab control in. Zem is low, but he's bailed out by NY7, who loses his transform, but he keeps his teammate alive. Caught by the parry there, and NY7, no ult, no grapples, no bell to ring. FPX will take that fight. Wavy jump in, but I don't think FPX are going to give up easy here. Yoran pops the bell, does have that transform to work with, but as soon as that goes, FPX are just going to run away. Looks like Kiki pops the ultimate, gets himself enough sustain to break away from WBG. The rocks are going to be big. Jumps down onto Kiki, but the sustain has come down. The Kylin slashes onto Yoran. He needs to pop the ultimate as now FPX just play the escape game and can play the sustain away. Water actually has transformed though, so he can play Peel for his team. Grab goes wide here from Yoran. He's looking to chase, but the rocks are just the worst place to be finding it. Gets leapfrogged over by Water. Yoran is struggling to find a foothold to be able to chase forwards. Cookie's been grabbed, has been punched here by Water. As Yoran's just going to get shoved back, looking for another grab in. Water's been able to find it. Not going to be able to get that slam down, but Yoran is low HP, gets himself in a whole heap of danger here. Beryl gets popped as Water continues to press on. Another little clang comes out, not the full parry yet though. Yoran, half armor, low HP. It's going to be an easy clean up here with that fan onto him. Gets the parry, Yoran goes down.
FBX maybe trying to turn this around and yet another fight as they have more enemies to try to deal with. Bauda has re-entered the fray, looking for something. Gem on the far side of this, looking to dive back into the Quicksilver River as multiple FBX members are going low. Ultimates in that null zone are going to be denied as they're trying to navigate their way out of it. Gem now having multiple people trying to close in on their position. NY7 also pushing on the far side of this fight. He getting in a little bit of trouble with multiple people around him, but NY7 going worryingly low. Doesn't have ultimate available, just gonna have to try to bail up and recover from the situation. Won't have opportunity to do so. And now Gem is also going incredibly low, having lost their armor, and with WV also gone, Bauda will see the end of this fight.
Yeah, they're to the end of this game. They salty ran it back, and they're going to pay heavily for that. Zem has to commit ultimate to try and get those dashes away. He's going to finally go for the run, but Water not giving up. Zem gets caught by the dash, and Bauda, they got too emotional early, and it's going to cost them. They're going to be knocked out of the lobby very, very early into this game. Zem's trying his hardest, but new ult timer doesn't last as long. Grapples on, and Zem going down. That is Bauda eliminated from the game. Nice parry from Zem, but it's not really going to amount to too much here. Down we go. I don't know, man. They greeted way too hard. SBH starting off strong. 9 kills off drop, and they've still got their revives.
Absolutely the case. Bauda getting eliminated already in 15th place overall. You can't do this even in a single game if you want to keep those chances of moving up past that red line that you see on the left side of the screen there to try to make it towards the bi-weekly finals. Taking a look at TP right now, we have Youth on a little bit of a scouting mission here. We'll see SR in the distance. SR, of course, a team already scoring incredibly high, well secured at a chance and making it deep into a bi-weekly finals run. The question is, how aggressive do they want to go to continue to try to establish themselves as a first place runner?
Well, it's actually not that many points they need. They just need a couple of good games and they've done it. But regardless, they are absolutely guaranteed to make it to bi-weekly finals. There's no way anyone's going to be able to pass them. As Yali here from WBG gets caught out by ASE. Chase them into Shadow Corruption. It's only zone 1 though, so it's not really going to be doing too much damage to ASE. They're going to be sitting quite comfortable off that one. Cookie going low as well. They also don't have their revive. We might be losing a lot of teams early here. And with the new Realm Yang Spirit Well, real mouthful that one, at the end zone, when you lose this many teams early and you have an extra Realm Yang to work with in the first Realm Yang, 4 Realm Yangs, it actually means the games get incredibly fast. And we won't see that many teams in the final circle off the back of this. 2 teams going out with 4 Realm Yang is crazy. WBG eliminated ASE. They are playing for keeps.
In Hyper, I think that your analysis was right on the money. The fact that so many players and teams have invested deeply into an AOT comp means that at the end of the day, you can play aggressive. Because if everybody's a scaler, no one is in the Warza Syndrome.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be one of those games where I just feel like, you know, Realm Yang obviously is going to give scaling to 4 people off this first one, and then the next Realm Yang, it's not 4. I can't remember how many it is now. I'm on a complete brain fart. I think it's 3 or 2. I can't remember. I did solos yesterday, and it scrambled my Creo's brain, apparently. Regardless, you know, people are going to get some scaling in, and TE, they have that Voltine Essence on Genuine. Oh, this is so beautiful. They're going to go into a Realm Yang with an Attack on Titan comp, very realistically run into one of the Transformers, because that's just statistically how many people are playing Transformers right now. They are going to be in a real advantage having that having that transform onto them. It is WZ, who I can't remember what they're playing. I can't see what they're playing either, actually. It looks like it is going to be a... Oh, no. WZ are running... Oh, they're running Attack on Titan as well?
Yep.
What were the odds?
Yeah, a little bit of a low roll here.
But it's still Attack on Titan. Oh, that's rough. Well, Young goes in for the transform. NARAKA Warrior up, Xiaonan looking for the scale rush. Nice freeze comes in for that Justina though, just locks down the UHN. Now he's going to throw down the lockdown with the Viper ultimate. They need to break away, although Creek is going to make the connection on. Xiaonan's able to break away. Youth has got incredibly low though. TE already going low. Healing coming in though from that Syra. As Young's going to lose his transform. Any second now, Xiaonan forces out his ultimate in response. He's going to try and at least find one with a lockdown, but they're playing around the pillar beautifully. Nice parry comes out. Creek not going to get the connection on. We do see a scale rush attempt onto Xiaonan. He has that ball by essence. It still hasn't been procced there. It is. Keeps him alive for a little bit longer, and nobody has gone down inside this realm with Yang. Youth is incredibly low. TE on the back foot. Creek gets hit by the parry. Young will fall, and TE have the man advantage. Starting to find that health advantage off the back of this one. Creek's hit by the parry, and that's the victory.
And with such a dicey Viper ult out of TE, I really thought that that fight was going to go the way of WZ. But the fact that WZ lost that first fight and now is also losing in Realm of Yang is going to put them very much on the back foot. And it looks like out of the AOT comps that we do have in the lobby, TE are the front runners here to try to really make a mark. And hey, it doesn't matter if they didn't face off against the Transformer now that they're out of Realm of Yang. If they want to take a fight, most likely it's going to be up against a Tianhai or the like.
Yeah, I much prefer this variant as well. I know there's a lot of people really liking the return of UHN, but I feel like the Terracotta Warrior, what it does is it's a space buyer, where like if you have like the Justina and the Syra, you just layer crowd control on crowd control. You have the dazzle, you have the freeze, you have the stun, you have either the silence or just the normal F from the Viper as well. There's so many tools that can be used against these Transformer comps, so it's a big one. This is AFC actually taking on Wolves inside their realm of Yang. This is an Attack on Titan comp, but is it another Attack on Titan comp? No, it's a Transformers. Okay, there you go.
You can see just how opportunistic all the Attack on Titan comps are to try to take a fight. Here we go on the far side of this one. Syra trying to just laser beam people down at HQ. Worryingly low. Xiaowan's going to try to dive in as ASC Mist is going to pop their ultimate, and that means Wolves is going to lose one. And now the fight is 2v3. ZK not able to do a whole lot of Tianhai right here. Will be able to get a grab. Mist happy to just kind of face tank this. Go in and try to find an angle versus ZK, who's been called out and caught out. Here we go. Bell being used as a defense from the ultimate. TK trying to split the fight. Going to get parried for their efforts. Two people on top of them. ASC cleaning house.
And a lot of this fight comes down to exactly why I like this variant of the Viper comp right now. Because the Monk transforms, immediately gets frozen by Justina. Gets locked down for long off that. They do miss the next dash from the Justina onto the Monk, but it doesn't matter because the Viper ult's connected. And by the time all of the crowd control ended, he got one grab off, and as soon as the person lands into his hand, he de-transforms, so he doesn't get any extra damage off from it. It's why I like this comp. It just stalls out the Monk. He can't actually do anything when he's being constantly crowd controlled. Because remember, crowd control lasts longer on him when he's transformed than when he's not. So it's actually really nice. Now we are seeing Panty get a grab onto that Viper. Double grab coming out. Can they find the follow-up? Slams come through. Xiaonan goes down. They do have the revive though, so it's not the end of the world. Peak is just going to be playing nuisance onto Panty. They've been able to cleanse one member here for the side of the end right now. It's 5-2-1. Trying to break away. It's jumping into the zone as he de-transforms. Youth comes forward as TE just playing the full aggression in on the Panty. Remember, if he goes down, he's got that debuff on. There's no picking him up. TE trying to keep the aggression up here off the back of this one. Have obviously lost their Viper, but they are not willing to go down easy into the night. Panty, low HP. Youth will fall. They're going to find that cleanse out as the Volpine Essence, not Volpine Essence, Pavilion Birds might get popped. Pick goes down. TE gonna just respawn off the back of that one. They were able to lose a player, but luckily it was one who played, so they're able to pick him back up. Meanwhile, ASE jumping into the hole here, and that is the end of WZ.
我已用了护甲粉末。
WZ getting knocked out here is an unfortunate showing from them. They tried to up the tempo early and made some gambles, none of which paid off. And I think that's something that is really representative of how the spread of teams is looking for today. Is just the fact that when you see who won Realm of Yang, it's all the teams on that top half. It's everybody from 12 and up versus when we look at 13 through 18, these are the teams who are always put in scramble situations, right? 521 just had a pretty solid fight go their way. They managed to get cleansed off of it, but still, the fact that they have lost Realm of Yang, it was in Yang depletion, I think speaks to the fact that sometimes you may have to go for opportunistic plays rather than just raw 3v3s, because some of these teams above you are just kind of outstripping you in terms of their fight power.
This is really nice here from Wolves, actually. They decide they can't take the fight, so they run into the Shadow Corruption, go down to it, use the Rebirth Charm, pick up their teammates, and especially, the big thing is they're trying to respawn as close to the Soul Altar as possible so they can just grab their gear back and get into the zone. Really, really nice smart play here from the side of Wolves. There's TK, 8 seconds left. He's going to be going down, but they'll be able to pick it up a Rebirth Charm up. They funneled all of the money off. Actually, who has the money? Oh, it's TK has the money, so NHG is going to grab it. Grab all the goodies, get a Rebirth Charm, and Wolves be back in this game. But ultimately, losing their Realm of Yang and the fact that they, have to pick up the rest of their team now slows down their tempo for the second Realm of Yang. And Wolves 0 kills on the board. They are still just shy of hitting that top 12. So they're going to really have to make this the rest of this game go in their favor. I mean, the rest of the day needs to go well. You can have one bad game. I'll give you that. But far from the Wolves what we once knew. The Wolves who popped off in previous splits and in previous years. We had a real hype last year from Wolves.
And just like that, it's going to be Realm of Yang Part 2 on the day. We got GG versus JL. TXJ immediately taking to the sky, looking for the drop down. Cannon for splash dance to start things off, trying to open something. And we do unfortunately just have a Monk mirror, so this might go long. Both just gonna pop ults at the same time. TXG looking for a grab center stage as 330 is getting aggressive on LXM, trying to work under the cover of the Tian High. TXJ wanting to jump in time. We'll be able to get a grab and knock LXM sideways. Up on top of the pillar now. 330 definitely losing a lot more health. TXJ a bastion standing center stage here for JL, trying to bring down the enemy team. That means XXL in a little bit of trouble, no armor left available. TXJ coming out of the ultimate now, top of those blades, jumping forward. CJ's going to be sent sprawling, immediately recovers though, tries to get down on top of XXL. LXM goes to try to trade back once again, as CJ has got a lot of help to play with here. It's cut out mid-air, unfortunately, but may try to find a new angle now upon Fong. Fong trying to play backline for the time being and escape away, but unfortunately the assassin is right on top of them, and now there's very little help to play with. CJ's going to continue to just push forward here. Fong try to dodge away, and now being pulled back towards the center stage. GG is just trying to pull together as a trio. Fong going for the flanking. We'll actually find CJS here, and now Fong jumps forward here to try to sustain the rest of the team out. TXJ with them. Tian Hai loses all of his armor, continuing to try to force forward. Blue charge not going to do anything. It's going to be a triple hit. GG in trouble. Now being called out. We're going to get a re-ult here coming through for JL, and this has been the end of GG if they aren't careful.
This is really dicey for them. Nice grab comes in. Onto one, so they are able to answer out. But GG finding the opening. Nice parry comes down, and GG do find that victory. Very, very dicey situation. And honestly, the timer was going real low there. The fact that he managed to hold it that long was really impressive. Very, very well played. And this is the power of the Kailin. It's a bit like the old UA shed in this comp, where you find the person who's going to be the biggest menace and you just jump on them. You just make it really hard for them to really do much. Like, the damage on Kailin is not what it used to be, but it's the staggering. He just constantly keeps you from being able to move, locking down. And sure, that ult timer is lower than normal, so it does fade out fairly quickly. But it just felt like they weren't able to get a foothold back onto that one. 12 minutes in the game, 20 players left in this game. Obviously, that number will go up as people come out of replay, out of revives. See the word replay, I say the word replay. This is ASE, another Attack on Titan comp. Did they actually get to play versus a proper comp, a proper monk comp here? I don't think they did. No, they didn't. Oh my word, man. Crazy. As BB using the Kailin to discover those dashes. Nice parry. Oh, it is a monk comp. Okay.
Yeah.
There's going to be the Viper stun. If you transform at the right time, you can cancel the Viper stun here from Slows, but he is not going to be given the opportunity. Taken down real low. And yeah, Slows, I mean, this guy didn't have the greatest week last week. played solos yesterday, actually, I believe, as well. And kind of got stomped, unfortunately. Wasn't able to really achieve much. Not the greatest performance from them. They found a nice lockdown there, but again, it's what I'm liking from these monk comps is I think they're realizing they have to be slower with the way they play the fight. And BBE actually finding themselves an advantage here over ASE, but Han gets himself to clang off, gets a lot of damage, throws down the dazzle. I think that does actually almost made the connection, just about evaded. ASE found the victory over BBE. But that was close, and it's nice to see that there's been some adaptation inside the Roman Yangs from these monk comps. They don't insta-ult like they used to. They wait it out, they find a good opportunity to pop it, and that's what the ult timer changes has done to the game. It means you don't just instantly pull that trigger. You wait for the prime moment, you wait for a good opportunity. As teams just waiting around. This is a very tame moment. Roman Yang is there, but the debuff needs to get shedded for some of these teams fairly soon.
Yeah, eventually someone is going to have to put their hand on the scales, and this little jamboree that we have going on is going to come to an end. BBE going to have to feel that pressure alongside JL. And what I will say is that credit to BBE for taking that 3v3 and doing as well as they did. I think it really speaks to the strength of the Roman top that you have that level of sustain. So here we go, watching another Roman Yang fight between GG and BBE this time. And this is a mirror, so we're going to see how these two decide to stack up against one another. Roy Hee getting grabbed up early in this one. Slow's going to try to jump center stage to take away a little bit of aggro from Roy Hee, and wants to try to push back 330 as this is happening. NNE as Sith playing on periphery of this fight relatively well, but Roy Hee as a main damage dealer just loses so much health early in this one. Means that he has to pop ult like he got a non-opportunistic time. Because of that, BBE is unfortunately starting to get pulled apart here. 330 with full health bar, just setting out of that monk mode, using that bell to continue to buy himself space. Cleans with Roy Hee. Slow's trying to cross up. Unfortunately, as Tianai, he isn't doing quite as well as 330 is. And NNE is sent sprawling. Roy Hee is split. It's divide and conquer for GG, surgically destroying BBE. As unfortunately Slow's getting caught out one more time. 330 has got his timer back up on his F. Slow tries to go for rush down, and they can't find anything to sustain.
I assume this was this is the first Roman Yang from BBE, because we just saw them lose another one. Are we just rubbing it in here on BBE? We're just throwing replay after replay, them getting absolutely owned. I mean, I'm
happy they're at least getting on screen. I think that during the Spring Split hype train, they just mostly sat in the bush for the majority of the games. So this is a new look for them, and I'm happy that they're doing their best.
I feel like you think you didn't see them much. That's just because they were getting knocked out very early. BBE are a team who very rarely see the final circle, to be honest. It's a tragic truth for this team. As TXJ got an ult, so is Slows in response. Immediately you're going to get stomped and shoved away. The old muck shove off is going to break off, but looking for those grab opportunities, neither of them finding it. Both these teams have got that Roman Yang debuff on, so are looking for it. Roy Jishi gets caught out by the grab there. He gets knocked back onto him. Slows goes in for a bit of damage. Nice knockback to deny TXJ from the clap on to Roy Jishi. There's 9. Low ground hit, he transforms for both of them, so now it's just going to be equal footing. A third party absolutely ruins the day of both of these teams. Meanwhile, even if they cleanse, you can see it on that top screen. The Roman Yang Spirit Well is about to spawn, is about to get captured, so they're going to cleanse and then instantly get the debuff back on them. It's going to be incredibly rough for them. That's the end of BBE. JL, if they're smart, they wait a couple of seconds, but actually they don't really have the time to do it. FPX are being contested right now for this Roman Yang debuff. If they pick this up, they get that red token, but most importantly, they put the Roman Yang debuff onto the whole lobby. Nice load in here from mid. Finds the lockdown onto Water. Water's incredibly low. They are going to just back off. Don't really want to overstay their welcome here. It actually does still feel like FPX could potentially push for a cap on this. Water's holding it down. You can see, but Wolves ZK transform. Wolves are just going to try and bully their way forward. SR being incredibly quiet this game. Only 3 kills to their name. Waiting for an opportunity to try and see if maybe they can be the ones to capture it. Maybe they can push their advantage. As there it is. Cap goes through. Wolves are going to be the one to grab it. Someone can capture the flag and cleanse himself of that Roman Yang debuff, but everyone is now being put on a timer by Wolves.
And to talk about the shortened ult timers, I think that this is really where those are going to impact the game. You see that a little bit in Realm Gang as well. But FPX having to pull the trigger early and having water ult on up as Tianhai meant that unfortunately they weren't able to take the sustained fight. Now, well, they're going to try to go for a different well. They might be in a similar position where as first movers upon it, they're going to get aggressed upon it. Water might be feeling the pressure too quickly, only at 21%. That is going to be a limiting factor as well. They cannot hold space quite as well. And Wolves is trying to encircle water.
Water chasing up here. I mean, they don't really need to do much. They've got themselves the buff. Everyone else is going to be forced to scrap. This is basically, you can encourage everyone else to fight so you can third party. This is what you get from here because everyone's on that timer. 3 minutes left on the clock for them. People need to start cleansing. 24 players left in the lobby. That number is going to be significantly reduced. Does look like GG were able to capture the flag because they are cleansed, so they don't need to worry about fighting either. You can see, but SR17F finds himself a grab onto Xiaonan. Does he get the re-grab? He doesn't need to because Rico's going to be able to get that kill and cleanse one of the players here on the side of SR. Some healing on to SR17S, but he's going low. Has got the Kurumi Tether though to keep him healed up. Not under too much threat right now. They've been able to cleanse one of their players at least. Side of SR, it's going to be their Bowder who's cleansed. SR playing this really chill actually. A lot of these teams not under the pressure yet. There's still 3 minutes left for them. Base press going to hit on some miss though. Not what you wanted. As ASC right now, these guys are leading the charge. 14 kills this game. They are looking at a potential 20 bomb. And they could potentially leapfrog over SR in the standings just off this game if they close it out.
But you talked about it earlier before this game even started. Viper definitely going to be a major target for multiple teams here as we move deeper into the end game. 5 minutes left on the clock right now, and I would imagine that ASC is going to have to do a lot to buff multiple advances on their position. Right now, we are in the eyes of G. ASC trying to buy space, missed fire with musket shots here as the well's going to spawn up. GG going to be first on top of it. That's an immediate Tianhai ult from them. ASC going to descend down the mountain now. We're going to see if anybody who actually wants to try to contest 330 in their current form. 521 and company all kind of clustered off to the eastern side of this bubble.
They're going to pop in, right? They're not just going to give wow, GG got that for free. That's crazy. Because that cleanses you as well. Like, you lose the debuff if you cap that. So, the fact GG were already cleansed and then get a second cap is crazy.
Yeah, I was really trying to build up for something there. I thought that we were going to get some action, and finally that's going to start up here as it's going to be GG having one of the members aggressive upon CJs, feeling the pressure from ASC swarming them on all sides. And here we see just how vertical this fight is going to be. This cliff maneuvering is going to be made of all these teams.
Yeah, I feel bad for the Lobcoms right now. This is a pretty tragic place to go for it. Transforms break it out, and those timers now with a minute left, people are just popping them. ASC missed, jumps onto the low ground, tries to go out for some sight. TSJ gets himself a grab, but he is just being crowd controlled down. They were able to kill Rico though, so picked up one of the members of SR. Wolf ZK also now on the high ground, looking for grabs. Double cut comes out from Pappy, and SR eliminated from the lobby. Beautiful grab coming in from Pampy. ZK looking for his own grab, unable to find them. There's so much verticality, so much terrain to hide behind. But amongst can't really find the value they want to be getting out of this.
No, not at all. ZK, unfortunately, not going to have much left on that old timer. Will drop out of that one. 330. Popping back in with forcing the storm, and that's Candy going down. And now we got the car crash occurring. TXJ waiting right into the middle of all this as G try to stay in center stage. They are the main team to try to take down now. The double claim to their name means that they are a major target. TXJ in a lot of trouble, massively crowd controlled up, and I think that is one member of JL taken out. 330 with a depth musket shot to be able to make it happen, and nobody wants to approach them anymore. Everybody now jockeying for position to the high ground.
GG doing what GG do best. Wait till late game and pop off. That's exactly the game plan. That's how they won every domestic title last year. We're just beaten out by Wolves at the World Championship, but GG, I don't think anyone in the Nbpl does final circles as clean as these guys. Circles moving up forcing everyone onto the high ground. GG just going to quickly grab a couple of goodies from that Karen there. Through Theo loses half his health to the Shadow Corruption, but will be able to pop back up. Peak knocked onto the low ground there. Wolves almost decide to snap shut onto that one. Decide to bail off for a brief second, and it looks like everyone's going to be fighting on this high ground. If you get knocked off this high ground, you are in some serious trouble. Wolves, with that second kill, able to surpass WBG and enter the top 12. Nice and early for them to be in a fairly comfortable position. Everyone else is just waiting for a second, a brief respite before the action fully breaks out. You can see they're trying to charge up the ultimates here across the board as one Beg knocked into the zone. Has got that zip healing, but you do get anti-heal when you're inside the Shadow Corruption, so the healing's not going to be as much as Wolves are just going to jump onto Feng. He's going to die to the Shadow Corruption. Wolves secure themselves, getting up a kill. Number 3 for them off the back of that one. And AFC eliminated, so they are surpassable by the likes of GG in this final circle. Monks transforming, and our final stacks of 3 immediately break out. You see ZK get knocked back into the zone briefly there by Water. They're going to not be able to get that slam down as Wolves waiting for a good opportunity to find another grab. ZGE evading away. FPX now looking to see if they can turn the attention onto GG. CGS is the one who gets caught onto. Kiki knocked into the zone. Not going to be able to get the clap out there. ZK able to get grabbed, but no real slams off as all 3 of them lose their transforms now. Everyone just fighting for dominance here. CGS using those horizontal strikes there on that long sword, trying to find the work as IQ now dashing through. ZK is going to take himself, so TK is going to take out Kiki there with the dual sword, knocking back into the members of GG. Bell gets popped in the middle of all of this as IHQ trying to find the opening, but he is battered into the zone. He's going to lose so much HP, so much ult time, just trying to get back in. And again, he's being gatekept in by the members of GG. They refuse to let Wolves step forwards here. CGS dashes through, tries to get a bit of extra damage off as GG taking control of this final circle, securing himself a kill onto TK, taking him out. Wolves are losing members left, right and center. GG getting dominance, getting control. That's Wolves knocked out. That's GG securing himself yet another kill. 330 has transformed for the extra health, and GG will take the final circle.
And that was GG's fight to lose, and they rose to the occasion. Their high frame, great stuff coming through from them, leveraging a massive advantage established through that late game to take this one home. Wolves try to hold on to the best that they can. They had a rocky start to the game. Only came into final circle with those 3 kills to their name, but they were able to do a lot of good work, occupying space, knocking FPX down a peg, but that is where GG then decides to dominate.
Really, really good. I said it though, they're really good at final circles, GG. It's what they do. And even with ASC having such a monster performance on the kills, GG were able to pull it back to a point where with the win, with the kill multipliers, with the first place kills, points, they were able to take themselves that victory. Big, big win for them off this first game. Fedori is always an interesting one, just due to the fact that the teams really like Monk on this map. And I'm not sure if I agree. It's the same with Holoroth back in the day. We kind of talked about like the 60-40 split, where like 60% of the time on Morris Isle, it was a good final circle for a Monk, and 40% of the time it wasn't. On Holoroth, it's like 60% of the time, it's a bad final circle for Monk. There's too much verticality. He struggles. And Midoriya, I think there are more open spaces in final circles. There's more areas where Monk actually can thrive. But, here comes the big but, I think the final circles that are bad for Monk are like really bad for Monk. And I think what saved all of the Monk comps in this game was they actually successfully were able to grief out the Attack on Titan comps and the comps that deal with the Monk comps well in the final circles. So that they didn't actually really find that impact that they were expecting there. So I'm happy to see that, you know, the Monks made it work, but that was a rough final circle for them, and they were lucky that it was only other Monk comps in that final circle.
Yeah, I think that one of the things to note was that ASC actually bowed out a little bit earlier in that final circle than we were thinking would happen, and that was one of the major movers and shakers being impacted. But now, here we go, an answer for treasures. How many players chose Kylan Zheng in game number 1? A2, B4, C6, or D8? Make sure that you guys throw that into the Twitch chat.
It was a lot, I can tell you that much. A, B, C, or D? Twitch chat, that was a lot of players playing Kylan. I was surprised as well, because I said at the beginning of the day, we actually started to see less Kylan with Monk. We saw a lot more of these kind of Valda variants and other comps that weren't running it. S are the only team running Valda, and they got caught by a double slam, and it just too early in the game they got caught out, and weren't able to play that final circle. So very underwhelming game one from SR, but that's fine. They did so well on their day one, but like it didn't matter. This game one can kind of be a bad game, but they obviously are still playing for first place. They are still playing for as strong a setting as possible going into those bi-weekly finals. So for them, it's very much a matter of keeping this energy up. And, well, not keeping that energy up. Get kind of finding their energy, getting back into it for game two. Heading over to Holoroth, heading over to a map that the teams know a little bit better. Padoria, you know, we've had it for a year now, and I feel like the players are starting to get their head around it. But it took a long time for the players to pick up Holoroth, and you still see, like, Holoroth and Morris Isle, certain teams always perform infinitely better on those maps just because they kind of know their drops, they know their rotations, they understand the final circles and stuff around there. So it's one of those scenarios where I feel like certain teams are still gonna, you know, SR probably being one of those teams. I think they'll do better now we move off Padoria, and we don't see Padoria until the end of the day now. So here we are, the overall score at the end of this one. 19.6 points there for GG. ASE just behind them with 18 points, 12 over to FPX, 9 over to JL. Does start to nosedive. Only 3 teams in the double digits on the points there, so actually a relatively low scoring game for most of the lobby. Just 3 teams kind of hoovering up all of the points from everyone else.
Yeah, at the end of the day, one of those big things to note was that some of the higher kill teams just unfortunately weren't able to make it all the way in for those placement points. But GG managed to strike a solid balance, and they will be the ones walking away with the dub at the end here. And doing so on the composition of the day and kind of the composition of the map for sure here. I imagine we're going to be seeing these faces again.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it is. These guys literally dominated every domestic title. They should have won Worlds. I say should have. That sounds a little mean. The expectation was that they were going to win Worlds last time, but unfortunately they were taken out by Wolves just in the nick of time. But still domestically holding their titles. They won both Spring and Summer last year. Actually, last year was, well, sorry, Trios was ASE this year, to be fair, for Spring. I forgot that we are now into our autumn split. As overall standings right now, WZ 2.5 points. They're climbing a little bit, but I think it's going to have to be an absolute miracle from them and BBE to be able to close out in the top 12. It's right now top 12 is 56 points, which is also just going to be climbing. Like we said, the hard deadline is Alliance on 95, right? No, it's YTG on 78. Then it's 95. Like, I think for some of these bottom teams, hitting even that is going to be pretty unattainable. Yeah. So it's going to be a hard ask. The scores were very high coming into today, actually, to be honest. And normally it's about 60, 65 points is where like bi-weekly final cutoff is. So for it to be 85 as like the cutoff right now speaks, you know, volumes for how much people have stepped up. As a SR, not a particularly great game for them. Actually, they were surpassed by JL in this game, who have now jumped over them onto that 100-point mark. And now only 25 points to go until they catch up with OA sitting at the top end of the table. So SR definitely need to make sure this next game goes better for them as we head over to Holoroth.
And Holoroth is definitely going to be a map to watch out for. I've always kind of viewed it as a midpoint between Padoria and Morris Isles. That is just a matter of, I think, a lot of compositions we see being very much kind of indicative of where the meta is going. It isn't quite as lopsided as what we see at Padoria, obviously. Very, very monk favored, as we're going to see throughout a lot of these highlights here. It's going to be a lot of Tianai all the time, and already GG making a mark early on, trying to get something done in this realm of Yang here. Push forward in a big trade.
No, we're just getting out of the way. We're getting all the monk games out of the way, so I don't have to look at it anymore. The first 3 games are going to be very monk-centric, to be honest. Like, you know, if you think about last split and like going a game where we don't see a single Takeda would seem crazy, but it's just that's the way the game currently is. And I feel like a lot of people are leaning away from Takeda because they need to figure out what they're going to be playing. But we see the end of the Syra. I feel like it'll just be Karumi again. I think it'll be the Karumi and Kata comp. But again, Kata also hit by the ult duration changes. Like, you don't get to be as kind of such a good head.
我们来了，着急，没事没事没事，可以扛的，你真不行就开大，开大，直接开大。
You know, I've heard of Monk before. Takeda before was very finding good windows to use those 3 range shots. They'd throw the ultimate down relatively early because it would last for like 30 seconds. But now it's more like 20 seconds. I can't remember the actual timing on his ultimates and how much of a difference it is, but it is a significant difference. And I'd seen Takeda yesterday, on Sunday, sorry, use ultimate and actually not even use all of their 3 range shots. This feels crazy. But they only got like 2 off instead of all 3, just due to not being staggered, not being able to find good windows to use it. It's a real game changer. But here we are, MVP for this game of the Kailin. GG. Good performance actually coming in. I think it was like 22,000 damage. It's huge damage coming in here. 4 CGS, 27,000 damage, way higher than I thought. And 10k with the skill and ultimate. So while I said he doesn't do as much damage as he used to, he still does a lot of damage with that ulti.
Yeah, and ultimately he's still going to be a focal point of the team. You know, a lot of focus being brought upon Tianhai when he's ulting, but the person who is actually landing those killing blows and finishing off, mopping up teams that are being scattered by the Monk to 100% those who are piling the Kylan. In this case, it's going to be CJS with a deserving MVP here. 27,000 damage, outstripping our own estimates, outstripping a lot of what we were expecting, and GG are looking great going into the rest of today.
Yeah, looking a lot better off the back of that one. Nice start there for GG. Climbing up that ladder, climbing towards that top end of the table, which is where they want to be. The players are getting ready to take the stage. What our second game fairly soon. Good opener. Good opener to the day, to be honest. We are, you know, sitting in a position where I feel like there's some contention. I thought it'd be a very SR kind of just dominating at the top and everyone else kind of playing underneath them. But now we have a bit of a story. We have some teams who are going to be contesting them. JL overtaking SR. SR were hoping probably to break triple digits by the end of this game. But they, you know, they started on 97 and they put like 2 points on the board. It was not a particularly good game from them. And they weren't able to fully utilize the lead that they put together coming into today. But, you know, should be breaking into that triple digits. And regardless of, even if SR kind of goose egg it all day, they are not going to be knocked out by weekly finals. They'll lose a spot on the top of the table if they do that. But they did enough work in day one that today could actually be kind of terrible. And it doesn't matter. They'll still be able to bounce back. But that is obviously not what they're looking to do, because like we said at the beginning of the day, you take a percentage of your points. I believe it's like 12.5% of your points, or maybe 13% of your points through to the bi-weekly finals. So what you accrue, take a chunk of that through, and then it just gives you an advantage. It gives you the ability to hit that match point threshold a bit sooner and potentially find yourself in a position where you can win the day.
And I don't really have the expectation that SR is going to goose egg all day. I think that this was maybe a particularly unfortunate game for them. And I think a lot of that comes down to just how surprisingly aggressive these Monk comps were against one another during the early game. It could just be a matter of that's how the chips fell. SR weren't able to find a good early fight. And so they decided, hey, we're going to back off, play conservatively. And then they just didn't have the material advantage needed to really hammer home a solid end of that game. So if that's going to shift here, maybe they're going to decide to put on the gas and become a little bit more of the instigator. And that could be the way forward, especially as we move on to Holorath.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see what Holorath brings, but realistically, you know, everyone who's watched the show, you know, ever since it starts, to be honest, I've been around for 3 years in NARAKA, knows I'm an avid Monk hater. I think it's really boring playstyle. I don't think he, like, I don't know, it's so, like, so I grab you, I kill you. Well, wow, that was impressive. Like back in the day, a Monk grab actually was quite impressive, especially a double grab. They were really rare. But like, it's rare not to see double grabs nowadays. And I don't know, I just feel like the early stage of trios right now is in a meta where it's so Monk centric that I just turn my brain off a little bit, because it is yeah, it's a little boring, to be honest. I said it. I think Spring was amazing, where we had like the siphons, the sand siphons. Like, I didn't mind monking those comps because it wasn't so prevalent, but like 8 teams locking monking in round 1 kind of says a lot about the state of the game right now. I feel like the ult duration changes were aimed at people like Monk, but I think it negatively impacted people like Valda, Takeda. I mean, Takeda maybe needed it because he's been very dominant for a while, but like Zai also heavily hit as well. Like, you're not seeing that much Zai anymore at all. So, yeah, I think, you know, we will start to see maybe some adjusts back. I'd like to see Valda get a little bit of love on it because she struggled to find a place in the meta for a while and is now back in the game a little bit. Not, like, properly, but a little bit. And then gets hit with the ult duration time and really affects her. I think Kylin needed it. I think Monk needed it. I feel like it also affects like Yuashen quite badly because he's been out of the meta for ages. And yes, he's back with these Viper comps, but man, he does not stay in ult form for long, man. It sucks to be a Yuashen right now.
It does kind of feel like Yuashen is the less important part of the Viper comp, especially just because that comp is so spikely geared toward playing that Viper and maximizing her value with just how strong she is. But ultimately, I do think that, you know, we haven't seen the final form of this meta anyway. We are going to eventually get Wu Chen back in trios, hopefully. That can also help to shake things up. And I imagine that we're going to get continual adaptations and maybe some responses to the Monk comp. It's just kind of unfortunate that right now, without all the options available for players and also because of the accelerated gameplay and time frame, that it kind of feels like the best response to a Monk comp is a Monk comp if you can't go attack on Titan for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think later in the day start to see some more stuff. We did see some Matari stuff as well. I think, I can't remember who that was. I mean, obviously Zai plays in Matari, but there was another like Viper Matari comp that was rocking up on Sunday. And I'm having a complete brain fart on what that comp was. I don't expect this to be as Monk-centric. If it is, I might cry. I think we'll probably see a little bit more variance coming into horror off here.
Yeah, for your sake, I do hope that we see a little bit more variance and diversity as well.
Oh, that's it. Viper Matari Yuashen, there it is.
And, you know, I don't know if this is credit to you, Hydrate, but I do know you as the Monk hater on the cast. So at the very least, you got the reputation going on that front. You got your identity all set.
I poked my head into Twitch chat yesterday and people were saying, people saw Monk getting locked in, they're going, oh, hit frame. Sorry, buddy.
Voice of the people here.
I don't know, man. Like, I wouldn't have beef with him if he hadn't been meta for literally every season of this game. That's where my beef comes from. I've never casted a season where he hasn't at least been somewhat playable. Like, give him the Syra treatment. Like, why is Syra getting nerfed to the point where she's going to be unplayable next patch? But Monk is still playable. The devs have favorites. That's all I'm saying, guys.
Well,
it's a conspiracy. There's a Monk conspiracy. And I'm going to get to the bottom of this. You're going to find me. My next backdrop isn't going to be this blue and purple one. It's going to be a board with strings. And I'm just going to be figuring out the Monk conspiracy.
I was going to say, I feel like Syra for a little bit there was the devs' favorite. I feel that she was a very centralizing force in the meta. Interested to see what happens if other characters of that sort that kind of work as team centerpieces are going to continue to get knocked down a few pegs. And I do think that if that is the philosophy that's going forward here, Monk has to get hit eventually. And so if he doesn't, if he manages to survive and is the dominant force throughout the course of this season, I might be right there with you on that cork board with the yarn and string. Here we go, ASC, a team that performed very well, not on the Monk actually, in the last game, I believe. Doing quite well, but unfortunately unable to bring it home by trying to go for that counter meta with the Viper. I think that they could get the ball rolling again on Holorath in much the same way that they did on Predoria, and maybe this time around they could be the ones at the very top.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are, you know, they won Spring for a reason. ASC are no joke. And they showed us that in the last game, but man, they do need to bounce back somewhat. Because that's one of those tilters where you have like a massive game lined up. You're like, I'm dropping a 20 bomb. This is going to feel great for the rest of the day. And then you get taken out a little bit too early. And the current standard domestic champions then, last domestic champions before you. I keep forgetting Spring's happened. It's because Spring was so quick that in my head, it's like, we're still not done with it. We're still in the first season of the year, but time is going so fast right now. We are almost in September. We're halfway through August already.
Yeah, I can feel that right with you. You know, first day of classes, I work at a school. My brain is on Wednesday. And it feels like the summer just started. But alas, we are here all the way into the fall split. I've been calling it instinctively the spring split because it does definitely feel like time has been flying on by. But here in the NBPL, That's led to a lot of innovations, a lot of changes, and a lot of developments across these teams. And I'm very excited to see how it continues here for game number 2.
Yeah, game number 2, obviously a big one for a lot of these teams to bounce back from. I hate to say it, but I just feel like teams like WZ and PP are just out. Like, there is nothing they can do. They're just playing to get some improvement in. And normally I have this I talked about it on Sunday, actually. But I have this, like, outlook in the first week of bi-weekly finals where, like, bi-weekly one kind of doesn't matter, right? Like, it's the shaking off the rust. It's getting into the swing of things. Especially this time around where, like, it's almost a scrim week because it's, like, it's leading up to EWC. But it does give teams like GG, SR, ASE, you know, your big front-running teams, it gives them a chance to extend the lead over the others. You know, you find a win in the first bi-weekly final, you've put yourself ahead of the rest of the pack for the rest of the season. Like, you've got a slight advantage off the back of that one. So I do think it's important and also not important at the same time. So I think if you're like a middle/bottom team, it's important in the sense where, like, don't play for keeps, play for improvement, play to figure out, like, your issues. Some teams obviously have had adjustments and new players join, so you kind of got to reignite synergies and kind of get used to playing with each other. Here we go. First thing I see, a bloody monk comp. Oh no, look at that. Yep. Getting out of the way. We're just getting out of the way.
WBG baiting us to maybe think that first round is not going to be a monk comp, but there we go, with absolutely zero variation as well. It's going to be the Zip and the Kylan to support that monk all the way through for our first 4 teams. And now the question is, how many points are we going to see burned here in round number 2 to keep locking this in?
I mean, honestly, I won't be surprised if they lock the monks in here off the back of this one. Oh, Attack on Titan. Go for the freeze variant here for SR. Nice to see them lock that one down. Haven't seen any Cannonball. Haven't seen any Ice Pick or anything like that locked in yet. So there is a world where could see some of those show up here. Okay, it's going to be the Matari Ueshen Viper comp here for WZ. I can't remember what we called this one. I know it was Seb. Seb was calling SR's comp the like Riot Squad or Riot Control or something like that. Because there's so much crowd control, but it's like a Riot Squad.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not going to last for long because Cyrus get a nerf, so they're going to have to find a new way to play it.
We do still continue to get monk comps through that second round selection. Let's see who comes through at the end here. There are 9 pointers to be burned. I don't think that anybody wants to just completely annihilate that, especially with the second half of the game still to go. So we are going to be able to pick up another Matari Ueshan Viper comp here. We got a Justina monk comp actually with Karumi, and then a Valda with a Karumi to follow up with a Tianhai as well for GG here in the last round.
I do think it's a little bold locking in a monk here, but I guess for some of these teams, this is their chance where they're going to have max points and they can lock in monk for free. So they just do it, slam it down early. But yeah, I'm not sure. Again, Holoroth is a map where the open spaces, like the deserts around Plume, absolutely amazing to be playing monk on. But if you head up to near Imperial Village, where it's all mountainous and snowy and trees and all of that, or Matab, where there's lots of cracks and crevices, or City of Tang, where it's lots of buildings, like all of those areas, if you get a final circle there, it sucks to play monk. You want a plumed finish, really, or like the surrounding area. You don't actually want to be in plumed. You want a surrounding area plumed finish if you're going to be playing the monk, where there's lots of open spaces to find those grabs. Otherwise, it could be a little bit rough off the back of that. Right now, teams are just getting themselves loaded up for this game number 2. Man, I've done 3 days in NARAKA. I don't know how my voice is hanging on. Especially yesterday. Yesterday was an absolute bloodbath in solos. It was crazy fun to watch. I'm not normally a solos guy. I'm a trios guy through and through, but honestly, at the time, my life cost in solos yesterday. This game was really fun. Seeing 2 Yotos like pop off as well was sick. And seeing 2 different Yotos as well. Having the F1 V2 versus the F2 V1 variant. Big fan.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I think that maybe for the time being, definitely Solos is a great place to check out, especially if you are a certified monk hater. It is a character that you never get to see poke their head out there in the realm of Solos, and that metagame has gotten very interesting. First game that I was casting for the season, I was with Sir Vario on Saturday for Solos, I believe, and when we were in the midst of that first game, 12 different characters. I was so excited, and while unfortunately it did finally get back to a Pokeball composition with a bunch of Liams getting locked in, followed by a bunch of Lonnies and the like, it's still a really, really exciting time to be an NBPL fan in general, and I think that Solos is a big reason for that.
Yeah, Solos is fun. I'm also liking the sound of the changes, where like there's gonna be just no duos. It's gonna be unique characters, so you're gonna have to really expand your mastery of like what characters you can play. I can't remember what we're doing to trios for the changes, so that's that could potentially be big. Anything that encourages players to expand their like character pool and play more, I'm always here for. We're not at the point where we can do what we're doing with Solos for trios because there's just not enough characters to have everyone on a unique character, but it's always a fun one. Let's have a look at the hero pick and what everyone's loading out. Again, it's only really Vipers that change things. F2s versus V2s versus V. Like, Viper is very much a character where, like, I like to think she's actually, you know, she's very strong, but her abilities are kind of perfectly balanced, where there's not like a hard meta on what to pick with Viper, right? Like, it really comes down to preference and what you think is going to be best for the situation. She has a lot of kind of variants where, like, something like Monk, you're only running that V2. You're not going to be running V1 Monk anymore. You know, occasionally see someone pull out the parry bell, but like that's quite rare. Mostly it's just regular bell coming out from the Monk. Is here we go. I'm going to make a bet for GG. Yep, they're dropping on Imperial. Surprise, surprise. Classic. They do have TE in the area with them. SR dropping on the puzzle. WZ dropping just south of them. So SR got pretty quick on this puzzle because they're going to get jumped by WZ very quick. And JL, actually. Going to be a very, very explosive start here. A lot of action over down by Plume Castle. It's actually a relatively spread out drop, though, beyond that. There's not too many hot drops.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think that we're going to see that eventual sweep towards the center of the map, but right now it's very much going to be a matter of how fast the puzzle is completed and whether or not SR, who I said has the burden of trying to be aggressive or be an instigator, how they're going to respond to perhaps JL pressure from the north or WZ coming down from the south. But regardless, happy to be on this map, and honestly, Hybrain, I think this is probably my favorite map in the game. It's the first map I ever played. I remember this map very distinctly as my introduction on BLADEPOINT. It's just a really fun place to be, as already we do have chaos right off the bat, but it's not actually the we were talking about it. FPS versus BBE, and right now BBED is doing the best that they can to absolutely sweep through SPX, divide and conquer, NNE going to help follow through. WZ watching off of the distance as Sunplus Phoenix rip the sun.
They're not going to get quite the hot start they had last time. 9 also going incredibly low there. Young keeping the pressure up. WZ trying to see if they can get a kill on the board. That's not going to be the case for them. They are just playing escape right now, but Slows. Let's see if we can put some pressure here onto Creek. The innovation, using the tense, using the movement to break away as Wonk jumps in. Slows goes in onto him, gets him the dual halberd, and that's the end of Creek. It's finished up, and I think Wonk won't be too long behind. Young was able to get some healing out, but that halberd work coming in from Slows does some serious work, and BBE open with 4 kills. Nice start for a team at the bottom of the table.
Absolutely fantastic to see. You know, you talked about how if you are at the bottom of the table, this is the time to train on up. One of my big complaints about BBE and how they played during the spring tour was that they were too conservative. Now they are coming out here swinging. FPX want a salty run back, and unfortunately this may be the end of the road. But BBE, hold on! They're able to knock down another one and slows his ult back up from above now. They're trying to put pressure down onto Water. Roy on the follow through. Water forced ults here. Wasn't able to do anything. They lost some armor in that last trade. WZ on the far side of this one, though. Wonk is coming back, and it's just multiple salty runbacks. Slows is setting down from the ultimate, has full common armor alongside the Hellfire to play with. Wonk trying to get down upon FPX's representatives now as they begin to chase the UA shots up the cliffside wall. Roy he has to take it down for BB. So only Scout left alive. They are just going to cut their losses and run away from this one. But now FPX maybe just sent Akin out of this one. Walk going to be able to kill Slows, and WZ eventually come out, but they burn their first life to do so.
Yeah, nice little pickup for them though off the back of that one. SR did solve the puzzle, got himself a golden dagger. Man, if you get a Dreadful Whale on that, oh, that's gonna be nasty. Justina with Dreadful Whale, filthy. Freeze into Dreadful Whale combo, very unplayable. Lots of damage comes out. Purple armor as well, so that's a scary Justina. SR playing the almost playing the GG tactic here of a quiet start, then get into Realm of Yanks and scale for late game off the back of that one. As a JL is going to be building up some of that rage for a brief second. Jay almost got his ultimate available to him. Got the purple halberd, so will directly increase the damage the monk is doing. Remember, monk health and his damage is based on his weapon and armor type. So going to be a little bit stronger. Needs to get some purple armor, make him a bit tankier. Same here for any transformer actually, because Yuashan on your screen right now. Again, purple weapon will give him purple damage on his transform, but purple armor gives him a bit more health, makes him a bit tanky on that Yuashan. So you always want to be grabbing some of that early armor. Very, very chill opening. You know, we had that messy fight with WZ and FPX and the likes, but beyond that, no one else has really been all that scrappy. Been very quiet. BBE open on a 6-kill game. Gave him a little bit of smack, but they open strong here. Let's see if they can actually see it through, because typically they don't even see second round with Yang.
Yeah, and the problem is that I am not convinced that BBE are able to win a Realm of Yang given the spread of teams that we have today. And once again, love my boys, but at the end of the day, just in regards to their raw 3v3 ability, I think that they just haven't gotten the reps in to really be able to knock down any of these players. So now with the material advantage, this is going to be a huge challenge for them as we open up our first Realm of Yang. And then from there, if they do lose, the pressure that they're going to feel to try to get the depletion up is disastrous. We do have a fight starting up. Them trying to get down upon TE, almost kind of alone on this approach pathway forward here. Zhao not gonna burn Bell. This could mean that this town high is open for a quick push, which could in turn lead to an early ultimate. And while this is all happening, Pain's Breath is also beginning to open up the battlefield here. Jianan going to activate that ultimate here. Youth by their side and trying to find someone on a re-grab and just trying to to the benefit as well. Jianan forced to leap away though as the guys just come in their direction. Bauda also go to try to follow through, and this fight can continue as they roll towards the center of the map.
I think that was probably only a blue moon day chance, because he did not lose much HP from getting hit by that base breath. Does have purple armor to be fair, so it probably explains why he's a little bit tankier. Even so, Bauda being aggressive here. Bubbles get thrown down there by Youth. Then trying to keep the chase up for a brief second here. Parry lands onto Youth. Youth gets interrupted. There wasn't really much of a follow-up as Zen now throws out the transform. Jumps into the tent. They're just going to try to play escape. This is a really bad situation to find themselves in. N7 committing the ultimate as well. Trying to break line of sight. Not going to be able to do so. Zeb continues just to throw out the hurt. And Pete is going to fall. Bauer able to find that kill. Beautiful pickup. Youth in that ultimate form does have a bit of extra health off the back of that one. Then now going to be losing that transform, so loses a lot of the pressure he can build out as you throws a couple of throws down left with the flying knife. Bubble goes down just to play interrupt. They are on their lonesome. Have got the respawns to work with, but losing that purple armor 2 minutes before we get on to the Realm of Yang is going to suck for them.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a great call by Bauda to try to force this fight and turn things around. And honestly, that was the most effective Yuashan I think I've ever seen. Caught up in the tent. There was no way to run, no way to split from that one. Now JL also finding themselves in the midst of a fight. It doesn't even go in their direction. 5-2-1 doing a good job on the dogpile. TXJ feeling the pressure. We'll have to hold. BBE waiting in the wings, notably. Weibo also trying to close in upon this position. And I don't think that TXJ is long for this world, as multiple members are now going to close on into the low ground. TXJ comes out, immediately going to get popped here. That being said, 5-2-1 has multiple low members without much in the way of armor. Maybe going to use the space and opening to try to heal back up, but be able to drop some armor powder. And now they're in the midst of a stalemate.
Right, well, over at the puzzle, obviously pre-solved. So just going to grab whatever goodies were left over there from SR earlier. Not long now till those Roma Yanks, and I feel like it is just that waiting game. This is one of the few moments in the game where we actually now get a bit of downtime. Because the game is kind of go, go, go from the moment this Roma Yang spawns up.
100%. Well, while we do have this downtime, Hype Brain, I've been itching to ask you, we're going to play a little game of fantasy real estate here. Where exactly on this map would you like to build your home?
I mean, I'm British, so I like cold weather, so north.
Yeah, I'm also kind of a north guy here. It seems very comfy, you know, sitting around a fire, living in a yurt up there in the Imperial Village. Right now, though, most everybody navigating down south, as you said, very much just trying to build a position where they're going to be able to find a Roma Yang fight. Bauda leading the charge here.
It's interesting because there's less contention on Roma Yang portals now, just because more spawn up, because there's an extra Roma Yang, right? Like last season and, you know, previous patches, we had 3 Roma Yangs at the beginning. Now we have 4. Teams all want to get into that Roma Yang because they all want the scaling option, especially when you've got so many teams reliant on that. As you can see, very little contest to get in. It's going to be WZ versus Bauda inside this Roma Yang. Actually, these guys fought at the beginning of the game, so a bit of a revenge. SR will be taking on FBX and WBG versus BBE. Wolves and ASD will be our 4th final one. Zem gets up nice and high here. Has got that transform, but again, it's about holding this Terracotta Warrior. Doesn't want to throw it down too early. Doesn't want to get timed out by crowd control, but we are going to see Viper ultimates coming in. That's exactly what we expect is the answer there to that Terracotta Warrior. Young was able to break away now. Zem's going to transform later, so Young being staggered out for a lot of this. Remember, he's invisible because of the Matari. So it's an invisible Terracotta Warrior. Some real menace, actually. Once breaks out, finds the first and is able to secure the kill on to one of the members, but Creek's going to get answered out in response here. Bauda not going to go into too much danger. Nice parry comes through, loses the purple weapon. He's going to be able to pick it up. The Creek is so low. Zem will be losing that transform. Creek's going to be able to get himself a quick reposition off, but Zem gets the damage off and follows him up. Bauda, though, have lost their members. Young has to find himself into this one. Wants to go low. Maybe Zem's actually got the 1 versus 2 in his pocket. Members going low on the members on the side of WZ. Young opens up, finds the other shot here with a nunchuck, but it's not going to be enough. Too low on the health bar. WZ will win this one.
Dicey fight both ways. WZ coming out on top, and I think this is a much-needed victory in the realm of Yang for a team that currently is struggling at the very bottom of the standings. They need to try to leverage this momentum in a major way if they want any chance of making it to the bi-weekly finals.
Nice fight for them, actually, and it kind of came off using the ultimate time as right.
Yeah.
Again. The Matari, I always forget about this in the Matari. Kind of making the Ueshen invisible while he's in Terracotta Warrior. It's actually terrifying. Really hard to play into. Matari obviously then refreshing basic abilities as well. Always quite nice. Not that the, I guess refreshing the F on Viper's nice because it actually has quite a long, I think it's like 17, 18 seconds on Viper F, so being able to refresh that is really, really nice. Is GG. Haven't got the debuff. They actually didn't even bother getting into a Roma Yang. They're just classic GG. Just don't really want to engage with the lobby. They just play it chill. They went and got themselves a Spirit Well, so they got the White Tigers and the goodies from that Spirit Well, but we're going to see here BBE versus WBG inside this Roma Yang.
Yeah, Roy once again working as a leading force here, trying to aggressive on the zipping. Going to drop that ultimate. Multiple good damaging dashes. Now Cookie's opened up. And BBE playing this fight exceptionally well. Yoran and company trying to recentralize, but unfortunately they're going to leave Cookie behind. BBE going to aggressive on that position now. Bell forced out of the monk early. Roy continuing to work on the chase down. Yoran in a little bit of trouble. We'll be able to clink to try to buy a bit of space, but going to run Slows on the back end of this one. Slows is in a bit of a scramble situation without any armor available here for Roy. He has a lot to play with. Unfortunately, they are going to drop a weapon. Massive parry that almost turned the fight around for WBG, but Yali's unfortunately too low. Yoran has to try to hand off the aggro. Has no health with which to do so. Roy able to get the double parry, and that's the end of it. BBE looking fantastic. I gotta say, High Brain, this could be their day.
They threw out 3 parries in that. That's huge, but now we're seeing SR in a fight versus WZ and FDX. SR able to get himself 1 kill off the bat already, but Rico already going down. One also falling. FDX really playing for keeps right now as SR has frozen himself up. Water's gone for the transform. See if he can catch onto them. Again, though, it's a lot of terrain. It's quite hard for the Terracross Warrior to actually chase onto people and just wasting the time here. They weren't able to actually find the connection on to SR's Justina. 17S does finally go down to, I don't actually know who picked them up there, but they got 2 kills with Vermilion Birds, might say. SR happy with that one. Putting them up to, I believe that would be 4 kills. Yep, 4 kills over to them. Wait, they got a Roma Yang and they only had... Hold on, they must have fought in a Roma Yang with 2 people in it then. Because they have 4 kills and they got 4 kills with Bird's Mine.
Oh, you're right.
That's crazy. That was a free win for them. Even more scaling, I guess, so they'll be happy with that one.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see a replay of that one in the future. That's a very interesting situation to be in. But as a quick condition check around the map right here, BBE, Bauda leading the charge with 9 kills apiece. Was not expecting that. BBE maybe looking for even more here. WBG at their back, trying to trade. Slows is going to hold up and count high. Looking for a grab here. Ron jumping right to the 6 to start things off. Roy Hee will be able to send Cookie out onto the ground there with a great parry. But unfortunately, his rated terror could come to an end here as Ron gets a really good grab up against the assassin player. That means that Slow taking a lot of damage on the far side of this fight is also meaning that Dire and they may have bit off a bit more than they can chew. Slows goes down. Unfortunately, Roy Hee just doesn't have the health to play with here. Dash is coming through. He's able to get some solid damage. Unfortunately, they just cannot find the kill. Cookie may be the one going down here, but it doesn't matter. You're on handoff aggro. Yali on top of Roy Hee no longer has any armor. That is an unfortunate way to take this fight. Luckily, not the end of the road for BBE, but certainly not a good feeling.
It's definitely going to be a rough one for them there. Last thing they want to see is Roy Hee getting parried and losing that golden fan. Doesn't happen. NYA on the run. And BBE don't actually have the revives on them right now. So that could just be them out of the game, to be honest. They need to go get the rebirth charms.
Yep.
Water's going to lose his golden fan to Yoran. And even if BBE do come back, they've now got to rescale, re-gear up as, SR can GG and WZ here. Roma Yang's spawning up though, so North really full sending it for a fight. They all want to jump into Roma Yang. Gonna be a big side hit. Who can continue to scale. Wolves in the meanwhile, able to get some rebirths off and pick their teammates up. Here we go. SR get inside right. And they die. I don't think they can get in. They're interrupted. Zhao's going to throw out the ultimate, try and see if he can get the lockdown to at least someone. Han breaks away from the stun perfectly. Gets himself out of that one. As now Zhao on that run, trying to make an escape from everyone, but ASE Han able to grab him up. And look for the slam. Zhao will fall. Han continues to throw out hands here. ASE not letting up the pressure. Rico being hunted now off the bat. I don't know what happened there, but that got so dicey there for SR. They just may have lost the game off that.
Yeah, once again, ASC looking like a big team to beat. That being said, inside of Roma Yang now, we do have WC spearheaded by Young, starting with the Terracotta Warrior ultimate, getting some solid damage, and Bauda's already lost it by 7 in this fight. This could be WC looking to create a reversal of fortune. Young going to lose his armor there, and BB does have a lot of health to play with. The problem is, the split is just major right now, and I don't know whether or not Bauda's going to be able to bring this one back. Unfortunately, with the parry there, that'll seal their fate. WC walk away.
Our bottom teams are here to play in this game. Popping off right now. Huge performance on them, getting himself a golden greatsword, which I assume is going to go get hammered and turned into a pulse sword, because greatsword kind of poo at the moment. I can't tell you what that Soul Jade was they got off that, but they got a golden Soul Jade as well. Heading out now, WZ running around with the Mystic Might, using that as a scouting tool. I believe SR actually, were they just able to pick themselves up? Yeah, SR are back. They would have lost some gear, so they're going to have to do some scaling, but they were able to get themselves back into the game somewhat here.
But yet again, SR not getting that kind of pop-off performance that we were expecting of them, nor is their burden if they really want to be that #1 team going to the bi-weekly finals. And so you see this... I don't
think they're a monk comp, though. That's the thing. I think these early games are always going to be rough for SR because they don't do on monk lobbies. Like, they're better... I mean, right now they're playing Attack on Titan, yes. But you see them get onto these Takeda comps later in the day, that's when we'll see the numbers from SR.
Yeah, 100%. It's just that right now, them and also Wolves also being forced onto the back foot because of the Rebirth Charm, I think means that we're kind of having the same teams bubble up to the top here as the ones to beat. Now, notably, BBE was eliminated fully during that time in which we were watching the Realm of Yang fight. So they're out of the lobby yet again. But WZ seem to be in good shape. Bauda obviously feeling a little bit of pressure alongside 5-2-1 with that Yang depletion. But if Bauda can win a fight, get the revives going, at 10 kills, they're definitely in a good material position.
If I was WZ, I'd actually be quite nervous right now. Because, like I said at the beginning of the day, 78 points is actually a really good score. Like, most bi-weekly finals, that pretty much qualifies you. But the bottom teams are putting some serious numbers on the boards in this first 2 games. But, you know, for every extra person that climbs into that top 12, you move down a spot. You get closer towards that bottom 12. And if you are, the bottom 6, sorry. And if you're not, you know, here to even try and earn extra points today, and you're just watching and hoping you make it to bi-weekly finals, that could be a rough one for YZG. And obviously, they've had a big roster shuffle around. They're not the YZG from last season. And, you know,
you gotta fight here.
GG versus 5-2-1 fight. Very, very dicey. Brumi ultimate, though, is doing a lot to heal them all up, keeping them going. 3-3-0 gets caught out. There's the double Valor.
Ooh.
Spear. Huge pick up there. 3-3-0 Bell, but no ultimate available to him. But another Valor Spear lands onto Ibin just to send him packing. You're seeing the power of this comp in to the likes of a Monk comp. 3-3-0. They're knocked back here. The Flying Knife's doing so much work. Giving you that kind of mid-range ability. A lot of damage can come out. Parry lands on the Panty, though. Into Yin as well. Double parry from 3-3-0. Able to potentially find that turnaround. And GG. Getting themselves the pressure they needed versus 5-2-1. Yin is going to get juggled, and lovely little victory there for GG.
And that's one of those situations where so much went right to 5-2-1, it just didn't matter because it felt like GG was just able to play the better fight overall. Now 5-2-1 are in that awkward position of needing to try to find something with a bunch of comps on the board that are just fantastic at stalling and preventing takedowns from occurring. We're going to see how they're going to be able to fare here as both them and Bauda are trying to find a vulnerable team. It looks like we may have some chaos here as SR seems to be a bit split. There is a member to be targeted.
Alrighty, well, GG didn't really do much for that Mystic Might, but it's not like the Vermilion Birds Might. It's not a get out of jail card, so often they just take it for the buff, get the goodies from the chest, and then head off. And soon, we're going to be having our Realm of Yang Soul Altar. It's such a not Soul Altar, Spirit Well. Realm of Yang Spirit Well. It's such a mouthful, that. That's one
Roy
soon,
SW. There we go.
Yeah, it's gonna really change the pace of the game. As you know, NY7, they've still got to cleanse themselves. Yeah, Bauda and 5-2-1 both have to cleanse themselves of the Realm of Yang debuff, and as soon as they do, if they're not in position to capture this Spirit Well, they're just going to get the Realm of Yang debuff on them again.
Yep. That compression and that kind of a desperate situation that we saw as a cycle, even in the last game on Pretoria as well, I think is something to watch out for. Here we go. Realm of Yang replay here. SR versus 1+ Phoenix. SR trying to force forward here. This is so far a pretty rolling fight. Unfortunately, it looks like SR almost losing a member there. Siren Ultimate coming out. 17S continues trying to force. Has the dual halberds getting a lot of good damage here. Not really well soaked there by ZGE, who is going to lose the fight early for their side, as Water is going to try to work the stabilizing force. Unfortunately, Kiki divided, pulled away from the rest of their team. Zhao goes down. SR trying to finish this one up, but Water putting up as much of a fight as possible. Unfortunately, they're caught an unfortunate 2v1. No ultimate available. The white shots will fall, and now we are upon that soul, or excuse me, that Spirit Well.
They'll pick up there. And back over to the Spirit Well, all the action's breaking out. See Bauda losing a couple of players already. No one's fully capped, but I think it's actually WBG inside right now, is it? I can't tell. It's ASE. ASE are the ones holding it right now. But Wolves making their way over. 5-2-1 also making their way over. No one really wants to be forced onto that debuff right yet. As now Wolves and ASE both about to lose their monk. Good double slam actually knocks up 2 members of ASE. They're going a little bit too low here, so they're just going to have to move away. Going to give it up, and it looks like Wolves are going to be the ones to cap, although 5-2-1 make their way over. Monk does de-transform, but it's too late. Goodies go over to Wolves. They get all the buffs, they get all the goods, and everyone else is now forced onto that debuff. Who's going to capture the flag and also get themselves cleansed as well is the real question. As it looks like 5-2-1 were able to get a different spirit well, so they've cleansed themselves.
This is a great stabilizing force for Wolves. Wolves having to burn those rebirth terms early, only down to 3 kills. We're not in a great position, but by being able to occupy that space and take a spirit well, that's going to do a whole lot to benefit them. GG trying to claim another spirit well as well. They might just get this one too. A repeat as from what we saw in game number 1.
No, they captured the flag. That was the spirit well. So they've cleansed themselves with the debuff. So right now it's 5-2-1, GG and Wolves, who are all cleansed. Everyone else has the Romeo and debuff on them. They all have that 4-minute timer. And with 7 minutes left in the game, that's not ideal. So they're going to need to look for fights fairly soon. And it just gives Wolves, GG, and 5-2-1 the ability to play third party. They just watch on the sidelines, use their range. 3-3 has got that new musket skin, the 50 cal musket skin.
Yeah, I got jump scared when I saw that for the first time. I was like,
It's
we're
so
watching
good.
COD, what's happening, man?
It's so good. I love it.
All right, WZ up top, trying to play King of the Castle for the time being. Young, leading a charge drop down, maybe trying to find a vulnerable team. But as of right now, everybody playing relatively solidly as a group. ASC taking a bit of splash damage. You see some damage on multiple pieces of armor there. Miss in particular getting pressured down in the distance. That could be something to watch out for, as ASC really are hungry to try to take a game deep. A lot of kills, a lot of resources in both of these games. Just haven't been able to fully solidify that into a big scoring placement. So we're going to have to see what happens here. GG having to play King of the Castle, 5-2-1 right next to them. And yes, they are playing that third party like you talked about, High Frame, and the pressures only continue out, especially as everybody gets concentrated as base threat is firing.
Alrighty, well, it's a bit of a waiting game. Wolves don't have their buff for too much longer. Base breath. Once that ends in, make that out on my screen. 23 seconds. There you go. It was actually dead center on the middle of the screen. I was looking at the minimap. Once that ends, we will see the teams have to pull the triggers because those debuffs are going to start to add up. It looks like TE were able to cleanse 2 members. Like Rumi, the only one who hasn't been cleansed. Remember, if you go down to the Rumi Yang debuff, it's not like your team can just pick you back up. You just get eliminated flat out. And there's no shots, there's no place for rebirth chance. 27 players in this final circle. This is why I hate Monk. There's just too many people. It's going to be absolute carnage here. Hands trying to get the capture off here for ASC and get it cleansed this way. They are being slowly, surely zoned off. Rico raining down the stuns onto them. SR being a real menace to the Dazzle using that Thyra. And it looks like SR going to be able to cap. They're going to be able to get themselves cleansed up and in a more comfortable position. Viper ultimate thrown down there by Zhao, and that's just enough to zone everyone who's stunned. Knocks down onto everyone, opening up on the fight. Rico is going to secure the kill onto Yali, and everyone else is just sliding into the mincemeat of action. Rico, only 1 kill so far for SR. Somehow no one else has gone down in the midst of all of that. But it does look SR were at least able to cleanse their Justina. As, Rico goes down. Young secures the kill onto him. Oh, WG fire back to their own. WBG are going to be able to cap.
Wolves trying to drop in upon another one here. Doesn't look like there's much in the way of contestation, especially with the Tianhai providing even more insurance for the team. They're going to be the only ones down on the low ground, though, as we continue to see the circle close. This is going to be another chaotic fight that is going to be very favorable for the Monks due to the massive changes in elevation. But Zhao has been caught out early in this one. Counter hit on in trouble, trying to run away as well. SR going to try to follow through. Zhao going to fall, though. Manages to pick that kill up, and now he's going to try trying to make his way out of dodge, so he's trying to build back a little bit of armor. NHQ up top, trying to play on this elevated platform to look for the next vulnerable member. Drops down, and we got a monk duel as well. Zhao trying to occupy space, and ZK as well is looking for as many grabs as he can possibly find to throw people back towards Storm, and therefore get the health drain. We'll have to descend from the ultimate for now, though, as we have GG looking up top alongside WBG. It's absolute chaos as the circle continues to close.
And like I said, not a great circle for the monk. This happens every time the horror off. It is just not the map for him, but for some reason the players stubbornly stick to it. SR only have 17 S, and he is just jumping into the Shadow Corruption, trying to play escape, but this is him absolutely cooked. They've made the tag. That's Wolf's kill over to the side of SR. They walk away with 6 kills. They still have their oh no, that was their final team yet. They're eliminated. 14 players now going down there. You saw that monk in monk form just die to the Roma Yang debuff. Absolutely brutal off the back of that one. As now, teams are just going to wait for the circle to close, and then they're going to close out that way.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting point spread at the end here. A lot of the lower scoring teams in terms of kills, the ones still left alive. ZK trying to work forward here. Xiaowen feeling a whole lot of pressure. Wolves in general, all clustered up as a group, are losing health rapidly as they're getting shot at from above and below at the same time, trying to stabilize here. We're going to see whether or not anybody wants to try to pressure their position. ASE dropping down to the low ground, only was Zhao alive there. They're just going to try to wait this one out for the long term. Can't be in trouble, needing to try to recover a little bit of the armor. We'll be able to do so recovering of Ivan, using those long range weapons in order to get a little bit more damage to keep up anybody coming their way. Now they could look for a re-engage here, as Campy does have the monk ultimate yet available. And there are people fighting on plateau. Zhao down here continuing to try to hide. I think 5-2-1 have grown to spot the zipping out, and that is going to be the end of ASE as a team. Wolves going to try to ult here to buy more space as the circle continues to close. All of a sudden becomes a little bit more favorable for Monk yet again, as long as you aren't caught out at the very bottom down there where 5-2-1 currently is standing. TE trying to contest with space versus Wolves for the time being. Right now, it does look like TE are relatively confident with how they are currently standing, though. Zhao, and I think ulting after Pampy means that this is for after Pampy, I think means that they're in a good position, but now Wolves want to try to pull a trigger. 5-2-1 getting caught out here. Zhao doing a great job continuing to occupy space. Ivan in trouble, going to be sent down to the bottom of the cliffside here. I'm doing what they can, though. Kylan gonna get multiple people inside of this ultimate. Wild call, 5-2-1. Maybe have better than New England in this fight.
Gonna be hard for the monks to find any decent angles, though. Right now, if you're playing monk, you are waiting for the circle to close and using it as extra health. Although if you're 3-3-0, you're going hard aggressive. Pampy's there. If they get a knockback on the Pampy and throw him into the zone, it is done zone. That's going to be a kill for GG. Looking to knock back, he does get a bit of a misposition off Pampy's trying to force him into the Shadow Corruption. Massive lockdown from the Burger onto most of the lobby. 3-3-0's health bar is being liquefied. The Karumi's doing a bit of healing, but he's going to die to the tick. Pampy's going to want to get the kill credit, and everyone else is just playing on the high ground. Wolves going low, health bar's ticking away. Xiaonan held his ultimate until the right moment. He has the extra health to work with. GG eliminated. T going to be the last team standing. I say that, Wolves are still in it as the game ties at the end. We time out.
Unbelievable stuff coming through, and your read was right on the money. High Crane. It became a matter of sustaining. Two different teams were able to survive until the very end. Their WZ going to be seen as the winners. Great showing from a team at the very bottom of the count, by virtue of how hard they came out swinging and the kills that they picked up. This could be a big bump up the leaderboard and a sign of things to come.
Nice pickup there for WZ. I'm surprised. These guys have been very, very underwhelming so far, but getting a good victory under the belt and showing us, you know, there's potential. There's a diamond in the rough here. It just needs to be polished. I honestly wasn't sold on the likes of Creek and Wonk. I think they were new additions to the team and didn't really add that much, but actually, I'll admit it, I'm wrong. They look really good here. Now, they need to repeat this more than once, because NARAKA is a game where consistency is the most important skill that you can have. They have plenty of teams who have like these one-off big games, and they don't really do much off the back of that. Consistency pays off for these guys. You know, teams all headed off stage right now. Crazy, crazy game there. And I hope, I pray that this is us coming to the end of our monk hype. I think we got one more game of like a lot of monks, and then we get the fun stuff. Then we get the Takedas, then we get the Zais, then we get the explosive lobbies.
We're going to have to definitely see if that's going to be the case, Hitbrain. Right now, it does very much look like the monks are here to stay. They have been the stabilizing force and way by which teams are able to make it deep into the game. But at the same time, the ones coming out ahead at the end were the ones who were able to pick up tons of kills and get a whole lot of value in regards to points. There's two ways to score here. You either last till the very end or you go down swinging, and WZ embody that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, game number 2 out of the way. Obviously, teams get a little longer break here. Game 3 into 4 is where we have the biggest break for the teams, but they get a little break here. They can kind of reassess, rejudge. SR, you know, they made it into that final circle, but they didn't really, well, they didn't actually. They went out before the final circle, but they didn't really achieve as much as they would like. How many kills did Bowder get in game number 2 is the question for you guys at home, though. Was it 8, 9, 10, or 11? A, B, C, or D, then we can do the alphabet in your Twitch chat. You'll be whispered if you win. Spam it now if you don't know the answer. Copy what everyone else is doing, you sheep. But yeah, it's an interesting game, actually. It's been an interesting start to the day as well, where we've had the teams at the bottom actually performing. Like BB, a team who, you know, I've been very critical of for a little while now. I don't think they've been that great for a while. And they had an okay game. Yeah, they got knocked out early. That is the BB way. BB are kind of like a watered down Wolves of old. Like Wolves used to get like 18 kills and then just go out before circle 2 closes. Like they would just go unbelievably hard and just rely on like just the flat kill points to get them enough to get through, and it worked for quite a while. Don't get quite as many kills, but do seem to go out early. But here we are. BB 9 kills for themselves, but 12 over to WZ, and that was enough for them to take that victory. Have a look at the numbers. A lot of damage coming out from Wonk on that Matari. I think Matari is slept on as the damage dealer in this comp.
Oh, yeah.
Because a lot of people will turn their attention towards that Uation and the Viper, but like the Matari just like, I think if there is an assassin character in the game, Matari is the closest thing we have to an assassin, right? Like she just, the burst she does is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that Matari is actually kind of beating hard of this team. We saw just how well it also enables stuff like Uation once he's in his terracotta form to actually pop off by going invisible. And while Uation also being kind of the focal point of the team is able to deal damage, we saw that with that really brilliant tent fight earlier on in the day. What really matters here is the fact that he works as a distraction, he works as zoning, he works as peel, and the Viper similarly is a great initiator with that ultimate. So chaos that the Matari is then able to very much benefit from. Here we go into the standings here from the 12 on up. These are the teams that right now have that ability to angle themselves towards the bi-weekly finals. FPX currently in 12th place, but still making marks on the day. I gotta say that they've survived deep into both of these games, and I think that they have the chance at popping off, particularly here in game number 3.
I mean, if you look at their day 2, they got 43 points. They've done half of their points in 2 games from their day 1. Like, these guys are really starting to kind of pull it back. And this is what we want from FPX. This is our former team who were probably one of the most dominant and the biggest menaces in the league for a very long time. Disappeared for a bit, came back, and now starting to look real good as SR were able to narrowly overtake JL. But these two guys both had a 90 and a 91 point day on their first game days. And their day 2 has been pretty sad, actually. And I was excited to see, because I thought these guys were going to be doing numbers. And actually, it's been the bottom end of the table who are all fighting desperately to hit that bi-weekly finals. Right now, up for grabs. To have a look at our replays from our previous game. Yeah, WZ and BBE, 2 teams I'm thoroughly impressed with. I did not have high expectations from them, but they made it work today.
And one thing to note here is just the fact that this is a little bit of a sea change in terms of philosophy that maybe is brought on by the fact that we've got that accelerated first bi-weekly, or maybe it is just the turning of a new leaf. But BBE actually initiating, actually taking early fights, and in fact succeeding in those fights really is something I'm very happy to see out of these players. I'm rooting for BBE. Unfortunately, one of their strategies during especially the latter half of the spring split was we're just going to kind of sit around, and usually we're still getting eliminated early because people find us out, but unfortunately those ranking points just don't matter nearly as much as elimination here. You see that come to a head as this isn't WZ in the final circle at all, but yet they still are considered the winners of game number 2. But still, this is a crazy fight here. GG taking center stage, trying to control space as much as possible. Kurumi also coming down to try and just create as much sustain as humanly possible. 330 almost forced out early in this one. Wolf was able to pick up eliminations versus GG, but then things tie up at the end, and WZ come out on top by virtue of the 12 kills.
Really big victory there, as we're going to see the Wei Shen as our MVP. I can't remember who was playing that now. Was it Young? We'll find out. When as we cut to the card here, see the damage dealt and the kills dealt here by our MVP. Yes, it was Young. 19,000 kill damage. Not 19,000 kills, that would be insane. 19,000 damage, 8 kills over to him. Most of the damage did come from the skills and ultimate 7k over there. Wild Wind Sprout for the fans. Alchemy, Rupture Gale Orb, and Burn. I mean, that's just a go-to for everyone at this point if you run a cannon. And then Flare Attack Soul Jades. Very nice.
Yeah, really liking what the Yueshon is bringing to the table in this game. I think that WZ had one of the best employments of this character that we've seen on, well, the start of this whole season, frankly. And so hope to see a little bit more if we are kind of condemned to a world where Transformers are going to be the name of the game. I'd like to see a bit more Yueshon, a few less monks.
I mean, back in the day, classic Transformers, the actual Transformers comp, because this isn't really Transformers, what you're seeing, is Yue Shen and Monk and a Karumi. That was OG J-Team, the one that's got a skin. It's huge. Anyway, we're going to throw ourselves over to a quick break, and then we're back with game number 3 as we head to Morris Isles. So we'll see you in a moment.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NBPL as we enter into our final day of the start of the fall split here in our first bi-weekly Fort Trios play. I'm NARAKA, he's Hitbrain, and we are here for game number 3.
Yeah, game number 2. goes in the favor of a team who are sitting at the bottom of the tables. Game number 1 was GG. Team we're all very familiar with winning, actually, to be honest. That's kind of what they do. It was fun. For a long time, I had a little tagline for GG because they were always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And then last year they went, screw that, we want to be married. So they popped off and they literally won every split. They dominated. They went into J-Cup as the team everyone thought was going to win it. Wolves beat them out, unfortunately for them. And then last season they lost their title to ASE. So GG, it's very much about them kind of having a bit of a return to form. SL being one of our more recent additions to the league. I believe they joined last year or the end of last year. I can't remember actually when they joined now. But they're a relatively new addition here to the Nbpl. They look like they could potentially go for first today, them or JL. But both of those teams have had pretty tragic... Actually, JL had okay game 1, but SR had a tragic couple of games to start with. Barely putting any points on the board. And they're not that far off first, that's the thing. Like, one good game would be enough for them to lock in first place, but they're not even getting close to that. They're getting, into final circles. They're playing too passively. They're not scaling that well. I think they're getting caught off by the amount of monks getting played, because we're looking at, like, old school comps from, well, old school, like, trios games from back in the day where it was, like, lobbies just filled with monks. I hate them. I think they're slow and boring. I think SR agree with us on that one. So I want to see us return to these more aggressive comps and see if we can get some better points on the board off the back of that one. I think this Morris Isle will probably be the last of the monks we get. I think a lot of the teams are going to lock that in. A lot of points get burnt, and then all out from there on, baby. It'll be just action, action, action.
Yeah, I'm excited. Really do hope that that's going to be the case. I think that also, as you're talking about here, SR going to be excited for that. JL also possibly going to be able to thrive within the chaos that we're hoping is going to come through. But if we are going to resign ourselves to a future of game number 3, we're on Morris Isles, we're still getting monk. What I do hope is that we get a little bit more of what we saw out of the Predoria game than what we saw out of game number 2. On Predoria, one of the big things to note was that it felt like teams, because everybody was scaling, were very happy to still try to throw their lot in for an early advantage so that they could maybe do something like snowball off the back of a win in Realm of Yang. So I'm looking forward to see if we are going to get a bunch of Tian highs, some big car crashes early on, some hot drops, some big plays, and some attempts to thin out the lobby before we get to that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, Holleroff didn't really have a hot drop spot. Like, everyone was quite scattered. Like, the closest we had to a hot drop was actually just near Matab, weirdly, because everyone dropped nowhere near then, and they all moved over last second, which did give SR the free puzzle. But beyond that, that was like our closest thing to a hot drop. And then it just chills off, because this is what monk comps do. They don't really press their advantage. If they get early kills, it's great, but like, they're not playing for that. They're not playing to, pull so far ahead that people can't catch up to them. They want to slowly scale and get into the late game. Morris Isle is a monk area, especially Morris Isle Day. Like, there's not many places other than like Celestia and probably areas of Shadow Jade Mine, but a lot of Shadow Jade Mine's good for monk as well. Like, this is a very open map with the terrain areas aren't that bad. So I feel like, we'll probably see a lot of monks here. But at this point, players are starting to spend a lot of points just to lock in the monk because they've already played a game on it. Plus, the hero point increases. So I expect this to be like a big burner of points this game. Lock in the monk, get it out of the way. Maybe if you're going to drop down by Secret Tunnel, you don't have to lock in a monk. You could lock in something which can use those fireflies. And we do see a lot of GG drop there. So, I mean, that is their drop. GG have a dedicated spot on each map where they drop. So if you also drop on Secret Tunnel, you get to grief GG out of the game. Because GG are a team who, if they don't get a quiet start, they kind of just get confused and dizzy and don't really know how to play the game beyond there. So I feel like you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone by locking in something that does well into monk, get your fireflies early, go find some people, grief GG, and go off there. That's what I'm expecting. That's what I'd like to see from at least someone.
Yeah, and this is a good strategic call. These are the juicy deets. This is something that I think a lot of teams can actually take a note out of. You noted how SR is a team that just does not like to play the monk compositions. That is not where their strengths lie. And I think that they definitely need a solid entrance into the game. Kind of in contrast to GG, this is a team that I think would do a whole lot of good by getting an early start where they're getting boosted on in terms of their materials. So that's something to watch out for. Perhaps that's going to be the team that embodies that. But also, bottom of the leaderboard, leaderboard, look at BBE. This is a team that, while they weren't able to get the full value out of the 9 kills that they achieved in game number 2, looked the best that they have in a very long time just by trying to fight early in this one. That being said, here we go. Game number 2 winners, WZ on our cameras right here, preparing for the game. But here's another team to watch out for from about, or T, excuse me. Just in general, I think that this spread is really going to help define what's going to happen moving into EWC.
Yes, absolutely. I don't want to go hopes up about BB or WZ, if I'm 100% honest with you. I think they had a good game too, but I know these teams too well. I've been covering them for too long. I think this new WZ roster has definitely got potential, but they have struggled quite a lot. I mean, Slows yesterday had a pretty horrendous game in solos as well. Like, and the thing is, I think this is one of the problems. This is something that BBE did for a while actually. Was I think they had Roy Hehe playing in solos for a little bit for them. They typically keep one of their trios players in solos, which means you kind of lose like that day in between game days to practice and kind of go over VODs and stuff. So Slow's not being there yesterday, it's like a massive disadvantage because yeah, the teams played on Sunday, but then some of them that played on Sunday got to sit back on Monday and talk about the games and figure out their game plan and go forward from there. But like BBE could do that with, you know, 2 of their players, but Slows was playing in solos yesterday, so you know he had to go off and do that. We shall see. Here's our round selection. WZ, SR, TE, and ASE are going to be in the top end of the picking. TE are a funny team actually. They won Worlds 2 years ago. And ever since then, they got absolutely picked clean. That Worlds roster disappeared. And since then, they haven't really been able to find that kind of way back in. So, oh, look at that. Surprise, surprise, it's a monk.
Yep, 2 monks. I don't think that there's going to be any variation coming off of this one for the first round selection. As you said, Moral Styles definitely further funneling people into this composition because I think this may be the first time where we get a final circle that isn't an absolute 90-degree clip face, which is definitely going to be the worst for Tianhai. And so people are definitely going to be baking here. And I imagine that that expenditure you're talking about is also going to be seen as that's already about burning 3 of their points here to grab up the Kylan, the Zipping, and the Tianhai. That being said, JL taking a separate pathway. They're going back to the well. They're going to grab the Yueshan, the Matari, and the Viper. And this was a really, really solid team that we saw get the most kills there in game number 2.
Alrighty, well, what the others got in their pocket? Ooh, Ice Pick for GG from the Ferrier comp. Nice from them. FPX still got all of their points, so I expected them to burn a few then. They're not all in it though. They get the Justina Kurumi route on the monks, so don't actually go too hard. See what our final rotation has in the pocket. It's going to be the Yueshan Matari Viper for Wolves, same for WBG. I'm surprised. On Sunday, people are a lot more trigger happy with points. Like, we have people going to like 3 points by this point in the day, but this time around, not going to be the case. A lot of monk though. A lot of monk.
Yep, still a lot of monk. I think that this is still the lowest population density of them that we have gotten on the day, but I am kind of surprised by the lack of willingness to just completely burn it, especially given the fact that you're foreseeing Hitbrain this much higher diversity coming into the more aggressive games later on. Perhaps it's the case that there is one of those night compositions that is going to just be highly prioritized, and people are foreseeing it, people picking it one after the other, and some people have to burn hero points in order to get the loot that they want.
Alrighty, well, as we get ready to load into game number 3. These guys on your screen, JL, they have a lot of work to do. They need to get some more points. They can pull ahead of SR. It's really a race between SR and JL right now for number 1 at the end of the day.
And as you said, it only takes one really good game for either of these teams to lock themselves in for the first place spot. We're going to see if either of them can make that happen here. If we're going to wait for the second half to see whether or not that dream will come true. This is a very interesting shot for us to be lingering on here. TE feeling rested at the very least and ready for this game. Wolves, this is a team that I was very happy to see perform well and kind of bounce back there in game number 2. But now I want to see them be able to leverage good placements, with a lot of points being scored. Here we go. Game number 3 about to get underway.
Oh, go have a look at the loadout. Again, it's only going to be Viper. It's only going to be Viper, but it's different. I don't think we have a single Valor in this game, actually.
No,
I wasn't seeing a lot worse use of Valor today. I think we saw, you know, we had like one big spear that came out in that final circle last game, but like on Sunday, like the Valders were popping off. They were like proving that comp was significantly better than the Kylin variant of the Monk comp, but this time around, it's actually the Kylin comps that seem to be doing a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, it's literally just going to be Vipers. So TK, F1, V1, silence on his F.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested to see how. Yeah, I am particularly interested to see how GG is going to fare as well in this one, Hit Brain, just by fact of going Ice Pick in a meta where we haven't really seen this rear its head just yet. Could be an interesting third way to go. GG, of course, performing incredibly well there in game number 1. Definitely have a read here that could shake things up.
And we actually do see a bit of Ice Pick. It's not been like an S tier pick, but Ice Pick was originally designed as a comp to handle the likes of Monk as well. You'd freeze them, the cannon fire. Like Feria and Justina are 2 really hard counters to Monk, because you can't grab a Feria out of the mech unless she's in, I can't remember if it's machine gun mode or cannon mode. One of the modes you can grab her out of, but the window and the space you have to aim for is very small, and the cannon will stagger Monk. So you just keep smacking them with the cannon. It's very easy to hit the cannon on anyone, really, because it's just AoE damage. It staggers the Monk into freezes. Like, Monk gets absolutely blasted by Feria and Justina. So it's like an old school counter to them back when Feria first came out. And I feel like right now, while Monk is in such a high dominance position, we will start to see more and more of these Monk comps kind of come out as answers to, or these Monk counter comps come out as answers to him.
All right, well, game is underway. We had very distributed drops across the map, so there is a chance that we have a pretty slow start to this one, but SR are going to try to do something here versus ASC. ASC on the initiation, trying to split the comp right off the bat. Zhao diving in, Rico trying to follow through, forcing towards the north side of the fight here. This is a deep one to go for, as Zhao immediately going to get chunked off for a little bit of their health here. Kylan continues to charge forward here, trying to chase after miss, but cutting back across to the far side of this one. Zhao was sent all the way out of the fight here, as Zhao is now less than half health. They still have their armor to go for, but while this is happening, Han is getting picked on the far side. Rico and S17 doing a great job of dividing and conquering, as now ASC are down a member.
SR were able to get into the secret tunnel, grab themselves the Fireflies, and with that ult advantage, they just press a massive advantage onto ASC. Zhao Wen playing evasion, using those flying knives just to keep themselves going, and the zip healing. Proving to be a bit of a menace, but has been able to find that grab on to Miss. Flying knives just to chunk him out. They get the clap. They get Miss down and into the re-grab. That's going to be the flying knife kill there for Zhao. SR starting off strong, 3 kills for themselves. So the power of getting these Fireflies on these maps early just has such a big advantage by having those ultimates.
Yeah, this is a great start for SR and exactly what we were expecting to see out of a team that was so dominant in the first day of competition here in this bi-weekly. Hopefully they're going to be able to continue this momentum. I think there's going to be a nice little run up to the Realm of Yang where teams are for the most part going to be farming up against one another. That being said, given how distributed the drops are, there is an argument to be made that you take very fights without too much of a risk getting third party. You find someone else here, and that is why JL and TE start the duel against one another. DXJ gonna fall a little bit further back here as Youth is going relatively low. XXL getting aggressive on by Jiaonan. Jiaonan trying to split the fight, has Monk ultimate available. May try to use this stabilizing force a little bit deeper into this one, but XXL has already been called out, so if they don't have to turn it, they don't want to. They just want to wipe out XXL the old-fashioned way, as TE will be able to pick up a kill, and now they're looking for more.
Yeah, looks like One Fang playing escape right now. Down and chasing with the grapple. That's going to be the parry onto him. Easy finish up. TXJ also caught by the parry as TE making quick work of JL. If you're an SR fan right now, you are happy with that one. been able to force out JL, who are hot on the tails of SR. As SR win their victory, JL don't.
And shout out to TE. We talked a little bit about how they've been picked apart as a roster. They're trying to build back a solid reputation here, but taking that good 3v3, showing that they still got it, especially up against a team with such a rollicking first day of play, shows that they still have the stuff necessary to perhaps win this game, perhaps even more.
It's the waiting game moment now. This is where the heat kind of dies off. Few teams may still scrap because they got this Romeo and debuffs on. The revives on. But Vin almost jumps in. They actually do get the double stun on two of them. That Milk losing a fair chunk of HP off the back of that one. Nice scale rush though comes down. Bane's breath has been used. And WBG have a major advantage off the back of that one. Cookie's committed to the ultimate. Same for Fat Milk here though. WBG kind of want to round them back into the Bane's breath where they have the advantage. Trying to re-engage there on the Ratari. Gotta find that opening, Cookie. Gonna continue the chase forwards here. How is no one using the Gundam skin? There's the Gundam skin. Why are we not using it?
Yeah, I mean, there's never been an embracing of the 50 cal skin, so I'm kind of surprised that, you know, Gundam skin and some of these other more fun skins aren't seeing quite as much play. That makes it we got a pretty chaotic fight down here, 5-2-1. The great initiation on the back of Ivan. WBG not getting as much out of this fight as they wanted to. They dragged it out for a bit too long, and now the girls lost Gali. Jumped upon by all three members of 5-2-1, and with nowhere to go, Cookie will be wiped off the face of the earth. The question is, will BBE decide to go for a third party here? They already picked up 3 kills from earlier on in this one, and with full resources, they may look to fight inside the tunnel.
That's what they're going to continue that chase. We're going to cut over now to Bowder versus WZ. Young gets caught with a knockup, and he is getting absolutely slammed here by Bowder. This is the WZ, I remember. Creek going down, and Wonk left on his own. Caught by the parry, taken down. ASE actually getting eliminated in the middle of all of this as well, so they're going to be walking away with a goose egg after a really solid opener to the day.
Yeah, speaking of teams that have had very interesting paths throughout the course of the first 3 games today, ASE, with bowing out early on this one, have just kind of been always surprised me, never the bride. This time around, they completely whiffed on trying to catch the PK and watching the oncoming traffic. But, you know, at the end of the day, there are teams to continue to watch out for. But right now, eyes are being drawn towards TE, 6 kills on the board. And I gotta say, Hitbrain, this was a lot of action prior to that first Roma gang. Was not expecting that, given how the drops were.
No, not at all. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where people know the map really well. So they're a lot more comfortable on this map. If you think about it, like, these guys will have more than double the games on this map. Probably way more than double the games on this map than they do on the Horror Off. The Horror Off is now like 2.5 years old. Like, this was the map we played 6 games a day on for like 2 years, basically. It was a year and a half, actually. It's one of those maps where, like, they are just really experienced on it. They know every little bit nook and cranny. Like, if you ever get to watch a Celestia chase, back in the day, I used to find them quite uninteresting just because it was something we'd see very commonly. But you don't get them as much anymore because we only play 2 games a day on this. Celestia chases now are crazy hype because the movement and the way they use it is just, it's so clean. They're really, really good at using the buildings and the windows and playing around it. It's just, it comes down to comfortability, and these players are just most comfortable on this map right now.
Yeah, and I think that comfort has allowed for people to basically push and pull from whatever side of the map that they so desire. We do have front runners. SR back in the focus of the cameras. This is a team that we already said has a very high bar to clear. They want to reach where we know they can get the #1 spot here for the bi-weekly finals. Coming on in with those extra points. Now we do have the Realm Yang spawning up. This is going to be a defining set of fights to really open up and define the contours of this early game.
Very well. As we're looking at where the Realm Yangs are, actually, it looks like a lot of teams are going towards the same portals. There are some that are just completely untouched. One right down by Shadow J Mines. No one has any interest in. ASE and GG are placing it. I thought ASE got eliminated. Am I going crazy? I swear
I thought ASE got eliminated too, yeah.
I swear that popped up saying they were eliminated. It might have been a bug. Okay, they're not out because they're standing with GG on top of this one. There's TE making the way over. There's also a 5-2-1. Aren't interested in going to the Rumble Yang. You can see just right next to where the portal is. They're going to open the vault. They're going to jump in there. And it's the best time because there's less people to come and contest you on the vault. So, Rumble Yang up. Teams are getting themselves prepared to jump in. But most of the lobby is here. This is going to be absolute chaos outside. Xiaonan makes his way in. So TE going up versus JL inside this Rumble Yang. Gonna be a monk versus a monk, I believe, actually. Coming out of the box. No, it's a monk versus slightly anti-monk here. Wonpeng going up into the sky. Needs to wait for a good opportunity to throw down the ultimate. Xiaonan pretty much instantly opening the game with that one. Once the Justin ultimate come out from Pledge, trying to find a lockdown is huge. He's doing his job to stop anyone from CCing Xiaonan. Xiaonan leaping forward. Wonpeng going very low here. Has still got a little bit to work with. Gets jumped back onto once more. The XJ going low on the sidelines, so they're trying to find the grabs. He unable to actually make anything of this monk as it now will time out. JL's Wonpeng now can turn the attention around as the Viper ultimate comes out. Peek's being caught, and your monk ult too early. Everyone picked off as Peek will fall. Huge ultimate from XXL as Youth is going low. Nice parry comes out from him though. They do find a cheeky follow-up in response as now JL have to find some healer, but they still have that man advantage. It does get turned around though as TE find the opening. Scale rush looking to come out from Youth, doesn't quite find that mark as Wonpeng incredibly low. JL crumbled TE. Just pull it out the back. That was a fumble and a half if you ask me.
Absolutely. JL did a great job flanking that monk ult from Xiaonan, and it ultimately doesn't matter. They just could not win the Raw 3v3, which then became a 3v2. And TE are actually going to be the ones coming out on top, getting the Vermilion Bird's Might, and from there, alongside Wolves, setting themselves up well for the mid game.
Very, very nice fight there from TE. And I said we haven't seen much from them, but here we are. It's a what do you call it? Jade Vault, that's the words. Brain working good, me doing good today. There we are. SR starting on 6 kills. Nice start for them. JL only got that 1 kill, and with the debuff on, if they go down here, their chances of keeping up with SR is going to slowly evaporate. They've actually been knocked out at the top end of the table by GG by 0.5 of a point. But GG also do have that Rumble Yang debuff on. Creek getting a fair amount of HP here. Xiaonan gets the grab and runs away. Looks for a re-grab. Actually, he's just looking to shove away. They're going to get some damage up from the Young. He does get shoved off as Creek, low HP, gets smacked up here by Xiaonan. Xiaonan just continues to be a nuisance to Creek. Jumping in onto him. Creek's just playing disengage. Grab goes a little bit wide there from Xiaonan. Doesn't quite find it. Creek playing escape as the D-Transforms comes in as Wolves looks for a third party. Big Viper ultimate's going to break down. Everyone scatters to the winds to try and break line of sight. Xiaonan has been caught. Wolves slide in, secure the damage, and they are going to try and finish up Xiaonan, who throws out the bell. Wolves with the Vermilion Birds might have nothing to lose. They can just full send it in onto Xiaonan as TE Xiaonan is holding fast. He goes down, the Birds might pop, and he will be eliminated. Another massive Viper ultimate coming in there from 5-2-1. Ivan looking for the lockdown, only gets a couple of members with it, but it's going to be enough for Ivan to secure the kill onto Krieg, taking him out of the lobby here. Everyone is just scrapping in the area. Bowder playing on the sidelines, able to get the cannon fire off onto TK and eliminate him. Birds might get him popped left, right, and center.
And yet another Viper ultimate is going to be initiated here. JL playing on the periphery of this fight. They feel the pressure. They know that they have to go into try to cleanse situation. GG in a similar position where they still have that roaming Yang debuff on them. FPX center of the fight right now. TXJ goes to try to find a vantage point for the rest of their team. Entry point going to be made. Knocking down one of the Wolves players. TXJ loses all their armor. BBE gonna follow through. Slows has an ultimate as well. Viper gonna drop here. Now the question is, what can BBE do to try to keep the ball rolling and get their own cleansers going? Slow's gonna have to back off the fight. Fong in a lot of trouble. Multiple players come down upon their position, including NNE, and it looks like one Fong, because of that, is just going to run out into the storm for the time being. Maybe either move back around or just die here.
Nice escape hit. Wonpeng. I don't think you're going to be going far though. Shishi keeping the pressure up. There's a little bit more of a health advantage to work with at this point. And now we're back up. I think Wonpeng might be a little toast, unfortunately, and that could just be JL. losing yet another player. Roy Shishi going to get the cleanse off. 50 seconds, though, for the side of BBE. How many people have they got to cleanse? Only got one cleanse. Oh, that's so good. Okay, they got 2 cleanses. JL, go for the revive, though, so it's not completely over for them. Nice pick up. But they do need to now re-gear up and get back into the zone.
Shown Realm Yang. This is going to be 5-1 versus SR's 17S. Just going to drop Scout High Ultimate early in this one, dropping down onto the stage here. Got Yueisha trying to counter punch here and work as the zoner, splitting Xiao away from the 17S. There comes the Viper Ultimate as well. 17 is going to walk around to the far side looking for a regrab. Good jump in. Xiao already incredibly low with this one. Luckily, Rico, relatively healthy, is able to kind of work sustainer, dropping that F there to keep their players popped up. That being said, 17S no longer has the ultimate available. Wants to try to go for the re-engage now. I've been in a little bit of trouble. 17S just pulling his way straight through here. Happy to hand off aggro and take out Bad Milk, who at that time was pressuring Zhao and SR, looking to clean this one back up. Ivan now going for the duel. 17S trying to drop the bell. Rico's still working on the periphery of the fight right now. Bad Milk being taken down means that this is currently an even fight. 17S losing their armor, but Campy losing their life in kind. Good rush down on the dual Albert. 17S managed to get this one as Ivan is isolated there by the zipping. And here comes the final blow of the fight. Ivan is going to be juggled, knocked out, and SR win that.
Nice pick up there for SR, but they're not done on the action. Looking for WZ right now. WZ, I feel like they're actually fully giving up, but it's the rubbing. That's what they're after. They're jumping in. We're going to follow. I haven't really followed SR much today. 7 kills to open up here. Nice start to this game. Number 3 definitely going in their favor. Maybe I was wrong about their Monk. Maybe they are a little bit more comfortable on the Monk. They just needed to warm up into the game. Let's see how they play this one out. 17S immediately popping the ultimate. Same on the other side, though. Looking for Young with the grab. Not going to be able to find it. Just playing nuisance for the moment. Going to try and shove off that high ground as he does jump in. Creek going to get shoved back. It's on 17S. Actually did a good job of evading a lot of what Creek was putting out, but now he's starting to get pretty heavily chunked out here. Creek untouched really on the Monk. Hasn't actually lost too much HP. In fact, is on 17S to try and get some chunks out. Does get a grab off. Gets the punch onto Young. So he's able to strip the armor. The follow-up from Rico is huge, though. Going for the dash one. Trying to find the damage here on to Zhao. Not going to be given the opportunity. They need to bail Rico out, but Young's already going to be going down in the middle of all of this one. Creek lost all of his armor. Wong about to lose his ultimate as well in response, and this is just SR in control of the fight. They have the armor advantage, they have the damage advantage, but Rico takes down Creek. Wonk is the last man standing. No ultimate. 1 versus 3. It's going to be a damn miracle from him. We're cutting over to another fight.
Yeah, and that is going to be SR doing a great job of counterpunching what Creek was doing, which is great space control on their own Monk. Now we move on to TE versus Bauda. NY7 a little bit of trouble. Youth on the rush down right now. Bauda as a whole, though, doing a great job of knocking her down on the back end of this fight. Youth now trying to work as the last man standing in this situation. NY7 depth lock backward. Unfortunately, going to be caught by the chucks here. Bell comes out, baited though. Youth manages to be able to take this one up. The rest of Bauda now will be able to take out Teak in kind, and Youth has an uphill battle ahead of him. A lot of armor to play with here. Not the same to be said for the side of Bauda. The problem is they now have just lost the purple armor down to just a sliver of health. Can they try to counter punch? Ultimate technically available right now, but they are getting sunlocked here as they hand off aggro. Trying to buy space once again. Now sword coming out. Good damage. Looking to try to dig in deep. They're going to kill 3v. Zem now in trouble. The reversal in hand for TE. Young can find the final blow. Zem falls and TE win it.
Nice pick up there for the side of TE. That's SR and TE winning this second Ramyang. So 2 teams running around with that Ramyang debuff. 2 teams running around with the Mystic Might. Actually, BB got himself a soul well as well, so got himself some goodies. Some golden hand swords inside that one for TE. And man, it's like the teams are hearing me and just acting out of spite, because I critiqued WZ and BB last game, and then they pop off. And then I critiqued TE in the road into this game, and they pop off. I still stand by it. Like, TE have not been able to kind of find that previous gold that they had. Still a good game for them, though. I'm not going to take that away. WZ, though, winners of our game 2, fighting for a spot into the bi-weekly finals, and the threshold to hit it is actually quite high. Gonna go for the revive, and now it's on them to try and see if they can get themselves cleansed and keep their hopes and dreams of this game alive. SR on the other side. Still hanging on. It's kind of crazy, actually. They gave Rico the golden armor. Remember, the monk gets more health if he transforms with golden armor. So they'd rather keep their healer alive, hoping that the zip is just going to be, you know, able to make up for the difference in armor. GG. 6 kills in. 6th space in the standings right now. They are not too far behind SR themselves. Playing this nice and chill. Still 27 people left in the lobby. Very, very explosive. Well, actually not explosive. Very, very relaxed game 3 again.
Yeah, the explosiveness that did came during times when revives were available, and then we got some absolutely wild Realm of Yang fights as well, which makes things feel more action-packed than they actually are, but not that many eliminations have occurred. I think ASC is currently like Schrodinger's team. I'm not sure if they are actually eliminated or not, because we thought we saw them on the map earlier, but I do think they're well and truly gone at this point, because I haven't commentated them in a while, I don't think, on this one. There are people falling out of the lobby. Bauda and WC have to instigate something relatively soon because of Realm of Yang debuffs, and so this, I think, if Brain is where the action is going to start.
Yeah, well, debuffs, 3 minutes left. Do have a little bit of time. We actually do see some of these teams wait until the Spirit Wall comes up, just as an option. Mystic Mites are now falling off. Obviously, you don't really see people get many kills with the second round of buffs they get from the Realm of Yang. And wow, well, look at that! We might actually have a Shadow Jade Mines ending. I don't think we've had a single good ending for all these monk comps, man. They gotta stop locking this character.
And yet at the same time, the monk comps continue to still do well. We're gonna see whether or not this is finally going to be the
that's hold on, that's just loaded stats, that is. Of course they're doing well if no one else is playing nothing but monk. Of course, like, yeah, that's just how that's gonna work.
I mean, you are 100% correct.
If everyone subsided off cheese for a month, the cheese industry would have a really good month. That doesn't mean cheese is always doing well in the economy.
This is fair. I'm just saying nobody has been able to exploit the density of the monk population yet. Even in cases where the map is closing in on places where the monks really don't want to be. This could be the turnaround, though, as this, I think, is the time in which we have the most anti-monk comps all assembled together. This is a whole lot of Viper ults layered upon one another. We saw that in that initial early fight, and that could be the defining factor of the late game as well.
Yeah, it's a nice little open spot here, though, where all the teams are gathering, so monks will be a little bit more potent, but one good Viper ultimate. If there's any area that has like a high terrain spot and a Viper can just drop that tactical nuke down on the whole lobby, that is going to be a game changer. There is a Ballista, which is also pretty good into monks. Just absolutely smash through their health bars. Right now, monks transforming, Creek and NY7 just fighting it out here. 30 seconds left on this debuff. They're not going to cap in 30 seconds. I think WC is just going to get knocked out of this game real quick. Creek's losing way too much HP. All that range coming in. He's trying to jump forward, but every time he does, NY7 just knocks him back. Doesn't get a grab onto Zen, but it's not going to be enough. Both of these guys, low HP. 10 seconds left on the lobby. There's the Viper ultimate we've been waiting for. WZ locked in place, invisible for the Matari. The flying daggers come through, and Wolves are going to knock WZ out of the lobby. Absolute whitewash. That's why the Viper does well. Beautiful opening there for them.
Yeah, and Bauda also another team that had the Realm of Yang debuff on top of them, unable to do anything. They were the other team trying to contest that Spirit Well, realizing that the pressure was on them. They are getting opened up by a Viper comp as well, down to a single member with no recovery options in sight. That is going to be another exit here, as we will see the well-claimed BBE has the depletion upon them.
JL were able to capture though, so looks like... Actually, it just kind of looks like... Wait, only one team has the debuff on?
Yeah.
Wow. How the hell did that happen? I mean, if I'm BBE, I'm bolting for that flag. If I'm another team, I'm gatekeeping that flag. Make sure that you lose a whole other team. Looks like BBE maybe able to get away with this one for free. Although JL are hunting potentially here. If they can do it.
Yeah, JL not in a position to play super aggressive in my opinion. They might still try to go for it here, but at 3 kills, materially speaking, they just aren't quite in a position where they can take the fight versus BBE alone. GG working as a zoning tool, but that is going to be BBE getting the cleanse off. They're home free once again, looking to stabilize for the late game as we have 7 minutes left on the clock.
This is going to be one of the bigger lobby endings. 25 players, only one person has the running debuff on them. I say that, and then about to get eliminated by Wolves with the pistol shot, stealing that from JL. That is a rough one for them.
Yeah, but now the Bowder are gone. I don't know if there's another domino that is ready to fall just yet. TE jockeying for position with many of the other teams around here at FPX. Also trying to contend on space, and even though we are Shadow Jade Mines, I think this is still open enough of a circle for the time being that Monks can still have a big impact.
Oh yeah, no, we're not in the mines themselves. We're like on the cusp where it's a bit more deserty and open. There's still, like, as you can see where you're at, is areas where you can play evasion, plenty of rocks and some terrain, but it's definitely one of the better endings it could have been for the Monks. If it stopped on the Shadow J Mines itself, that would have been so good for the teams, actually. They would have had a really hard time.
Bane's Breath going to be used here. We have multiple teams all kind of clustered up. For the most part, even though the density gets higher when you are seeing the Sky Geysers, what's really happening is that nobody wants to try to pull the trigger and create absolute chaos here, gambling everything in the last 5 minutes. We are going to see the pace slow down until the Bane's Breath subsides.
Alrighty, well, let's start waiting game now. 5 minutes left on the clock. Can't believe it's only WBG who have the Romeo debuff on them, and that can't be much longer left on that. So probably going out soon unless you can find the kill. Seconds. SR actually did take a Bane's Breath shot there. They popped ultimate.
Yeah, this is an interesting call.
Oh, Soulwell. Okay, that's why. Okay, makes sense. They're going to cap that. I don't think anyone's really going to look to commit. I say that JL actually committed their ultimate. They're going to jump in immediately. 17S fishing for those hooks. Is actually just going to have to walk out. I think SR maybe popped a little too early.
Yeah, 100%. And now JL have a chance at this one. I can imagine that WBG actually tries to go in on this. This is a initiation angle where maybe they can try to get that cleanse available. But JL also just going to walk away from this one. It's going to be FBX handing off, trying to control the well for the time being. I think that they are going to get it here. SR, without that resource of the Scout High ultimate, can't actually walk the way back in past the board.
It's going to pick it up for free. SR don't overgreed, but definitely went a little bit too early. So they pay the price for that one, but they are going to back off as WBG still not found that cleanse. No one went down. Weren't able to cap either. No opportunity really for them. They might just be walking away with a 0 killer here. As we are, I feel like we're back in season 1. We're in the Buccaneer phase. It's been a hot minute since I seen just like the whole lobby cannon firing at each other. This is old school NARAKA. Viper ultimate being committed. WBG seeing if they can get their opening on the SR, but immediately getting knocked back into the zone. 17S is going to get himself so low, but Yali will die there for WBG. And they find the freeze onto 17S, so WBG, they pick their target to go onto SR. SR not happy about losing a member, but they were able to get 2 kills onto WBG and revenge.
And this is going to be the initiation to start us through to the end. 3 minutes left on the clock. That thing's trying to contain center stage. Water going to have to drop out of their ultimate, though. Peek on the periphery. Almost gets caught out there. Will try to jump away for the time being as we have a Syra ultimate from LXM also initiated here. GG try to control center stage, and now here comes the layering of the Viper ultimate. Multiple people caught out by potentials initiated here by JL. Down on the top ultimate, getting burned down here from their side. Doing the best that they can to try to work through the defense of the Wolves. And doing a great job of that confusion. Scout on up, healthy, and ready to pick up kills as JL are melted out from under them. Jauna setting from the ultimate in great position here as that is SR losing members now. I think that they are about to exit the lobby as well, as unfortunately that's going to be Xiao. Run down Jauna. Continually kept out inside of the shadow, but still very healthy, happy to take this meltdown as Wolves are able to recover on the outside of this one. Revive the team and look to re-enter into things as we have 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, they got the healing to work with. Now we're going to see Slows try and throw down a big Viper ultimate. Doesn't really connect up to too many members, but it's enough to take out CJS. In response, IHQ, low HP here though. Wolves get absolutely chunked out from all of the action down there. Transforms inside the zone, has to launch back in, but IHQ is incredibly low. Youth will be going down to Wolves, but a good freeze from FPX will lock in place and secure the kill. On to one of the Wolves members. They are down a player, 15 kills in the pocket. PE only have a single player with 18 kills, but they are finally eliminated out. And another massive Viper ultimate is just going to connect onto multiple members. FPX are able to break away from the line of sight there, knocking people in the zone. FPX securing themselves a couple of kills off the back of this one. Water looking for grab, able to find a clap onto two and secure the kill in response. Is just going to continue to fish out. 7 players left in this lobby. Water has a little bit of time left, is able to find himself the grab. TK just about surviving. The punch lands onto TXJ as Wolves are eliminated from the lobby. FPX, this is their game to win here. Losing the transform, getting knocked back by a couple of members there, but BBE too low, finding it hard to really get themselves a foothold in this one. We're going to see a commitment of the Viper ultimate. A couple of people do get stunned, but that's not going to be enough. JL's XXL is going to go down. GG's able to secure that kill, but 9. Last man standing, finds the dazzle onto ZGE, but this is just an absolute whitewash of a fight here from FPX. They've still got 2 members. I say that, it's actually still a GG member in the fight as well, so GG going to knock down BBE's host in this game, and that is going to be a 1v1 to tie it out. Can GG actually find the turn? Can they find the clutch? This is so insane from LXM. He's forced GG into the zone, taking a little bit of damage, comes down for the freeze, but LXM, he still has the ultimate to work with to give him a bit of extra health. The dazzle goes down. It doesn't quite make the connection onto him. He's going to throw the ultimate, and the clutch 1v2 from LXM is coming out. Michael waving on to ZGE. What a 1v2 from LXM. He turned the attention off him. The ultimate to freeze as GG's LXM holds out the victory.
Incredible showing from GG, but Wolves netted 17 kills in the course of that game, and Hitframe, they will be the ones deep the winners here in game number 3.
Absolutely monster performance from Wolves. GG though, able to pull out a pretty clean last man stand. Some extra points and a kill multiplier for them, which is denied from Wolves, which stops them from jumping too far ahead. Big win regardless though. SR, they got knocked out of the game, not because of their mistake, but because WBG got desperate. They had like no time left on that Roa Yang debuff, so they just had to full send it, and SR just happened to be the team they sent it onto.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing to see. SR, I think, definitely showing you one of the reasons why they had such a great day one a competition, but unfortunately, they just found themselves kind of getting the short end of the stick in regards to how that final fight played out, and they weren't able to flex their full strengths. That being said, we're only done with the first half of this day of competition. There's much more for all these teams to do, but congratulations to Wolves on a dominant showing throughout the mid-game.
Very good performance there from Wolves. That's the world champs we remember. Striking back hard. Honestly, an underwhelming spring from them as well. So for them to come back and actually, you know, show us the teeth that we knew from this team is really big. Our teams are all walking off stage. Have a slightly extended break now where they can kind of assess themselves to head into the second half of the day. And man, I hope we're done with Monk. I am falling asleep here, guys. Give me some Takeda. I say Taka, I'd love to see some Taka, but give me some Takeda. Give me some real bloodthirsty games. And we're moving on to Fireflies for the second half of the day. So teams are more encouraged to play these more aggressive, ult-heavy teams.
Yeah, but for as much as I would say that, you know, we are still seeing the dominance amongst throughout the first half of the day, Hitbrain, that game number 3 was a banger through and through. An incredible final fight there. GG turning the tables right around on FPX to actually be the last man standing. Of course, Wolves also having a really dominant performance, but name of the game there was just how important, in my opinion, Viper Ning and her ultimates were. The layering of those. The fact that as things got so dense and we had that Buccaneer phase happen, where where we had so many people left in the lobby, what it meant was that ultimately Chad High fell by the wayside. Teams were able to get advantages through mid-game through him, and they also were able to get some of those late-game objectives through him. But ultimately, what it came down to, in my opinion, was how many people were just getting stunned on up.
Yeah, it's really the power of these crowd control comps. This is why they do well into the monks as well. And I will give it to our monk players who were very good at kind of transforming at the right times to cancel the Viper stun, because if you do get it right, you kind of, the Viper stun ticks as your mid transformation, so it cancels it for you. But you have to get it absolutely right, because if you get it slightly wrong, you're going to get cancelled out of your ultimate, or you're going to get stunned the moment you turn into monk. But yeah, that was exactly how those comps are meant to function. And it's interesting because Viper typically, unlike the monk, likes the verticality. She likes to start the channel of the ultimate and then drop down as it's about to tick, so you have very little time to react. Normally the channel is a lot longer. Well, the channel is quite long, so teams have time to kind of scatter in multiple directions. But in that scenario, the final circle was so open that there wasn't many places to actually hide from those Viper ultimates, other than the other Viper comps that run in Matari, because the invisibility cancels it out, so you can get away from it. But here we are. GG, it was close. 17.2 points to them, but 18.7 to Wolves at the end of that one. Able to just about pull ahead into that first place victory. And a lot more teams in double digits, a lot higher scoring game across the board.
Yeah, it's great to see this. However, once again, points are pretty darn well distributed, Hitbrain. We aren't seeing any crazy performance that elevates a single team over the course of a single game just yet. But what I love is just how competitive these lobbies have been. That being said, Wolves are the ones coming out on top at the end here. And one thing to note is that this time around, the Matari not doing as much damage, working more as a support. It was all at NiHQ as the Yueshon doing the most damage on the team.
I mean, I was surprised not to see the Matari in the last game actually pop off that hard. I know it's a bit more assassin-y, but like consistent damage really does come from the Yueshon. And if he gets, if he gets the big stab off or then transform, it does so much damage. He's he's tanky. He gives you proper sustained damage, and then Matari typically kind of finishes them up as the assassin. But 6 kills over to NiHQ, 19,000 damage. Really, really good one as well. Have a look at the overall standings, WZ. I mean, regardless of if they make it or not, they should be happy with, in 3 games, they have almost done as much as they did in day 1. They are 0.5 off their day 2 score, which was their first day. Huge performance from them on that one. Still, that drop-off is there. 78.5 points is what you need to beat if you want to make it into the top spot. Beyond that, it's then Alliance on 95 points. That is a hard ask. Alliance might drop lower in the standings as the other teams climb beyond them, but like for these teams who are not playing today, who are playing today, to get to 78 points is already going to be hard. And as soon as one team hits that 78 points, the next threshold then becomes 95. Really hard to see. So we're going to see our overall standings. SR haven't really moved much today though. Only 24 points put together for them. GG on the other hand, the consistency's coming out. They're on par for another day, just like they had on day 1. 75 points. If they get 2 70-point days, they're going to be sitting very happy. Consistency is key.
Things looking tight between those two teams at the very top, looking to claim the championship, but also credit to all 4 of the bottom-ranked teams currently doing a fantastic job, Hitbrain, of overperforming here in their second day of competition. But here we go, jumping into some of the highlights from game number 3. Starting off with an early fight here, Bauda doing what they do best, dismantling WZ.
Oh, there it is. Really nice little fight coming out. PE. Honestly, it's good to see them kind of return to form, because they had been, pretty underwhelming on that front. And obviously, we're saying this as Youth is kind of getting double teamed here by Bauda. He commit ultimate into this as well. Did he turn this fight?
This was the fight he turned though, so
yes, he did. I forgot about this one.
Yeah, great showing in this 3rd game here. And honestly, I think that they have, out of the bottom 4 teams, the highest shot of being able to somehow get a miracle game under them to win this. But here we go, final circle. TE getting knocked out as we speak. And this is showing what FPX was doing to control the majority of the fight, right up until the very bitter end, where things all of a sudden got inverted. Here we go, LXM fighting off Rain. Man, those flying knives are just such a disgusting weapon.
Oh, they're tactically turbo broken. It's crazy. But I mean, like, this is the thing. Like, these crowd control comps are great, and Justina doesn't get extra health when she ults, where Syra does. So you jump into their final circle and it collapses. Both of you put your ultimate. Kind of doesn't really matter, but yeah. Let's try to see Q here on the Wei Shen taking that MVP for this game number 3. Really, really good performance from him. 19,000 damage. Absolutely a monster. He did die, and I think that meant that he had his Soul Jades pinched, hence why there's no Soul Jades to talk about.
Oh, yeah. But to note here, this is the second Wei Shen MVP of the day. And this first half is the one we were expecting to see Tianhai's in. That hasn't quite happened in terms of the very, very top showing coming out of each of the lobbies. So that's something to watch out for. We're going to see if teams begin to adjust on that front. But I think that after this halftime, we're going to be diving on into a much more aggressive bent. And Hitbrain, you've been speculating about what we're going to be seeing, and I'm right there with you. I'd love to see some Zais come out. I'd love to see some chaos.
Yeah, the thing is like the Tianhai's great in the first half of the day, but Viper's great across the whole day. That's why we're seeing these Wei Shens pop off. Viper is still the best character in the game right now. Anyway, we're going to pass it over to an interview, and then we're going to take a short break, so we'll be back in a moment. See you in a second.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have WZ Young come to our interview. Please say hello to our audience first. 也是先请杨志柔跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WZ 的 Young。
Okay, welcome. Really happy to see you guys got the MVP of the second game because both of you, like all of you, are new players for this time's Nbpl. So for you, how do you feel about that? 那其实也是非常开心能够看到你们在第2把拿下了那一把的战神。作为我们这一次 Nbpl 的新选手来说，对于你的话，你觉得拿下 MVP 第一次感受怎么样？
感觉平常的训练没白那个什么，就是没白努力吧。
Okay. So I feel I didn't waste my hard try in like usual training. And also for the second game, it's a little bit pity because you got 12 kills before, but you maybe died a little bit early. So what's the problem for the second game? 那其实对于第2把比赛也是有一点小可惜的，因为其实当时拿了非常多的击败分，但是可能没有坚持到最后。当时出了什么样的问题呢？觉得？
当时因为我们也都是阳虚，然后当时的决策是想着能保护我一个人，然后但结果发现有机会解，然后想帮队友解的时候，一下子就队友就全部都死了。
So actually for second game, and we all were like young depletion, and at first our strategy was like to let me be the one who can survive it to first consider to remove my young depletion, but after that we discover maybe we have a little chance that we can remove all the young depletion, so we hesitate. I think that's the problem of the strategy. Okay, let's move on to our answer for strategy, please. And this time our question is, which hero did WZ Young use in game 3? 那这次我们的问题是 Young 在第3把用了哪一个英雄呢？ A 是宁红叶， B 是子平， C 是神庙， D 是张起灵。 So please count down time， 就请给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1。
Okay, screenshot everyone, and what's the answer？ 答案是什么呢？
C。月山。
第3把用了哪个英雄？
殷子平。
So what's the answer？ 答案是什么？ You forgot it.
B.
Yes, the answer is B. Oh my god. Okay, so I'm a little bit curious about because your team WZ and YZG, all of you guys were come from KOI's Cup, but the difference is like YZG is the whole team, like they're all teammate in KOI's Cup, but for you guys, you were not teammate before. So how do you think about like for this time's Nbpl your like teammates cooperation？ 那其实对于你们队也好，对于 YZG 也好，大家都是来自锦鲤杯的嘛，但是区别就在于他们的队是一整队来的，然后你们的队呢是相当于是有一些重组的情况在。那打到目前为止，觉得大家合作下来感觉怎么样？
队友都比较友善嘛，然后一起也没什么压力，然后也不会就是产生一些问题嘛。就产生问题了，当时也能解决好。
Okay, so I think my teammates, they're very friendly and well behaved. I won't feel like stressful with them. So also, if we have some problem, we can do it them easily. Okay. Also, as a new player for Nbpl, how do you feel like do the competition here? 那其实也是作为一个新选手来到我们的联赛打下来，感受怎么样？
感觉大家其实在操作上面都差不多，但是主要的是心态方面的这些东西，主要是还是要保持良好的心态。
Oh, so I think for us, everyone was like the same operation skills, but I think the most important things is you have to adjust your stata every day for the competition. Okay, so you mentioned about stata, and how do you think about, because today we can see you guys have a huge improvement compared to the last regular day. So what kind of adjustment you did before today's competition? 那其实你提到状态，也能看到今天对比上一个常规赛的那个比赛日是有提升的。那在今天的比赛日之前是做了什么样的准备呢？
就大家一起聊了聊天，然后把各自的那种心事都说出来之后，解决了一下就好了。
Okay, so we just maybe sit down together and talk together, and we both talk about our own problem and we deal with them. So maybe that's the thing. Okay, thank Young come to our interview. 也是非常感谢杨志忠来到我们的赛后采访。So that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second half of the day, and most crucially, that Firefly half of the day. That's when we're going to see more action, more rage. Because honestly, I know they've been fairly high kill games, but they've actually been very tame. They've been probably some of the quietest games I've seen in a while, ever since we kind of seen the return of the monk. I think there's a multitude of reasons for it. Things like Syra getting nerfed, so people are trying to like move away from not relying on her as much. Zai and Stan Siphon comps not being quite as prevalent in the meta. But also, it's something that kind of occurred to me in that last game is, while Viper is still probably the best character in trios right now, being in a meta where you can't really run that Tessa Wu Shen comp, suddenly another comp that can handle the monk is just completely out of the meta, just due to Wu Shen being banned right now. So it's like, I think players are kind of just defaulting back to what they know and what they comfort on, because most of our wins haven't even been these monk comps, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. It kind of feels like the monk comps are the Elmer's glue holding the games together so far, but they are not necessarily the ones that are emerging victorious. And as you said, I think a lot of that is coming down to defaults. This is a very unique situation to be in. We have an accelerated bye week. We also have the fact that the Wu Shen is not playable right now. So with those two powers combined, we've had a very, very specific and stratified set of compositions that have been played throughout the first half of today. But the hope is that everything swaps up here and now. Hitbrain, we're going to be getting a lot more chaos, a lot more action, and we got a lot of hero points still across multiple teams to be spent. So we're going to see what people gravitate towards.
I'm surprised by that, actually, because on Sunday we had, and on Sunday and Friday, there we go, got my days right. On Sunday and Friday, we both had games where like hero points were just getting dumped. And it was something I've talked about before. I remember I had a conversation with Raven about it last season, but like I feel like teams that don't blow hero points actually are the ones making the mistake. It seems weird to kind of burn all your hero points, but I feel like it comes down to teams not knowing what they want to play and kind of going with the flow of things are the ones who hold their hero points, when those who've kind of got a plan for the day and have figured out what they want to be doing, they're the ones who are able to blow those hero points. They're there to be used, right? Like if you end the day, I reckon with more than 5 hero points, you've not played the day right, in my opinion.
I 100% agree with you, right? There are resources to be used. And for me, what I'm a little bit worried about is that if your calls are correct, and, you know, I really do think that you have a solid read on what's going to be happening in the second half, and we have a wider meta, we have a few more different compositions that are viable, then those hero points are less utilizable because not as many things are getting locked out and boxed out early. And by that dynamic, I think a lot of teams are going to be ending the day without the full stack of hero points, and or with the full stack of hero points or close to it. And I think that because of that, they are just not using all the tools in their tool bag in a way, right? And that strategy, I think, not being a part of the game plan is going to hurt them in the long run.
I do think as well at the moment, when it comes to hero points and hero point expenditure, the reason we're seeing teams who typically actually don't burn those hero points burn them, that kind of also tails back to, again, the meta is quite tight right now. Like, Matari is shared between the Zycomp. That's why you don't really see the Zycomp, because Matari goes in there. The Viper is shared across multiple different angles and ways in which you can play it. So when you look at these comps and like the heroes that are available to the players, a lot of them are shared between comps, and they're burning points even if they're being passive right now. It's just a weird kind of side effect of like certain characters being useless, certain characters being banned, and certain characters actually just being kind of forced out. But as we move into the second half of the day, I do now expect to see some more variation, because we've had 3 games of 8 monks, which is absolutely bonkers. In some of them, actually, it was more than 8. It's been a really, really bizarre kind of way in which they've run the hero select.
Yeah, it's been the only thing, frankly, that any hero points have been spent on at all. There hasn't been a competing composition that has really captured the minds of those that are beginning to pick at the start of the game. Viper has been incredibly effective. Those Viper Yueshon comps in particular have really impressed me. But Hitbrain, at the end of the day, those are counter picks to what we're seeing as the defining top of the meta in those Tian High selections. All the teams are ready to go into the second
I actually
half.
don't agree that I think Tian High is top of the meta. I genuinely do think this Viper Yueshon is the best comp right now. It's a reason why like Viper has been so dominant in trios and has been like kind of like the big character to play. I think the problem with the Viper is right now is people aren't 100% sure what is the best way to play and what comp is the best at running, because she runs in multiple different comps, where like Monk just has his comp where it's normally the Kailin or occasionally a Valda as like a kind of like a money saver pick to it. But for the most part, like I think the Viper is the go-to right now character in the game. I mean, the reason a lot of people are defaulting to the Monk is because finding angles to play that Viper is still up in the air, and the Monk is pretty much locked in. Like, people know what the best Monk comps are, so they just lock it in out of comfort.
Yeah, and I think that part of it is also just the way that the characters are oriented against one another. You talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the day, which is that a Viper tends to get focused because everybody hates playing against the Viper. And meanwhile, Tianhai, while it can get focused if your goal is to specifically wipe out that trio, if there's a lot of monks in the lobby, what kind of happens is that everybody buys their own little spot on the board, and then we wait for the late game to see who manages to make a mistake first and who gets exploited off of that. So those dynamics in general, I think, is kind of like depressing the perceptions of Viper, because a lot of Vipers are getting wiped, when really I do think that your analysis of her being incredibly strong is being demonstrated by the games in which Viper ultimates are the defining factor that leads to very interesting final circles. We're going to see what happens as we are into our first round selection of the second half. We are on to the ninth map, so we are on to a very different look, and there we go. Right off the bat, we got a switch.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to see. And it's one of those things as well where, like, Monk, the best time to play Monk is when everyone's playing Monk. You see, if there's any Monks in this lobby, there's now going to be a bigger target, right? Like a solo Monk, if he's the only Monk in the lobby, is just going to get blasted the moment he transforms in those final circles. Takeda being the big lock-in here for this second round. A comp that's very, very ult reliant. Obviously wants to build that one up. And okay, our teams just all want to play the same thing all day. That's another 2 Takeda comps getting locked in. Make that another 3. That's 7 Takeda comps in this game. BBE do lock in the Viper crowd control comp here. Let's see what the final rotation is going to be. I mean, WZ actually could just blow it because they have 9 points. They haven't spent a single point yet.
And this is kind of the dynamic that I was talking about, Hitbrain, where I was wondering if when we do go to an aggressive map, it isn't necessarily a matter of increasing diversity, but rather teams just having a second set of 3 characters that everybody wants to play. And it looks like we are getting that here with the Tyra and Takeda being so choicey. We are getting some amount of variation near the end here, but this is another very top-heavy lobby in regards to a lot of people picking that same composition.
I totally missed what team that was, but did you just see the Yue Shen Ferrier comp?
That's did
crazy.
See it, yeah. A glimmer
it's
of
like
it
a weird type of cannonball. I like that. So when Ferrier first came around, she had comp split around her, right? Ferrier got nerfed, and then her V3 got released, which is the one where she puts the pillar down, it knocks people back if it hits. Nice little thing if you can land it, but like you don't play it for that. You play it for anyone on your team can run to that pillar and get in the mech. So Ferrier doesn't have to be the one piloting the mech. And we saw a world's meta defined around either Yoto or even Monk, who would basically ult at the start of the fight, jump into the mech, build their rage back up really quickly with the mech, jump out of the mech once it fades, and then get back into ult form. It's going to be a similar thing, I'm going to assume, here for the Uashem. Now, there is a world where they don't run it that way, and they just go double transform, full aggresh. But I feel like you can use the Uashem space buying, then he can jump in the mech, then he can jump back out and transform again. It would be so powerful to go into. I like that. That's a really cool little pickup.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be something to watch out for. We also still have a few straggler Viper comps getting picked here, and I think this is where its raw power may really show, because it's not as directly oriented as a counter pick against anything we're seeing in the lobby. This is just kind of banking upon her strength as a character.
I don't know, man. The Viper silence, if you run silence Viper, it doesn't matter who you're playing into. Being silent sucks. This is the thing about Viper, like, she is a hard counter to like Monk and stuff, but she also doesn't need to have Monks in the lobby to pop
exactly.
off. Viper can still find work, and SR actually running a Zyphon comp as well here. No healer is the big thing. I mean, I guess you got healing from your Matari, but no like proper full dedicated healer like a Zip or something.
Yeah, none of them spread throughout the entire lobby here. But big focus, I think, is going to be upon the Takeda and what they can do to centralize fights. This being the top set of picks here means that we really are going to be getting another game where Takeda's doing damage, and then notably, the Syras are back. I was not expecting that out of trios in the current meta, but yeah, Syras may be the defining factor of late game team fights, and particularly Final Circle, where that sustain still matters a lot, even as alterations have been decreased.
Well, she's not nerfed yet, so she's still pretty strong. Players, the reason I think you're seeing people lean away from the Syra is they just don't want to get too reliant on her with the fact that she's going to be useless soon. So right now the attention is, we'll test out some other comps, but when you're in this half of the day and you're having these Takeda comps, he's very reliant on having a Syra. Before it was a Zip or a Karumi to keep him alive, but now it's the Syra who brings crowd control and healing. So makes sense that they're going to default back to that. I'm curious whether or not we see something like a Matari join this Sand Siphon comp later down the line, or if it just defaults back to Karumi once the Syra nerfs come through. But, that's all speculation for the future. Heading over to Neomatar. BBE. Getting themselves in a bit of heat here. No weapon on to one of their players. Water throws the Dazzle down, makes the connection onto Royuji. Water going very low. Where is the backup here from FBX? Kiki makes his way over. Water has gone down. And they have been able to grab himself a weapon. Now the man advantage. BBE can push this even further. Throws down the unload from the spear. Yaran gets knocked back briefly here from Royuji, who's just continuing to play that full-on aggression. He's close to having the ultimate up and available. He's got a bit of invisibility to work with. Now a transform as Yaran goes down, and that's the transform available there for the side of Royuji. Is he going to fire that trigger off? Not going to be the case. Dazzle goes down, doesn't make the connection onto them, and Water goes down once again. FBX able to pick him up, just giving more kills over. All of the teams scrapping over here. That is Yali going down as well to Royuji. BB open up strong here. Wait,
let's go, BB.
On the drop.
Yeah, we've had a few games that have been reminiscent of this out of BBE today, and this is such a great change of pace. Now, it may be coming a little bit too late on in this bi-weekly for them to actually break past that barrier and get into the 12th spot, but still, I love this look, and I want them to try to leverage this early game advantage, as now we have another fight here, started off by SR.
Well, we're going to see Zhao himself pretty low here. Ultimate committed from the side of TE. Zhao needs to break away. Is able to just about pop line of sight. Throws his own ultimate out in the meanwhile. Doesn't really have a good connection point from anyone to get onto. Nice parry comes out off in the distance. SR still got all of their health bars to work with. Yuka's transform. SR actually making their way towards the ballista potentially to use this as a tool to turn. Haven't been able to solve too much here. Youth, purple weapon. They have to do a lot of damage. SR jumps in, you loses the transform. Rico unloads onto him. Nice parry from Rico. Finishes up onto you. Golden fan here onto Zhao as well. And that looked like it got dicey for SR, but they turned it around real quick. 3 kills over to them.
SR doing a whole lot of good in these scrappy fights, being able to right any early mistakes that come through in the initial engage. They always bring it back just by being fundamentally very strong duelists, as now we have Wolves versus Bauda, NY7 trying to do what they can, as we have CK on the far side of this fight for Wolves, providing artillery fire. Matched by BB from Bauda on Syra as well, as now middle stage, we've got the Sandstorm, CK trying to navigate the far side of this one. NiHQ getting stunned on up, going to be sent sprawling, has a little bit of armor left, trying to dodge back behind the Yurt. Wolves holding center stage and stabilizing during this fight. Bauda up ahead. May have lost a little bit of Hitbrain's audio there. Not 100% sure what's happening. Oh, there we go. Hitbrain, welcome back. We're in the midst of this fight.
Alrighty, well, just going to quickly chase off. Looks like they're going to break away there for a brief second. ZK. Then they might just try and pull this one. Their health bars are a little bit too low, but nice parry comes in from NY7 onto ZK. Throws out the Dazzle, doesn't make the connection, and the health bars are both low on both sides. NY7 is able to take this one as GG, raining Dazzles down onto Wolves. Take himself the kill.
You know, the party shots of the Syra meta continuing to echo here. 330 doing a great job stabilizing those fights. And once again, this character is just becoming the focal point of whenever someone wants to take an early duel or a late duel. I imagine this is what this lobby is going to turn into.
Well, 25 minutes in. Yang not for another 3 minutes. This is typically the point we talk about where a lot of the action slows down. And as soon as I say that, the sandstorm breaks down. SR, they are happy to keep pressing their advantage. They've got that golden weapon onto Zhao, so they want to just rack up the points, close in on that first place finish. But Zhao is getting absolutely bullied here by One Feng. Healing coming in from those dazzles. He's just going to try and play the dash game. Nice scale rush through the door just to play the escape there. Zhao's going to be able to pop up. JL, missing ultimates being forced away. But Rico pinned in the corner there by JL. Rico's going so low here. Massive slam from 17S there with the Meteor. Gets a huge chunk out, but takes down a player. Caught in the wisp. Zhao's going to lose most of his HP off the back of this one. And they do not want to be losing this golden weapon. Yang's coming up soon. SR parried. Golden weapon stolen. Double parry. Horrendous play there for the side of SR.
Ooh, and that was a disastrous fight. I talked about how SR does have the capacity to reduce any mistakes early through really solid fundamental play, but right there, that just was not the case. Rio got caught out. SR decided to overcommit, and while they had a really good entrance point, they, as a 2v3, were unable to make a stand there.
Oh, Creek. On his lonesome right now, just fishing around.
Across the board right now, looking at the count, we do have Wolves at 7 kills yet again. This is a team that's been getting out to really good early starts, and from there, they've been able to bring through a lot of momentum. They could be looking to get on pace for another one of those really high-scoring games, regardless of how they place. BBE, though, matching them currently at 7 kills as well.
I'm a bit worried about TE, though. If they want to go into a Realm of Yang, they have a Yue Shen running around with grey armor. Remember, he's a transformer. His health is based on his armor class. So the grey armor, he is not getting that much health. It's going to be a squishy Yue Shen. Not going to be able to jump in. Perhaps getting a nice purple fan there from a treasure trove. Nice. But with those Realm of Yang spawning up fairly soon, I worry also for for SR, because they were actually pretty set up. They were well geared. They overgreeded into a fight. They left Rico on his lonesome, which is something we used to see from J-Team back in the day, where one person would just get completely isolated and blown up. And now SR, if they do want to run into a Realm of Yang, which I'm going to make the assumption they want to with a Zai comp, they're down a golden fan, which means those chain scythes on the Zai is actually going to be, they're not going to be golden level. They're not going to be doing the most damage possible. So it's these little mistakes that have been kind of accruing for the day over for SR. Had such a good day 1 of the season, and then this day 2 is it's kind of a yikes, to be honest.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It doesn't feel like the mistakes that should be made by a team that's able to score 91 points in a single day of competition. But alas, that's where we are. There's still the chance to be able to right what's wrong. This game is definitely not over. However, they are on the back foot, and I really do feel that by virtue of how they've been playing today, they need early momentum. They need that through the entire game if they want a chance of still taking that first spot, which is within their reach, but with every passing minute seems to be slipping further and further away.
Alrighty, well, I'm going to look at where everybody is on the map. You can see Realm of Yang spawning up, and again, it's a cluster. Everyone's going to the same portals. They're not spreading out. There's a whole load of portals. There's 8 Realm of Yang spots up for grabs, and everyone goes to the same one.
Yeah, and yet at the same time, we haven't seen too many capitalizations upon this to create some kind of like crazy fight or whatnot. People are just there smashing the E key to try to get inside of the Realm of Yang. JL going to enter versus ASE, and this should be an interesting fight. Taking this guy to start things off. TXJ on the trade, on Golden Fan here. That is going to be something to watch out for. They want to play at range, get what they can out of this one. So far, ASE also having to keep things at a distance. On an ultimate here, trying to find access point onto JL. So far, not really finding a whole lot. This will be balanced out by the Syra ultimate coming through the PJ on the other side here. Looking to laser beam down some members of ASC in the midst of it all on Dive Deep. Trying to find somebody here. Not losing a whole lot of health, and now the Atari ultimate, they are invisible. Faria gonna follow through as well, and it's absolute chaos. Fong doesn't know what hit them. JL in trouble. Fong gonna be chased down here. Meanwhile, TXJ has no armor, trying to get out of dodge. XXL has been caught out as well. And now here comes the Hellfire from above. Mist dropping down inside of their turret form, doing a whole lot to make sure that ASC walks away victorious in this one. TXJ don't be able to kill up on the far side of this one, though. And Mist is caught lacking. ASC all of a sudden find themselves down a member. TXJ, though, still in a lot of trouble. And JL have to try to make something happen. Matari XXL, no, it's not enough. ASC win it.
That was so close. The invisible mech as well, brutal, really
ridiculous.
Then the Ramayan's cash in coming through. CGS and also GG and BBE grabbed themselves back for a million birds. Might obviously ASC grabbing it. Don't know about this final one yet. Who's won that one? Gonna be WZ. Wow, all of the bottom guys are just popping off here, actually. That's crazy.
Let's go, BBE. I'm loving this look for them, man. I mean, 10 kills. They are leading the pack right now.
I think BBE have had more kills in this day than they have all of last season, man. Like,
no, seriously.
Crazy. Playing very well. GG. Running around with Golden Fan for themselves. And obviously SR were not interested in going to the run with Yang due to them not particularly having anything to work with as Vault gets opened. GG get the run of the loot, and then they just take off. They do not want to hang around anymore. WZ were thinking about jumping in. GG going toe-to-toe with them both. GG and Scott with a million birds might, so it is a consequence-free let's fight. Unless you get parried and lose your golden weapon, but CGS doesn't really want to be letting that one happen. Kader ultimate ready to go. You can't just pop it off the door though like you used to. Need to wait for the prime moment. Bang. Doesn't make it into a parry. Seeing the Ferry Met get cooled down. At least the pillar has come down. Sandstorm's been thrown out. Creek but has to get out of that sandstorm so we can start shooting the shot. CGS, he's just being crowd controlled. There's nowhere for him to go. Throws down the ultimate. Free range up needs to be used. And he has just obliterated the cannon fire from Creek on the high ground. Adding up way too much. WBG making their way over as well. They've got the debuff on them, so they're looking to try and keep themselves in this, but Creek sniping from the high ground on the mech is going to lose that transform, and actually it's going to be the Syra that they threw inside the mech to try and build up range. Does go down regardless though, as BBE making their way into the fight, looking for the stuns. Yali gets knocked back, but he is going down here to the side of BBE. Roy Hee going to secure that kill as JL also sliding into this fight. This is just a bloodbath here in this Creek. Everyone fighting it over, trying to get cleansed, trying to get free. There's NNE getting picked up here by ASE. They actually weren't able to fully commit to the kill. They're finally taking down ASE, securing the kills as BBE getting caught up by the Fu Ren shot and the cannon fire. An invisible mech from Mist is melting through everybody. That was just a bloodbath.
Yeah, that being said, Mist is not out of dodge just yet, and a little bit of trouble on top of Frozen River right now. ASE in general having to work extremely low in this one. Nbpl looking to turn things on a dime. They will lose a member, though. However, with Syra ult as the stabilizing force, I don't think Mist has anywhere to go. They will be lasered down, and this will be the last of the Vermilion first fights used, as now SR is trying to move on out of here. They're looking for stragglers. They're looking for someone to pick off, but they are not strong enough to reinitiate any kind of fight.
Still got that debuff on though, FBX. Trying to find that final cleanse. GG down though means they're at a big disadvantage here. They do have some money, so they probably should be able to get someone up. Let's pop in a little bit of something here. FBX playing escape now, deciding to leave. Don't want to hang around anymore. 45 seconds left on that debuff. Same for Balor actually as well. 50 seconds on them. We'll see a few more people going down. Rebuff charms are going to be coming in really big here. As Cookie potentially being found actually. Bowder might have found enough time to just secure this kill. Cookie trying to play escape. Sandstorm gets thrown down there. Full sending it for Cookie. He gets a little bit of a shield off, tries to break away. He just got to buy time, and I don't think BB is going to give him that. There's going to be the cleanse on the Soul Bloom. Did they actually get... They got 2 people cleansed. Okay. They're chasing up for a little bit more. Water Looking to see if he can maybe get out, but nope, he is going down. That is going to be the final cleanse for Bowder. They're happy. They're done.
Yeah, that was a very interesting decision there by Water going in. We're going to watch a replay now. This is going to be BBE facing off against WBG inside that first realm of Yang here. BBG come out ahead with their million for this fight. Let's see how they do it. Roy Hee currently the focus. Great movement here. Viper ultimate going to be popped here by Cloza as well. Cookie caught out in a rough situation. Sandstorm is going to be activated here. Roy Hee is going to jump straight on into the heart of the beast here, utilizing the weight shot ultimate to do so. Jumping on top of the pillar. They're going to be sacrifice plays for the team. Cyro ultimate here from WBE. Able to stabilize and stave off the pressure that BBE brings to the table. NNE actually going warningly low here. Slows though, going to be able to reconnoiter with Roy Hee, and massive visibility is being dropped. Roy Hee happy to just get in there. And this is the power of Yuesham in enclosed spaces. Working through the team. BBE takes it at range.
Really, really nice fight for them as we're cutting over to the live realm of Yangs now. This is 5-2-1 taking on GG. GCGS. Golden Fan in the pocket. Sandstorm's already been thrown down. Fat Milk is just being chunked off screen. Look at that health bar. He is obliterated. Buren jump now available here for CGS, but he gets caught by the dazzle. Knocks Panty back. Doesn't want to be pressured onto. Buren jumps in on exchange between the two of them. Panty's now the one to get caught by the dazzle in response. Another Buren shove. Gonna be trying to get used here by CGS, but gets hit once again. Buren jumps on the Panty. Panty going low. One more shove available here for CGS. Catching the upshot on the fan. Panty's health bar is just getting eviscerated. Jumping over Panty's Buren shove. And 5-2-1 grouped up, chunked out, parried, stolen of their fan, as Panty will not be long for the world. Lot wrong for this Roma Yang. GG absolutely crushed them.
Incredible stuff coming out of GG. And speaking of teams that I think are developing their style, Hit Brain, I'm really happy to see the fact that GG still have incredible endgame. They are playing late so darn well, but that is now being paired with some really solid aggression and scaling from early on in this one. And right now, they're in great shape grabbing that Mystic Might. Now we do have a little bit of a pullback here in the real world. JL looking for a chase down versus FPX.
Looks like Kiki. Playing escape. I mean, he is, I believe, the last man for this team. No, he's second to last man for this team. So they've just split off in different directions and hope that someone makes it later into the game. But I don't think it's going to be enough here for Kiki. He's using the movement very nicely. I mean, never find a full into rock. Ah, fumble on the rock. Oh, could probably be it for him. No, actually, fumble in response to that. It got a pin. Kiki commits ultimate there. Through range shoves are available, but I mean, they need to group up nicely if he's going to go for that. First one only hits the JXL. There's going to be the clang. I think that's probably just going to be the end of Kiki, although he's doing a good job of playing escape.
Yeah, the movement is super tight here. You talked about that one mistake on the rock, but ever so much is able to inch away. Still has that ultimate available. A few more charges left. Unfortunately, there's too many hook shots, and JL are happy to take this chase during downtime. Nothing else better to do than prey upon FPX, divide, conquer, get the kill. That's XXL.
It's another kill over to JL. Waters here. Maybe able to pick up his teammate. Seeing where the money is. Oh, no, I think Kiki had the money for the rebirth charge. Oh, no, they rebirthed ZG. Okay, ZG is back. It's not completely cooked, but yeah, bad timing for them on that one.
Yeah, this is going to be slow game from FPS from now on. Here we go on replay. Back to the second realm of Yang fight. This is going to be WZ versus ASE. Looking at Wonk playing really, really high up here. Good job using the musket to hover in place, get some splash damage, and now we're into the eyes of Creek. Creek in particular has been doing such a good job finding space for the team. When they're on the Shanghai, now when they're on the Syra, they're controlling the battlefield beautifully here. And with Wonk also dropping in as the Faria, getting that mech available, they're just kind of able to isolate this for ASC and not make sure that they don't get quite as value. Khan going to go with the ultimate here. Unfortunately, ASC just ripped asunder in an instant there as damage goes on the two members, and this is left all low to be cleaned up.
Nice little fight there for WZ. Having a good day. Having a very, very good day for them. 11 minutes left in this game number 4. We're going to have that Roma Yang Spirit World spawning up fairly soon. 31 players. It's been a very aggressive game, but funnily enough, there's still a lot of people kicking it about now. Obviously, debuffs means that we're most likely lose another 6 players fairly soon, so it puts us down to a semi-normal number for this point in the game. But I have to admit, I am surprised by how many people are left in this game, especially with how much action there's been.
There's been a lot of responsive and responsible play where people are only going in if they have, say, Vermilion Birdsmite, and teams are only pushing the issues absolutely necessary. The thing is that just the tempo of the game has been raised so much with the balance changes. And speaking of which, here, 5-2-1, looking to take a fight. Peek in a lot of trouble. Invisible, doesn't matter. Campy gonna run in, clean them on up, pick up a kill inside of the shadow.
He hit the trap. There was a trap by the door. Hit the bear trap. That's rough. I think also another thing is there has been a lot of kills, but there's also been a lot of like one person getting away and finding a way to pick their team back up as well, or rebuff chance being used. It's just been one of those games where a lot of those kind of resources have been done. So even with all of the action, there's still like been plenty of little bits here. The ASC and Fowler himself in a scrap with those debuffs on, so once he gets himself cleansed and transformed here. Golden weapon, so he's gonna do a lot of damage, but kind of getting that trap controlled, and the Rock's proving a bit of a menace right now for him on that UA Shen. We're seeing Miss go in for the transform, them already going down, and everyone heard the fighting. Look at all of the insects scurrying over to get involved in the fight.
Yeah, Han still trying to hold his own right here, but that's Bauda coming in to try to contest, and now he's dropped out of ult form and just gets melted by the arrow shots from afar. That's what happens when multiple people are grouping like that. GG down on the lower ground, trying to just occupy space. And CGL on one side, they know that there's people up above as well. And now, because there are so many people creating this incredibly dense share, what's going to happen is that nobody wants to be the first one to pull the trigger anymore and risk a full wipe. GG, therefore, going back off, retreat back to the wilderness, and we'll bring you angle.
Well, looks like they are going to just peel off for the moment. Remo Yang Spirit will coming up fairly soon, like we said, so I think the attention is probably going to shift over towards that. So, can you tell? I didn't see actually, because we're currently looking at Soul Jades that I can't read because I don't read Chinese. But I think we got, yeah, there it is. I think we've got still a few teams running around with that debuff on.
So here for a second, what we're looking at, but right now, it's GG. I think continuing to show their dominance over late game objectives here by just holding this one steady, as meanwhile, Wolves are a little bit more contested, currently grouped up around their own well. They will be able to pick it up.
Yeah, gonna pick that one up. As everyone else is going to get themselves the debuff on. Wolves, there is like a slight delay, if I remember right, so Wolves should be okay. They're not going to get the debuff, but GG. Pick that up, swapping out. Hung Sword, making sure it goes on to the right targets. Golden Fan on CJS, and there is a big cluster here actually of people getting on this point, so it's like right now, they're all looking to fight for it. Bowder having been able to pick the flag up though, so they're just going to head back, drop that off, and get themselves cleansed of their debuff. Although I think they're a little scared because I don't know where the capture point is. There's just so many people here. This is just chaos.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a shop. Everyone was just doing a bit of shopping. I see.
The day out on the town, it's Black Friday. Everybody getting prepared for the final fights of this game. We got about 7 minutes left on the clock. And there's some teams right here that are going to be in dire straits. SR down to one player. Realm Yang debuff onto that Matari. FPX in a very similar situation. Only 2 kills from them. Not a whole lot in the way of materials. And they only have 2 of their members. Bauda do have the flag upon them. We're going to see if anybody tries to intercept this attempt to carry it across the map here. But I do think that they will be cleansed.
Well, I don't think anyone is. They're just going to run into the Shadow Corruption, grab himself this one. Zem can heal up. That should be the cleanse for Bowder. It's adding up though. There we go. Cleansed and free. So Bowder, not have to worry about that one. It's kind of smart by them actually. They waited for the zone to move beyond and then went to capture because no one's really looking over there at that point. So pretty intelligent play actually from Bowder, just to play that, you know, in the sense of like,
oh yeah,
we'll take a little bit of damage and risk potentially getting jumped, but we're realistically less likely to get jumped if we do it while the zone has gone over where we need to go.
do my eyes to see me hit brain, or is that BBE and WZ leading the lobby in terms of kills, 12 and 13 respectively? It may turn into more here. Roy P definitely feeling the pressure. FBX trying to chase them down. This is a split fight. They're going to get intercepted from both sides here, and that's also going to be JL trying to kill the situation.
Can't see GG, which means they've actually moved into top 4. So maybe they have more kills. SR going down, WZ able to secure that. That's their 14th kill of the game. Oishihi does the transform here. See if he can hunt anyone in the Terracotta Warrior. The Draco Storm is up, so it's going to be a little bit hard. Everyone's just going to scurry and hide away in different corners. I'm curious how many kills GG have got right now, because they could potentially be a big contestant here.
Yeah, I think that GG at the very least have really, really solid materials and not just the outright lead in terms of points. BBE now kind of taken out of it for the time being.
Oh, and then he's so low. He got hit by base breath. If someone sees him, he's dead. And there he is. Yeah, GG get him.
Yeah,
so,
Water's in a lot of trouble as well.
They have those 12 kills, but they now only got 1 player left.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be an awkward position to be in. BBE in trouble. TXJ also in trouble. Just going to get absolutely blasted by the Bane's Breath. This is the most uncontrolled fight I've seen around this for a while now. XXL try to do what they can with Ultimate. Here comes the Spirit Well. This is what everybody was fighting over. GG looking to control space. They're going to burn a lot of resources to do so, but TXJ has the whole time looking for a way back into this to try to stabilize the team. Dazzle's coming out. JL currently in control of Spirit Well, and I think GG will back off.
BB aren't as desperate as JL after this. They've got 48 seconds left on the timer. Young's going to throw in, but JL, they get Draco Storm, they get cleansed. And I think they were the last team to get cleansed, actually. So 20 players left in lobbies. I am genuinely surprised. Wow, good tracking there from Young. I'm genuinely surprised by how stacked the end lobbies are. On Sunday, we were not having anywhere near this amount of players left in the final circle.
Yeah, it seems like the shift has always been that the end lobbies are getting smaller. Same thing in the single side, but this is absolute chaos. And this is coming off of a pretty chaotic game, too. It's just people got revives. People fought when they had Vermilion Bird's Might. And so now we got an absolute car crash coming our way with 4 minutes left on the clock.
Right now, just playing around terrain. I'm sure they're very happy there's no monks here. Apparently they're not playing monks because monks are not like this. There's way too much to hide around and evade him. Don't click the portal. You will die, guys. That's probably going to be my biggest foe for you. Right now, GG just setting up in a house. Gonna play this nice and chill. Bell gets rung. I believe that was GG who rung that, so if that was off cooldown, they'll be able to see where everyone on the map is. One going low though, that Draco Storm from JL being a real menace, and Wonk is so low, getting absolutely blitzed by the microwave from that Syra, trying to dodge away on the Orb, trying to roll out of safety, caught by the Wisp though, and Wolves will secure the kill. Beautiful pickup on the WC, and they were leading the pack on kills. Losing a player this early towards the end could be detrimental to them. No barrier, no safety net. As WZ actually get caught inside that building. Creep, low HP, as he is just CC'd. The Brew End shot, strip away his health bar. He's able to get through the window and escape. The problem for Young is he's been left on his lonesome and his health bar is going even lower. The flying knives come down and finish him up. WZ, their hopes and dreams of holding on to this game have just slipped away.
And with that, their hopes of one final attempt to shove up that leaderboard, I think, are also going to evaporate here. One player left, 14 kills, but unfortunately the PlayStation are not going to be there as a bonus. Wolves doing a great job of sowing chaos, but GG also a major part of that dynamic here. Hiding inside of that house and engaging people at doorway kind of started the chaos. Now that being said, IHQ in a lot of trouble. And Wolves may have accidentally done more than they can chew. Bowda now down upon them, sending wild animals, trying to tear them apart. IHQ holding on for a while. He has very, very solid sustain, but unfortunately, NY7 has everything necessary to to work through their armor, and that will be Wolves taken down now. Bauda doing a great job, even when they were behind on kills, bringing it back here as we have 1 minute 45 seconds left on the clock. Wolves desperately trying to wade on into the battlefield. ZK being taken out. Bauda continuing to keep themselves alive. JL available, 5-2-1 playing up on the cliff side. JL just trying to work as artillery, playing as far away from the rest of the teams as possible. And while this is all happening, GG has held on to their dominant position inside of house, working together to keep themselves well insulated and ready for final circle.
GG have 10 kills in this game. They are at #1 right now on the overall standings as well. Final circle is GG's domain, and they are happy just to wait out the storm, and wait for a moment. I see an Aurora burst proccing there, I believe. I can't see it. That might be GG inside the house. I'll have to keep my eyes on for that one for the moment. If we just can get a little bit of damage off onto GG. Massive work for the staff there. It will spot XXL back in. Sandstorm has been committed for GG. Gun forwards. Nice parry comes down. They want to try and get that staff back as they've got the Soul Jades to work with it. XXL throws down the ultimate, but he is getting staggered. The daggles inside the zone as he is just going way too low. Bufrio continues to just assault from the sky, throwing out orb after orb after orb, just doing so much work. That's going to be Fatnip securing a kill with a flying knife onto DG though off screen. Bufrio hits the edge of the sandstorm, gets interrupted to the high ground, and Fatnip able to take down DJS as Panty for 5-2-1 is putting into work. 5-2-1 are putting kills together left, right and center. They're up to 12 kills. They might even go for 14 at this point. That's going to be the numbers they need. Creeks on the high ground. Somehow WZ are still in this game, but they finally go down in the mix of everything. 5-2-1 going up versus GG. 1 versus 2. 5-2-1 are going to hold strong, and they will take this lobby. What an ending circle from them. You can see how ecstatic they are.
And almost like it was from out of nowhere. We've been focusing all of our time talking about PvE kind, but really it was 5-2-1 who comes out ahead, leveraging an incredible kill score alongside the fact that they were the last one standing to great effect. This is going to be a huge bump in points for them, and credit where credit's due. They came out of nowhere. GG didn't know what hit them.
GG, I thought they had that in the bag, and then I just looked left on the right on the kill feed, and it was all 5-2-1. They just played perfectly on the edge of that. Everyone else did the work, and they just dotted the I's, crossed the T's. Really clean.
Absolutely fantastic stuff coming through from 5-2-1. Usually not a team that I associate as being the best fighters or best duelists out there, but really right there, they navigated that situation, that chaos so deftly. They forced out things like that Cyro ultimate from GG early, and I think that's what sealed that opposing team's doom. So 5-2-1 in great shape here. Let's see what they can do with the remaining 2 games of the day.
Only 2 more to go, and it's not a long break between this one and the next one as well, so teams have to kind of get back on that wagon. SR not finding a foothold in this day at all. They were dominant on their first game day on Sunday, but since then they've really fallen to the wayside. And on the other side, other teams are starting to catch up. I mean, GG do what they do best, they just sit back and be quiet, and then when they needed it, they come to life. And right now, we'll see later in a second actually the overall scoreboard, but it's going to be GG. They're sitting at #1 off the back of this game, even without winning it. Even before the final circle and all those extra kills came through, they are sitting in first place. They are sitting very happy right now.
Oh, absolutely. And right now, that target doesn't really seem to be strikeable by anybody else who is in the current lobby. Of course, there's other teams who are doing a great job. There's a lot of teams that could take GG down and stop them from winning any given game on the day. And in fact, GG, have been denied outside of that first game, any outright victories. But these are all coming from teams who are really playing with the underdog story instead of being someone like SR who would be able to knock them away from that first spot. It seems like at this point, the fate is sealed. SR, they got 2 more games to try to bring it back, but I don't know if they have it in them.
I mean, regardless of what SR do today, it kind of doesn't matter, right? Like, they are still going to be in bi-weekly finals. The problem is how many points they start with bi-weekly finals. That could have been, honestly, if they had like another 91-point day, that would have been record-breaking. It wouldn't have taken them long to get onto match point. Like, that's how good of a performance it could have been for SR, but unfortunately that's not how it is to go. They they kind of got a bit destroyed today. They've had some okay games, but like okay games is all they've had. They've had okay games and bad games, and no like, oh, that's good. Good CSR are back.
Yeah, and particularly, I think that their major issue right now is that while they're having okay games and they're having very good mid games, they have not had any good end games. For some reason, they cannot stick the landing. They're getting picked off early. The way that they're navigating these fights clearly just not working out. But here we go, scoreboard coming out of this game. Notably, GG all the way down in 4th place here. 10 kills, not enough to actually bring them into top 3, which shows just how crazy and lopsided this battle was. WZJL profiting mightily from this one at 16 and 13.5 points, but 5-2-1 almost laps the field at 23.2.
Big game for everyone, to be honest, apart from TE. Walk away with a goose egg. And, you know, that was the bloodbath. And we get a bloodbath game. That's exactly why I hate Monk. You see, a game with no Monks, absolutely explosive. Brilliant performance there. Damage from 5v1, very low. 8,000 damage, but 6 kills. This is literally just comes down to 5v1 played that final circle so well they let everyone else do everything, and then they just tidied it up.
Yeah, 100%. We talked about how they really did kind of just come from behind or come out of nowhere in that last game. And I think that damage is a commentary of it. Here we go. YZG, unfortunately, unable to make it work with 78.5 points. They will not be moving on to the first bi-weekly finals.
That is heartbreaking for them. Alliance now probably starting to sweat. 2 more games to go. They are the next benchmark team. After that is DRG on 113. If someone on the bottom end of the table ends today on plus 113 points, I'll do a backflip. I'll be very, very surprised. That'd be an enormous performance from them. But Alliance, ever so closer to etching their way out of that bi-weekly finals. And a 95-point game, or like bi-weekly, should be comfortably enough to qualify. But as you can see, everyone is just scoring really high nowadays. The bar for NARAKA and the kind of skill level has been raised across the board, that a performance like 129 points there from GG would normally have separated them so far ahead of the rest of the lobby. But there's not that far ahead of OA right now, and I know OA are playing more, but SR realistically could still catch that up. It's crazy how tight everyone is nowadays.
Yeah, it's exciting to be in the Nbpl right now, watching just how close these teams are. And I mean, even the teams that we thought were the clear bottom of the barrel clearly have the ability to pop off here. I mean, look at BBE in this fight. Right here, right now, Roy leading the charge on in, able to catch out Water as they were looking for the escape pathway here. FPX unfortunately gets scattered here at the bottom of the fight. Slow's doing a good job heading off aggro, and then Yali dies as well. Cookie, last one left alive. They will be wiped. I mean, everybody's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. SR, honestly, this game comes down to this fight here. Yeah. Like, they got the golden fan from the puzzle at the beginning, and then they greeded for a fight and then couldn't take the first round with Yang. So they lost a bit of scaling off the back of that. And then it just, mistake after mistake, led into them losing, unfortunately. There wasn't really much they could do. So WZ, their fight versus ASE. ASE, spring champs. They've had, you know, some okay games today, but they have not been on that form. They have not been spring champ form yet.
Yeah, still scaling up. Definitely still a lot of time left in the season, but here and now, the story of the day has been how so many of these teams near the bottom of the bracket pop off, and that includes 5-2-1. And actually, a question about that game: did 5-2-1 even win a Realm of game?
I don't know, actually. They're not really a team I always keep constant track of, just due to typically they're a bit of a middling team. And I mean, look at this. I'm gonna hazard a guess they didn't win, because look at those Soul Jades. Nothing really set up there. They had 8,000 damage. This might be one of the lowest number MVP cards I've ever seen.
Yeah, but it shows the strategic excellence of 5-2-1 to kind of make up for the fact that they didn't take those early fights. They just navigated Final Circle beautifully. And I really thought that even during that period where we were praising the strategy of GG, they had it in the bag. And all of a sudden, 5-2-1 coming out of nowhere, just understanding where their limits were, understanding how to leverage perhaps a subpar build in a lot of ways in order to actually get the victory and for Bambi the MVP.
Every time I look at an MVP card, I do sometimes get a little bit sad about the old days. Immortal War was changed a while ago, but we used to have the Soul Jade lottery where, because we didn't have things like Realm of Yang and stuff, or like Realm of Yang wasn't as prevalent, and there was a lot more downtime. People would just farm up Dark Tide coins, and then they would literally just roll until they got like 6 golden Soul Jades. It was sick. Like everyone's running around absolutely stacked, crazy stuff. Anyway, for you guys at home, grab yourself some goodies. How many players chose to mulch in game number 4? Was it A4, B5, C6, or D7? A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, guys. And check your whisper box because that's where you're notified when you win. You can get yourself the hat. The NARAKA hat. It's sick. Remember, I found this out recently. I haven't got one of these hats. I need someone to send me one. It's when you get to choose it, it's either a girl or a boy one. So you can only use it on your girl characters or your boy characters. So you have to win twice if you want both. Don't forget that.
You know, speaking of Temult, I feel like we actually haven't had much of a discussion about Temmie and how he's fitting in with these compositions that we saw, and I think we're going to continue to see for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, no, I mean, Temult he's been a staple in the meta for a long time just due to like the Sand Siphon comp being so prevalent. Obviously, things have shifted a little bit. Starting to see more Monk. I think Blind Date being removed has messed with the ecosystem of the meta a little bit. But as we move on from that, I think, you know, when that returns, maybe we'll see a bit of a change. Also, Temmie has had a change where the way he interacts with other Tammies. Before, the reason Tumulch was so good into Sand Siphon was because Tumulch just basically countered himself. So they'd ult, you'd ult, and it'd be fine. But now things have changed. You don't refresh your wisps from walking through someone else's. You have to walk through your own walls. I did actually get it confirmed because I spoke to some people yesterday. Tumulch's ult is one of the only ults that wasn't affected by the ult changes we saw coming into this season. So while everyone else's durations on their ults has been decreased pretty dramatically, Tumulch is the one guy who keeps it the same. And I have the numbers because I spoke to Savario about this. So I'll bring those up. Yeah, so if you run V3, it's up for 12 seconds. If you're on V1, it's up for 16 seconds. So those numbers are still unchanged. So you still have for 16 seconds of ult, which, funnily enough, is still probably shorter than a Monk ult pre-nerf, which probably shows you why that nerf needed to go through, to be honest. I think he's in Monk for like 20 seconds instead of 30 now. I could be wrong. It could be less or more. It might be more.
What's weird is that it still feels like an eternity when you're in Tumult ult, and I feel that in comparison, you spend so much time just like walking away from Tianhai that it doesn't feel quite as egregious now that it's down to 20 seconds. At 30 seconds, 100%, that was way too darn long. But I feel that Tumult right now is going to definitely be a character to keep an eye out for. I wonder if people are going to be burning as much in the way of hero points on him as they will like kind of the compatriots that he's currently being played with in these compositions. There's still a lot in terms of the hero point economy to go around when it comes to the draft. And I think that what we're going to be seeing in games 4 and games 5, or games 5 and game 6, is very much kind of a similar look as to what we had here, a very top heavy set of characters being picked over and over again.
The problem with Tumulch is he only actually exists in a few teams, so you're not really worrying about hero points on him. You're looking more at the things like the Cicadas. That's obviously the guy you want. That's the guy who's the carrier of that team, right? Where like Tumulch, there was once a Transformers comp where he ran where you didn't run a healer at all, and it was Yuashin, Tumulch, and Monk. But that comp has been dead in the water for a long time because Monk is way more reliant on having sustain than he used to be. And that was also back when, before we had like the Spirit Wells, back when it was like a Mora's Blessing that would appear in the final circle. Tumulch would just run down, slam that down, and his team would cap, and it'd be off that. But yeah, I think the Tumulch is not one you're really that fussed about burning hero points on. You're much more fussed about things like, annoyingly, Tianhai and Monk, or, you know, your Cicadas, or your Viper being the big one as well. Like, I feel like they're right now the big 3 for where you want to burn your hero points.
I have also been kind of wondering whether or not there is still an argument for running a Tianhai comp here at the very end. With the Fireflies up, of course, they don't benefit quite as much from that. But I'm thinking that a team like SR that is really kind of struggling out on every other team, but has surprisingly found success specifically on SR, might actually revert back to it when they are desperate to try to leap up and accumulate as many points as possible for seeding purposes.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure their coach just got the belt out backstage, to be honest with you. Like, they had themselves set up for a very, very good first Realm of Yang with a golden weapon. And then they just fumbled it by being too greedy and trying to farm some extra kills, where, like, honestly, they don't need to play for any kills. They just need to play for, like, a good ending. That's what they're after right now. So I'm sure they've been told off about that, and I'm sure the game plan is less greed going forwards.
Less greed, more reads. You know, that's definitely something that all of us can really live by. And I mean, it worked super well for 5-2-1, right? They come out with a ton of kills. They come out with the #1 spot in a game where before they were not greeting. They were playing incredibly controlled. And in fact, them being able to work as a pace setter is what managed to get them to game #4. Here we go, looking at WZ, another team that absolutely popped off in the last game. They were unable to bring it fully home, but WZ winning a full lobby on the day really kind of feels like they're completely writing the narrative that they are the bottom team in the league.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested by WZ because they've been such a forgettable team. It's probably the nicest way to word it. They've been trash, man, for a while, and today has been a day where they look like they've started to try and step it up, started to try and prove their worth. Is it going to be enough to make it out of this hole that they are in? We'll have to see. They've only got 2 games to climb it into that the middle of the table, if they want to make it to the bi-weekly finals.
It's going to be incredibly difficult for a lot of these teams at the bottom, especially as those above the very bottom are still accumulating a lot of points. FPX kind of working as one of those mid-pack teams that's doing a really good job of kind of being a gatekeeper of actually entering into the bi-weekly finals. They've had very good performances throughout the course of today. Let's see if they can continue to bring it home.
Yeah, I've never understood why people have their keyboards like on like a 90-degree angle.
It's those shooters, man. They want as much mouse space as humanly possible.
They've got so much space here.
Absolutely.
And I don't know why NARAKA players do it. Like, not all of them, as you can see right now. GG. Pretty normal position for their keyboards to be. Some may be slightly deeper than others.
I think it's like a style thing after a certain point too, right? It's like you're making a statement. You're like, yeah, I'm a gamer. I don't have to, ergonomically type out messages. I'm just here to waz and kill people.
I'm obviously not. I'm actually more of a MOBA player. That's kind of where I got my start. Mm-hmm. Do they move the position of like waz and where it like goes? Like, does A become forwards, or is W still forwards? Because when it's off sideways, that feels like it would screw me. Like you're pressing
it's still
to go forwards.
WS forwards. It's just that, now it looks like they're accessing it on the side. It's definitely a weird way to play, but it's also like, I think that people see streamers do it and they're picking it up. Like all my kids at like a middle school age at the school I work for, they all play with very, very heavy tilts whenever they're jamming Fortnite or any of those games.
Crazy. Well, here we are into Hero Pick for our 5th game of the day. See what these guys have got loaded up. Where our teams are. SR in the middle. So SR, WZ, ASE, T are going to be last round for Midoriya at the end of the day. Means FX, Bowder, GG, and JL are going to be in that first selection. Morris Ion Knight.
This should be an interesting one. You talked a lot about map familiarity being a big factor that can actually incite a lot of aggression in players just because they feel confident at any point of the map being able to move in and out of fights. And so hopefully we see that combined with the fact that it's a night map lead to some crazy bloodbaths. We remarked about how even though game #4 was action-packed, fact of the matter was it was still a massive circle at the end. I would like to see a little bit of a shift away from that to a less dense final circle, and I think that a lot of that is going to come down to just how aggressive this first round selection is going to be in regards to the composition. We got a Takeda comp coming through yet again, and it has been the same throughout. Templeton and Syra going to back it out, but Wolves instead go in that secondary direction for the Viper movie.
I don't think they had the money for it. I don't think they had the points to be able to lock it in. That's why they had to lock in that comp instead. Remember, the first time you pick a character, it's free. The second time you pick it, it's 1. Mm-hmm. So if you picked all of those characters already, it's 3 points to lock that comp in. So probably why they're holding out for the moment. WZ locking in the ice pick. Seen some good stuff actually from our Pharaohs today. Excited to see if they got anything more. I can't believe WZ is still on 6 points. That's crazy to me. I mean, actually, all of these guys are on low points, but burn your points. Your first hero selection next time. Oh, my word, GG.
Yeah,
oh, my word,
picks.
FPX. Why are you being so scared?
But at the same
I
time...
I want to see something mad next time. Well, JL about to get blasted.
Yeah, very interesting.
JL, actually, they're so done. This is actually going to get so ruined. You're the only monk in the lobby. The moment you transform, about 18 repeating crossbow shots are going to come into you.
Absolutely true. What I will say is that I don't think that anybody's getting the short end of the stick by being too conservative with their hero points this round, though. They're at the end. If we're still going for a Viper composition, you're in darn good shape, particularly if JL, as one of your compatriots, is going to basically feed you and counterpick themselves.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by JL's pick there. Remember, at the beginning of the day, JL actually surpassed SR, had a profile there. They surpassed SR 4 placement points and actually went higher in the table. SR have since claimed back their spot a bit above them, but GG now are the team sitting at the top of that table. Let's see if JL can do this. I just honestly, I'm 100% believe these guys are about to get ruined. Like, I don't know how you're going to play monk in a lobby when you're the only monk.
And for as much as we've been down on SR, a lot of the same messaging goes the same way for JL. And so this is kind of a disappointing pick in game number 5. The fact that SR dropped below them and then pulled back up shows that neither of these teams are scoring a whole lot in the way of points.
I mean, so the way it works is the players actually don't see what each other picks. They only know what's banned. So JL may have just gone under the prediction, but other teams were going to be picking the monk comp here. But at the same time, they knew that like things like Viper was open, so why would they have not just figured that was it? There's also a world of which JL have already burnt a lot of their points on things like Viper. They literally couldn't afford to play it, even though they've got a bunch of points. You never know. There's a lot of things that could have played into that, but here we are loading into game number 5, having a look at the setups. Once again, it's only going to be Viper that's going to be having different stuff.
All right, looking at the compositions, generally things are going to play out the way that I expected game number 4 to play out, just echoed here. The one for Rhea composition, I think, is actually going to be something I want to keep an eye out for, particularly because it is WZ who are, frankly, massively overperforming on the day. For Rhea was absolutely integral to a lot of the really chaotic fights that we saw mid-game in the 4th round, and so hopefully Wonka will be able to bring it back here and do the same kind of thing. We got a dense drop there on the west side of the map, and maybe some action early because of that.
Surprise, GG at Secret Tunnel. No changes there. SR dropping to potentially grief them. Now, the thing about GG is, if they lose their drop on their drop and they just die there, they're out the game. They're a team who just get really in their head about it, and they always seem to crumble. SR know that right now they are playing for potential first place. GG are the team in first place. You know where they're going to drop on every map, because there's only 3 locations across all 3 maps. So you go to that spot, you take them out early, you snowball off there, and potentially SR could grief GG out of first place.
And SR, the last time that we were on Morris Isles, did a very good job of actually getting an early fight going their way. It was one of the best games on the day. So Hipbrain, I do think that they are willing to try to go for that kind of strategy again. And here we go, GG immediately going to get into an encounter with SR. LXM already taken down. And Hipbrain, you are reading the crystal ball right now, because I think that SR has just landed a brutal blow so early on in this game number 5.
Watch GG, if they lose this fight, all 3 members down, watch GG go into final circle with a maximum of 3 kills. Like, that'd be, I guarantee you they're gonna crumble here, because this is what GG do through and through. Is the textbook GG game. They're trying to play escape, but SR giving up chase. They want to take them down. CGS caught by the grapple. Trying to make some level of escape. Still got a couple of grapples left available, but CGS being a rundown here. Grapples on. SR are committing a lot of time to this GG case, but I guess it's early kills. They want to pick it up. CGS breaking away. He's going to try and get some healing done, but SR, they just will not let them out of their sight.
Good scale rush. This is a lot of space being bought right now, though. I do wonder whether or not SR are going to decide to continue to force this. Down to only picking up a 1 kill. We got another fight here. It's going to be FPX and JL as the initiators. Water immediately going into the Ruation ultimate. Going to wade right back into the Sandstorm as well to try to control the pace of this fight versus WBG. Y'all in a lot of trouble. Able to heal up just a little bit here off the back. The Dazzle coming their way as Uran is firing into the backline. And Water actually is feeling too much pressure. FPX are going to peel on out of there without getting much of anything.
Yeah, just going to call it. Going to peel away. Play defensively here. Uran, though, open up onto CG. He is just getting jungled on the high ground. Free range jumps comes down. There was a parity Uran. He throws the Dazzle out. It may make a connection, though. Not going to be enough. But Transform comes out from TXJ. It's JL hunting for the kill here. And launch forward looking for Yali. Yali able to play around the back of the tree and just play evasion on these grabs from TXJ. There's a ballista though, and that's going to be enough from Water. Beautiful snipe, TXJ staying out of line of sight of that ballista, but the shots are coming in, and he is getting absolutely rained on. One more shot would have been enough for Water to finish that one up. The salty run back from FBX. Kiki being chased onto by JL. What a shot on the ballista.
Unfortunately, FPX maybe overstay their welcome on this one. 2 players going to get popped here, so I believe that all of them lost their respawn. And that's going to be Water taken down as well.
So they're okay. They only lost 1 player there, I believe, but still rough for FPX.
All right, looking here at WZ. Less action-packed of a start for these bottom teams out of what we've been usually expecting so far. For Bauda down, it's only been BBE picking up a single kill. But I imagine that the aggression is going to continue. We are beginning to encroach upon that time where people are getting very conscious about Realm of Yang. But people have also been much more willing to fight Realm of Yang gates than I've seen in the past. So that could also be a place in which a match is lit and a fire is sparked. This currently stands, though, 5-2-1. I want to keep an eye on them a little bit more, Hitbrain, because they're also a team that I have just not been appreciating. They are out to a very slight kill lead.
Well, Realm Yang spawning up in 5 minutes' time, so... You know, we've had a lot of action, but it's actually definitely more one of the chill games early. Which is really bizarre, because it's Firefly, it's cicadas. But for whatever reason... Everyone has played relatively chill. SR only 2 kills under their belt. HG chasing around here for a second, see if we can find anything. BB and WZ actually haven't really been able to get too many kills off the belt as we are looking at SR once again. Going for an early fight. Remember NightHQ, Slam comes in as NightHQ is about to lose that transform. Just step away from that one. We see a Viper ultimate being committed into Sandstorm as well. 17F able to break away, pops ultimate, looks for the scale rush, and TK goes down. Rico able to secure that kill. Nice pick for them. ZSR, that's their 3rd kill of the game. Actually, they're continuing to chase again. So then they are going to be keeping to that slightly greedy, I think, playstyle we've seen from them. Musket shot tried to hit the bell so they could get a spot on where ZK was. Misses the grapple, though, so DK's been given enough space to break away. Meanwhile, Bowder finds NightHQ, and he's down.
Wolves are getting bullied this game, and it looks like the action is going to continue here. BBE running into 5-2-1, and 5-2-1 is presenting a beautiful united front here. That's going to be free from WZ, though. Hit on the backline of this one. Pampy and company trying to work center stage. Ivan, though, no longer on Cyro Ultimate, is just going to peel back away from this one. Young also trying to recover as much armor as possible, but here it comes the Bane's Breath. Firing off, creating space, and it looks like the players are, for the most part, trying to just back off from this. 5-2-1 pressed over the hillside, ASE all alone, and things look like they're calming down.
Just gonna back off. No one really wants to full send it now. Loot getting parried is like rough because you're gonna lose like a purple weapon. Getting killed means you're just gonna have to go into reset while everyone else is scaling in Realm of Yang, so it very much makes sense that they're playing this chill. Oh my word.
Wow.
Double halberds. One got absolutely exploded.
Yeah, this is a really unfortunate time for this to happen for WZ as well. tempo loss here is immense, especially given the fact that we are encroaching upon Realm of Yang #1. WZ, I think, has benefited a lot from trying to take those early fights and has been very surprising in the 3v3s. And now, if they're out of lockstep to be able to get that, their ticket to actually trying to score high enough to have any shot at keeping a dream of the bi-weekly finals alive is basically out of question.
Well, 23 minutes on the clock here. And the game plan is chill until Rebel Yang spawns up.
Yeah, you say that, and every time that we do talk about things being chill, it's absolutely
These guys
chaos,
hate
I
me
think
for
you're
whatever
right,
reason.
100%.
They hate me because they pick Monk and they don't listen to what I say. But realistically, if I see anyone scrapping, that is on them. Like, I think that's a mistake. Oh, I like to talk about this. These are one of my favorite circles. So if you'll notice, this circle, a lot of it is actually off map, which means the real estate of this final circle and the next few circles is going to be a lot smaller than normal. What this means is there's less loot, so there's less resources. Now, that used to matter more in maps where we did have like a full-fledged Buccaneer phase and people were a lot more kind of resource intensive. But this forces people to be together a lot more. When people get the Realm of Yang debuff, there's less places to hide from them. I expect these maps, typically when you get a circle like this, it speeds up the maps so much.
And we're going to see whether or not that is the case. As so far, even our action-packed games still are games that run long. Yeah, Bauda and SR approaching one another. I wouldn't be surprised if SR tries something funny here, but 5-2-1 also entering into this area means that things are probably just going to be a matter of balance. Maybe a little bit of cannonball poke as we wait for Realm of Yang to spawn. Mash and E, Bauda will get in alongside 5-2-1, and this should be an interesting fight.
If SR actually tried anything there, I would have taken off their coach and got the belt out. I would literally would have been the next flying over to China to go sort them out. That would have been ridiculous. Glad they didn't. They're going up versus TE, but we're going to see Bauda versus 5-2-1. Nice knockback there with the dual halberds. You've seen Bauda with this double halberds blasting through people, but true range shot is going to lock onto 9Q, but Pappy is caught in the CC, going to get locked down by all of the stuns, and now with the invisibility coming out, beautiful parry actually does make the connection. The through range shot's going to give him a bit of space, but Pappy still losing a lot of HP. That invisibility is only buying them so much here, because VBB has lost so much of his armor. Is NY7 just playing the escape game here? Nobody's gone down yet, but NY7 gets caught in the grapple lock. Really nice little uppercut into that. Knocks back Ibin. Can use this as an opportunity to scale rush off, get a distance and heal up. NY7 gets an armor pot off. He actually will be able to get a second armor pot off as well. Ibin looks for him. NY7 doesn't lose any armor off the back of that one. He jumps over. Parry!
Oh my!
Double parry! Quick 180 around. Pappy's low. And just like that, Bauda have turned the tides to this fight. Ibin caught by the lockdown. A third parry from NY7. Absolutely clutch performance. Battlefield blinking health bar. Ibin even lower, and Bauda, it got dicey for a brief second, but man, NY7 on the Viper, looking crazy good. And what's crazy about this is, he's playing with VVV. VVV is the best Viper in the world, and NY7 is the one rocking it right now. Huge.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming out of Bauda. This is going to give them a huge shot in the arm for the mid-game. Vermilion Birds might giving them that freebie fight ability. TJL going to be the other things coming through with that buff, as WZ in the meantime are going to be able to pick up the Tiger. Or the Mystic Might, excuse me.
Yeah, be happy with that one. Gives them a little bit of survivability, gives you some tankiness, also gives you the ability to scout out. But TE, yeah, TE beating SR inside their Roa Yang. That is not what SR want, but TE, they're closing in on that 12th spot. They've got to overtake YGG right now and then look to beat out FBX for 5-2-1. Alliance probably sweating a lot right now. Actually, I say that. TE on 67 points. They have a lot to do if they want to get 95 points, up to 95 points. I'm sure they're still sweating.
Absolutely. TE for the time being, though, not taking the best fight in the world. They do have presence, so it's not the worst thing. But Xiaodon's going to go down. He's also going to fall. FBX very handily win that 3v3.
That is nice. And also, I'm sure, just as I said, it aligns wiping the sweat from their brow to CTE lose their Vermilion Burst Smite before they really achieve anything with it. Meanwhile, we got WBG taking on Valda here. Valda with that Roman Yang. What? Oh, sorry, with the Vermilion Burst Smite, they can finish up FPX. FPX do not have any. So WBG don't have any debuffs on them, but no buffs on them, so it's just a full-on death for them, unfortunately. JL chasing as well here. Seeing if they can grow the gap between them and SR, because JL have actually been able to jump into 4th place in the standings off the last couple of games.
Yeah, Bauda also within striking distance of SPX's slot here. Position. They are going to try to force a fight. That being said, Han from ASC doing a great job firing from above, and now Bauda are trying to scatter like ants. 9-7 only able to get a stun onto one member of the enemy team, and all of a sudden they're going to be blindsided by this right upon their position with the flying knives. Down to just a sliver of health, they will be wiped, as now 5-2-1 are trying to enter the fight as well.
Able to steal the kill, get a cleanse onto a single member off the back of that one. This fight is not done. SR want to continue that shot forward. Patsy gonna back off, but the fight is happening on 2 fronts. You see a Viper commit the ultimate there from the side of GG. SR waiting for the Viper stun to connect, and then Fat Milk will be their target. Immediately getting eviscerated. Tries to throw down the free range shot, but the Sandstorm is going to be enough. That's 2 cleanses to SR. GG eliminated from the lobby, the first place team. I told you, you drop on them, you grief them, they can't play the game. GG knocked out very early into this one, and now SR just fishing with cannons. Another Viper ultimate coming out for FPX, putting some serious numbers on the board. Peak does fire back and answer out as WBG also doing a bit of work. Absolute bloodbath, absolute carnage as SR jump into 4th place.
Good stuff from SR. This is the kind of game we want to see out of them. There's 16 minutes left on the clock. They need to try to stick the landing. I believe that is FPX also around them as we're going to go back to a replay. This is FPX playing within the realm of Yang here. Water going to UA shot form. My space for the rest of their team here. Jumping in, breaking up one fight, playing with Kiki at the back for the time being. But 330, also inside UA shot ultimate, is going to be made invisible at the exact same time as Water. The Matari's trading with one another. Now means that Water is able to jump in willy-nilly, firing right back. CJS going to be the target of the UA shot for the time being. Viper feeling pressure enough from GG's side. Then LXM is going to fire that ultimate off. Here comes the trade right back in this mirror match. As now we're going to see FPX as GG stunned up. Water still trying to work as the initiator. LXM trying to trade in kind, using the fan for the long range poke. As now we have CJS losing the fight versus CG in the background. As Water's getting heavily pressured by 330. Water crosses up to the far side, will die to the splash damage though.
Nice shot with the cannon there. FPX, 1 member standing, able to turn it around into the 1 versus 1. Nice ending actually for them off the back of that one as GG's LXM gets the knockback onto ZGE. Chunk pretty heavily off the back of that one. ZGE spacing nicely. LXM gets caught by the grapple lock from the uppercut, and that is such a close fight between the pair of them. Looking for the scale rush. Both of them actually got a full reset off in the middle of this as well. As LXM gets knocked back and ZGE keeps himself in control, but LXM equalizes out, and that is going to be enough. As we head over to the next one, Liang, FPX once again inside the action. Throwing down the Viper stun. Sandstorm is going to break out. Yali going low, gets caught and immediately popped. Huge work there from Walton. That's what I was talking about. You got the golden weapon, you got the stabbing action, invisible UHN. It's absolutely brutal. The Terracotta Warrior, such a strong form, does so much damage. A delight to see him back in the meta, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that could be the second way away from the Tianhai, and right now we're seeing a testament to its power in the right hands. Water doing what they can to provide pressure. Cookie in a lot of trouble, staggered. Water able to get back the armor on top of it all. That being said, Cookie with a nice little duck around the post here, going to do quite a bit of damage. Now ZG is targeted Nuevo. Water trying to hand off. Cookie in a lot of trouble. Taking to the sky, somehow still remaining alive. But that means that Yaron is now left alone. That being said, Water blindsided on the far side. He's going to die to Yaron. And Yaron is well on the way to trying to rebuild as much of Siren ult percentage as possible. In fact, they're going to be able to restore their armor here, and now Kiki is feeling the pressure as well. 1v1 for the time being. Yaron looking for the dive in. Kiki doing the best they can. try to keep a whole other lead. With that spear, they are going to be able to play at range. One more blow, but the RMP will do it.
Nice there from Kiki. Catch him with the spear. And Kiki played that well because it got turned into a 2v1. He immediately focused out the lone target, made sure it was a 1v1, and then he just trusted in his own abilities. We do see Roy Kiki get taken down here by Powder. VVV with a cannon. Pretty sad loss for them off the back of that one. With Powder using this Mystic Might to go aggressive. 9, I don't think you're going to be around for much longer, my buddy. That's the end of BBE. Eliminated from the game. And honestly, if I'm WZ, if I'm BBE, I think your hopes of making it out of this at this bottom end of the table has completely gone. Especially TE versus JL inside their realm of Yang. Dude, holding the ultimate for a fair amount of time. There it is, gets committed and immediately uses it to take out Jet XXL. Jet trying to break away here. Nice uppercut. Flying Knives plus Takeda is one of the most filthy combos. He Fu Ren shoves you back. He Flying Knives you at mid-range. It is so brutal to play into. One thing, trying to hide behind his monk, but as soon as that fades away, TE have the advantage versus JL. JL pop the bell, Pete just with the golden Hong sword. Just going to chase up onto TXJ. And it's just a 3 versus 2. I mean, there's not much you can do at this point, TGA.
Yep, and TXJ will fall there at the end, sealing their fate. TE as a group, moving as a unified front. See Weibo off in the distance, moving towards them. I don't think anybody really wants to pull the trigger right now. This is a pretty dangerous place to do engages around, with the potential for third party still very high and people getting more concentrated on the map, partially due to that circle placement that you talked about earlier Hit Brain. It means that we're now in a very interesting spot. 11 minutes left on the clock.
We do have that. Roma Yang and Spirit Well coming up soon. See how they handle this. Who's going to get their attention onto this? WBG still got that debuff on. 3 minutes left though. They're sitting okay for the moment. Not many teams left. 22 players left in this game. And we're guaranteed to lose at least 3. But there's 6 players running around with the Roma Yang debuff on. So potentially another 6 players could go out here. This could be a messy, messy finals. Not many people left.
I totally agree with that. And we are seeing a big grouping of players begin to form here. Weibo on the flank. TE very well aware that they're running parallel to this team. WBG not willing to fully engage just yet. They're going to come across bridge here. Get a little bit of splash damage down there onto Xiaonan. Not necessarily intentional, and Xiaonan doesn't want to respond and pull their team into a massive fight in kind. JL, SR also here.
This is one of the more mellow sections, actually, because of just how many people have been knocked out of the game. So everyone's playing it chill. I'm trying to see where our final circle is going to be, because we are somewhat near the Shadow J mines, but also just south of them as well. Or is this west? I can't remember. It's been a moment. Actually, I don't think I've played Morris Island in a while. So every game I play is either on Padoria or on Holoroth recently. Which is a shame, because Morris Island is my absolute favorite map. I love this map. Mostly for nostalgia. Yeah, it's mostly nostalgia. Like, the other maps have, like, lots of cool things about them. Like the Mercury River, lots of traps and kind of, like, environmental stuff on Holoroth. But, like, I don't know. There's something simple and just very pretty about this map.
I agree. You know, also very much home to some prime real estate, in my opinion. It's definitely number 2 on my list of places I would prefer to live within the realm of NARAKA BLADEPOINT. I don't know. There's something about the Quicksilver River in Predoria that makes me think, I don't know, that probably is causing some massive environmental damage around it. Mercury can't be good for the skin.
No, it's pretty poisonous. There's no real good water there, although it is a pretty map. Padoria is a very pretty map. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I love this map. My favorite about this map, we've only ever seen it once in Nbpl. Wow, okay, everyone with Roma Yang debuff just... Oh no, 5-2-1-R, just gonna run off and... Sorry. JL are just gonna run off and give up. I think they... Do they have a member with the revives on them, or are they just gonna shadow corruption their way out? SR, however, are going to be able to grab himself this Roma Yang Spirit Well. No contest, just a microwave beam coming out. WBG get the other Spirit Well was there to confront Sandstorm, so they're going to be cleansed of any negative effects, and both teams running around with the buff.
We're going to see if any contests or any fights are going to be instigated immediately following this. 8.5 minutes left, and with so few people, probably means that we are going to be a few steps away from actually getting something along the lines of a massive car crash of a fight. It's probably going to be a matter of waiting for Final Circle. That being said, TE want the cleanse. They're going to try to run the flag.
Are we getting a Celestial end? Oh my word, this is going to be a slow end if it's a Celestial end. There's too much terrain.
Everybody's bunkered up.
We could see this creek, and we've had it. This is what I was going to say earlier. We've had it once on the Nbpl. All of the years we had a Final Circle in this creek here by Celestia. That water wheel is one of the few environmentals there is in this map. One of the others is up in the temple where there's the chandeliers can fall down. But if you hit that water wheel, it falls off its support and rolls down, and it will absolutely obliterate anyone. We saw a Final Circle, I think it was me and Darby, so this is a long old time ago, maybe even season 2 of Nbpl, where there was a whole team, like, I think there was like 6 people in the creek, and one guy on his own ran up, broke the water wheel, and it ran the whole group over, and he won the game off it. It was unbelievable.
Beautiful. You know,
we may get an end like that. It's been a long time. It's been a long old time since we've seen an environmental kill like that.
Yeah, WZ just got caught out, got eliminated. I want to see some environmental kills. You know, we got 2 different spiny roller plays in my last time casting solos. You know, I've been denied those today. Really
oh yeah, the 40 roller's the best. I love those. We also because I was lucky. I casted the first ever Holoroth show match. So back in the day when new characters came out and new maps came out, we actually played a show match at the beginning of an Nbpl day on it. And we did a show match for the Holoroth, and one of the players didn't know about the traps. So it ended in a 1v1, and a guy just walked over a spike pit and got blown up. And that was how it ended. It was very funny.
Anticlimactic yet also incredibly fitting for Holoroth.
Yeah. Holoroth was the first time we had like proper environmental stuff. We hadn't really had much of that prior to that. So it's cool that we get more environmental stuff. I feel like Holoroth is out to kill you. It's like Australia. And Padoria, there's a lot of environmental stuff quite nice. There's a few horrible bits. Oh no, ASE. Yao Wen goes down to FPX, who are able to cleanse 1 member. They've still got some more cleansing to do. And I think the teams are going to start to get a little bit more desperate now. Bane's breath's down, and these players have the debuff timing away for them. 2 minutes left. Han loses a lot of his armor. Throws out the dazzle, doesn't make the connection with it. Miss. Great armor. You are not going to last long here with that.
Trying to buy as much space as possible. He's going to be able to get a knockback versus water, but it's not going to be enough. I think that there is an inevitable death approaching them as FPX continue to try to scour the map, looking for any elimination that they can get.
Celestia, man.
The time is beginning to clock down. However, as you said, Celestia is the worst place to try to find a cleanse. Miss somehow still able to elude a death. Now hiding inside of a building. Will be able to kill it for the time being. ASE time is going to shield hanging on by a single thread.
I talked about this at the beginning of the day, actually, when we went to Morris' first game. When you have a Final Circle here, it's actually so hard to chase kills. The players are so good at playing the evasion game in Celestia. It's all NY7 coming down, looking for the fight to start. He's gonna find the connection. That was beautifully timed. TV lose everyone. They lose everything. Another answer comes in from a Viper ultimate. It's gonna connect onto a couple of members, but over the shoulder, Water goes, and he is taken down. An aerial parry comes down in the middle of all of this. Yali throwing in. Sandstorm's breaking down as FR desperately fighting for control of this Spirit Well. Beautiful opener, but WBG should tap.
WBG able to enter in, take this away, and cap. This is going to be very, very important as they need this to be able to answer back against the material advantage that some of those competitors has been able to establish. Notably, though, FPX at a 20 bomb are down a player, and this Final Circle will get very dicey because of that. WBG continuing to try to dig their heels in, trying to make something happen here. Yali with full health gets caught out by a Temple Sandstorm. Will be able to walk her way back in and look for a re-entry point. It will be upon Kiki. FPX annihilated. Will lose another member, and it is down to the Viper Ning.
3 minutes left on this Final Circle. absolute carnage just broke out of nowhere. Everyone had the debuff on and it was about to time out, so they just go for it. SR, all members in the lobby. FPX are on 21 kills though. SR are going to have to find every kill in this lobby if they want to try and find the win here.
Definitely
Huge performance from the side of FPX holding on.
Yeah, FBX I don't think are going to be able to pick up any more kills, and so now SR are in a position where they realize to accumulate as many points as possible, they have to be the aggressors. Usually if you're this far ahead and you're earlier on in the day, you don't have to worry about being the person to do anything right off the bat. You can afford to be the person who looks at third party, but here, that may not be the case. That being said, Valda's feeling the pressure. 9-7 just going to get melted here in an instant, and that means that they will be out of the lobby, as now Weibo is also going to find themselves in the midst of a fight, running away from Viper needing ultimate. They are going to find themselves bunkered down behind an elevated wall, as now the circle has truly closed in. 521 and company are also operating on the borders. SR trying to make use of center space. ASC down to one member in the form of Han. Han just trying to hide out in the wilderness.
SR with 13 kills. Nice bow shot from Rico. Was able to get him onto that 13th kill, but it is a waiting game. A lot of kills need to come through for SR if they want to take this win. FPX, regardless, could still win this, even though they're out now. Those 21 kills they've managed to build for themselves. Absolutely huge. That's an FPX game from back in the day. Been very nostalgic today. That really brought me back to the old days. It's Han going low. 521 chasing onto him. Han's able to get inside the building, but he may just get focused out here by the members of SR. Cannon shots coming in. Han is so low. It's going to take one more shot to finish him up. He's able to pop the ultimate to keep himself going as 521 jumps into the building with him. Panty's going to try and deal with this, as that is going to be the ultimate forced out by Han. He leaves the building, and he's just going to be in the sight of SR. Jumping up onto the high ground. A bow shot is all it's going to take. He's using the tree. SR joined him on the high ground here. 17F trying to finish him up. Han gets on top of the roof. It's 521. He's going to hide out inside the building. Han being zoned out. Zhao's able to secure the kill there for SR with the flying daggers. 14 kills for the side of SR. 1 minute 20 left in the game.
SR have the ability to take this one home. They need to continue to stabilize and wait patiently to see what 521 decides to do. Currently
Cookie's
up
got moonshot
inside of the building.
Cookie's got moonshot on the flying daggers. You can see him holding that high ground. If he clips the team with that as the zone closes, that's it done. Have they also got Palm Lightning? Oh my word, they got Palm Lightning and moonshot. They got both of the big soul jades for the flying knives. Look at the zone. Look at just the abilities going off over there. How the hell do you get near WBG? They're going to throw everything in the kitchen sink out, holding onto this high ground as long as possible, just playing the roof for the second. SR trying to get the cannon shots over the shoulder. Cookie goes to buy some space. Sandstorm comes out. 17F hasn't popped the ultimate yet. Can use it to shove people out of the zone. The Sandstorm doing a fair amount of work. You can see 17F trying to get a pop off to get some of that Cookie back. A lot of golden armor across the board here. Charlie is forced back into the zone. Has still got those flying knights. Has still got the moonshot and the palm lightning to work with. He's going to get zoned into the zone though for the moment, and everyone's health bars are going low. That's going to be Fat Milk with the pulse sword securing the kill. WBG picking up the kills left, right, and center, but this is all SR's game. Rico putting out the work. His ultimate is now timed out, but they are going to chase on. 17S goes low. Yaran timing out, and the lobby times out. I think everybody survived. No big winner. That should be FBX who gets the win off that.
Yeah, in terms of score, FPX definitely racked up the kills early, but they also bowed out a little bit earlier while multiple teams were able to make it to the very end here. We're going to see if the split is going to be enough for FPX to maintain the lead. And as you said, yes, there it is. FPX determined the winner here after an amazing game.
Beautiful performance from FPX there. 21 kills. If they had gone the MVP there and won that at the end, that would have been an absolutely fat performance from them. Would have got a massive multiplier, would have really jumped up. They could have actually potentially jumped into top 6 off that. But unfortunately, alas, not to be. But top 6 is definitely achievable right now for FPX. They have to have a very good game 6, but it is doable.
100% doable, and FPX may be able to shake off that title and give them being in the middle of the pack or a gatekeeper of those entering into the bi-weekly finals. And showing like that, they're actually a team.
Alrighty, well, One more game to go. All to play for. GG got eliminated very early. Like I said, you drop on them, you grief them out of the game. That is the best way to handle GG. We know where they're going to drop here on Padoria. They have one spot per map. If I was SR, I would be griefing GG right now. That would be my game plan. And go for first.
And frankly, GG, for as much as they struggled, we saw them still try to stabilize, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like they actually have an answer to that game plan that you're talking about, Hitbrand. And the games in which GG have underperformed the most today are the ones in which they have been interrupted early. And so that constant feedback that SR should be getting should determine that, yes, that is going to be their approach for their final game. And also, for as much as we're talking about FPX here, SR, I think, showed their true colors. This is the kind of game that got them to that 91-point score in day one of competition. It's just coming a little bit too late for them to rack up the same number of points here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I've casted GG for so long, but I'm just in it. I just have their like play style like memorized in and out, and they only perform well when they're untouched at the beginning. That's the only time they do well. Anyway, for you guys, it's your chance to do well. Grab yourself some goodies. What player? Wow, that's a hard question. What player killed Baldur's NY7 in game number 5? Was it Cookie, Pampy, Rico, or Han, A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, guys? And if you win, check your whisper boxes.
I really don't want to be giving out those hats right now because I don't know how to answer that question, Hitframe.
That's a hard one. Don't worry, just follow the crowd. Be a sheep. That's what everyone else does.
All right. Well, as we reflect upon the games so far today, first and foremost, got to say, things are looking incredibly close as a whole in the NBPL. This is an incredible time to be following along. And let's see, this is the scoreboard. 22.5 for FPX, but SR not far behind at a 20.5 points game performance here with 18 kills under their belt. This is a really, really good showing.
Yeah, really good performance from them. SR, though, 20 points is huge. GG lead with 2 points. So starting to reel in those front runners more and more. Honestly, a good game for a lot of people. Like, Bowder in 5th place, walk over with 10 kills. Like, that was 5 people on double-digit kills there. Absolutely bonkers performance. And look at the numbers. This is a bit more like it. We saw 5-1 with low numbers, 8,000 damage coming out from them, but ZGE on that Viper, 9 kills, 22,000 damage coming in from him. 11 assists on Water with 19,000 damage on his duration. Just absolutely terrific performance from the side of FPX here.
And what I really love is that for each time that we've seen a Viper composition that looks like this win a game, it's been a different character who's scoring the most damage at the end of it all. And that shows the flexibility, and that shows, I think, the long-term viability of this strategy, even in light of a meta game in which so many people are handily picking Tianhai.
Yeah. Well, here's the overall standings. Yeah, I'm going to say it's absolutely over for WZ, Bowder, and BBE. To be honest, even TE. I think actually WBG aren't too far. I don't know. I think with like this side of the table, 95 points is that threshold. They're on 70. It has to be a 30-point game from any of them to even think about it. So I think Alliance, I don't think they can let up the stress yet, but they're definitely way less stressed now. SR, though, off the back of that game, have been able to jump up into 1st place. GG being knocked down into 3rd place off that game. JL catching up, though. Any one of these 3 can end today in top 3 in 1st place. This podium fight is so exciting, actually, at the top end of the table.
And what a statement maker as well. SR basically putting the brass tacks onto GG, able to make it so that they are not only wiping GG early, but they are doing so and in turn leveraging a full-on victory on the rosters. They're in 1st place. They're looking good moving on to Biweek finals. They just need to hold off one more time. And I don't know if GG's going to be able to deal with the kind of mental pressure. Here we go. Looking at FPX, though, taking in this fight inside of Realm Game versus GG.
I mean, ZG played this fight so well. Focused out the last remaining player, hit with a sword. Just played so well. Crazy to see. You know, we're in a world where VVV's not playing Viper and other people are popping off for him. Really, really impressive stuff from ZG here on the Viper. And we saw time and time again, just consistently good fights here. This is Kiki finishing up over on this one. It was so clean, actually, from Kiki. Got the kill onto Cookie. made sure that the 2v1 was a 1v1, and then knew he had a health advantage over Yoran, so was just able to press that advantage. Really clean on the Matari. You know, a lot of attention was elsewhere, but he was just consistently on it. And this was the huge Viper ultimate from NY7. It was so well timed.
And that shows just how much there are shining spots, even for teams and players who maybe in that one case are not eclipsing the very top of the leaderboards in regards to the score. Here we go, absolute car crash following the end of the circle. Yaron trying to stabilize her as long as possible. Syra ult able to board off a lot of the drain, and then they're going to go run over, grab as much from the soul essence as possible to stay alive. Time runs out, it is a tie, and multiple teams get that 2.5 point bonus coming through from their placement multiplier. But here we go, MVP of the game, and it's going over to ZGE on the Viper nade.
22,000 damage, 9 kills over to him. Did 14k with a spear. That cavalry bloom, venom tip and barb bolts. Quick charge bundle called Juggernaut. Ripple step, phantom step, soul jade. The sap soul jade even. Really nice actually coming in from ZGE. No major like kind of game-changing soul jades, but regardless, made it work. Good performance from him. One thing that I actually do think is quite fun is we saw that final circle and how many people there were in it. I'm gonna go back to the copium I had at the beginning of the day. Yotohime with classic, now V2 but formerly V1 ultimate, goes hard there. Like everyone grouped up, and remember, regardless of the final circle, Yoto is one of the few characters whose ultimate goes through walls. Like she will hit everyone. I think it goes really hard there. Anyway, we're gonna throw ourselves over to a quick break, and we're back with our final game of the day. So we'll see you in a moment.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Nbpl as we move into our final game of the day here in Trios competition for bye week number 1. My name is NARAKA here with Hipbrain, and I'm so excited for one more action-packed match.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bizarre day in Trios where like the first half of the day was quite slow, and the teams were kind of, it was almost a classic NARAKA, like old school days of NARAKA where like you'd have lots of people in the final circle. Then we had finally, after game 4, when we got to the Firefly maps, a lot of aggression, but still like no one actually being eliminated. And then game 5 felt a little bit more like what we'd seen from the last year or so of NARAKA, where like the action was there was constant fighting, there wasn't as many people making it into the final circle. What I will say though is I feel like we're not seeing the tempo I expected from NARAKA, because we've even seen in sorry, I'm tripping over words here. In solos, you do see players close out the game before the circle ends. And we started to see a trend of that in solos, in trios as well, where at least once a day we'd have a game end early. But we're not getting that anymore. It really comes down to the wire. It really comes down to final circle. And I feel like I said before the break, there are certain characters who thrive in those situations. Takeda being one of them. Takeda's so good in those situations because he shoves people back into the corruption as the circle closes to kind of buy him and a bit more time of not losing that health from the dot. Yoto is just so good because she has the aerial, slashes down onto everyone. Now, typically we're running the V1, the updated Yoto ultimate, but V2 Yoto does really well and there's lots of people to hit. And the damage spikes so high off the back of that. So yeah, I'm interested to see what these players are going to be doing. We're actually looking at a couple of players right now. These guys are all playing right now for keeps in that final 12 going into the bi-weekly finals. But I actually don't think the bottom end of the table is that interesting, to be honest. I feel like that's pretty much sorted and done. I'm more interested in the top end of the table. I'm interested in SR, in GG, and JL. All first, second, and third right now. SR sitting at the top, GG in third, and JL in second. It's literally any one of these guys wins. Any one of these guys can go into first, second, or third from here. So, all to play for between these guys.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I do think that there's still quite a bit of interest in the bottom half of the bracket, just in terms of, one, utilizing this as practice and a demonstration of strategies, maybe going deeper on into the season or EWC. But beyond that, there's also the ability to be the spoiler, to be the team that comes out of nowhere, wipes, say, GG before they're able to try to make a run back at SR to try to knock that team off the very top of the podium here for the first bi-weekly finals. Now, here we go. WBG, another team to watch out for, kind of operating middle of the pack right now, but with some incredible pop-off moments. I think that this is another group that can really begin to put pressure upon the very top of the leaderboard.
Absolutely. Well, man, TE, it feels like it finally started to somewhat return to the form that we previously knew them for. But is it going to be enough when we get actually 2 bi-weeklies? Because have they qualified? I believe they're in qualification spot right now. I can't remember. Oh, I'm having a brain fart. You know what? I don't think it matters. We're getting into Hero Select for our final game. SRTE, WZ, and ASE all in that first round selection. What are they going to have cooked up on Padoria? Padoria is a map where I really feel like these players absolutely adore Monk. Are they going to lock it in, even with it being a Firefly map, or are we going to see more of these fun and aggressive comps?
That is my worry, is that we are going to be returning back over to a monk-centric composition. And if that is the case, we're going to be denied that opportunity to see anyone really go for an accelerated game pace. I think that we were almost there regarding what you were saying earlier, Hipbrain, in regards to trying to end a game before Final Circle. But what happened is that ultimately we had a pretty unfortunate area for Final Circle to take place in, with Celestia being right there. And I think that things just really kind of slowed to a crawl for a while. Now, this is reassuring. No Monk so far in our first set of picks.
Yeah, you see what happens when you pick Monk, though, when everyone else isn't playing it? You get blasted. That's why at the beginning of the day, like, everyone was locking Monk in because they had confirmation for the other Monks. If you're the sole Monk in the lobby, you just get targeted out. Now, GG are good at that Monk comp, but they're deciding they're not going to go for it. They're going to spend the last 6 points they have, or 6 of their 7 points, to lock in this Takeda Sound Siphon comp. Cannonball coming in, or Ice Pick, sorry, coming in for the side of FPX. There'll be another Ice Pick coming in for JL. Final round selection as we move on to that bottom group. What are they going to lock in here? They can't, none of them can afford the Takeda comp. So yeah, it's probably going to be variants of Viper comps. We haven't seen anyone play the Justina Viper Valda yet, which was a big one at one point. There's also a Tessa Valda comp, but Ice Pick for Wolves. Yeah, just more Vipers. Oh, it's a blessed day. Not a single monk to end the day on.
Very interested to see how this plays out, particularly on Doria, which, as you're kind of talking about, is Monk City as a map, at least in terms of what I've been able to cast for it, especially in that last season, where Monk was still very much seeing a lot of play and a lot of reps. So this should be an interesting one. Something to note here is that even later on, when there was some amount of pressure, people were still deciding to go for specifically the Yueshan and the Matari version of the Viper composition, because I think that everybody is thinking, no, I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to make the most out of Invisible Yueshan ult. And so far, we've seen pop-off plays of that sort from multiple different teams. And I think that therefore that intuition, that idea that they are going to be able to really heavily affect fights, either with something as crazy as that Bauda clutch Viper ult that we saw that really defined Final Circle in game number 5, or the Yueshan plays from earlier on in the day, really will be something to keep an eye out for.
And it's weird because the Yueshan just slotted in for Zai. That's the Zai comp with Yueshan.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, there was a zip in there for healing as well, to be fair. So I guess it's not a strict Zai comp. But I think the thing about the Zai is she got affected by the ult nerfs harder than Yueshan did, even though it hit him as well. Because using those chain sides and being in that chain side form was a really, really major factor for Zai to actually have that impact that she had for so long, and why she was so dominant in trios for, you know, a good year, basically. She was one of the top picks. And, you know, not having the chain siphs for as long, and before they were using it to reset the F and then have them as like an added bonus, but now it's like you get the reset, but then you have to make most of the chain siphs during that time. And I think it's just the ult duration has just completely hit her in the head, and she's now just kind of unfortunately not as playable. So first time we see FPX playing the Ice Pick though. Haven't pulled this one out yet.
Yeah, FPX in a very interesting position as well. So this is going to be a big test. I don't think they have any ability to really climb into the top spot, but as you said, top 6 is definitely within their ability, and frankly, any number of points that you're accumulating from here on out, as long as you're a lock for that top 12, is going to be a benefit to you because of the amount that you're going to be bringing into the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, it's all about conversion of those points. GG getting a quiet start though. SR definitely like to stop here in the middle of the map, and I can never remember the name of it. I'm on a complete brain fart on that one. A lot of action over by where the ball player Essence is up for grabs though, so ASC, WZ, WBG, and I cannot for the life of me make out who's behind them. Is that TE? No.
I really cannot tell.
I don't know. Regardless, the 4 teams over there all going to be playing for that hop drop and trying to get themselves that Volpine Essence off the bat.
And notably, we aren't seeing a fully interruptive drop on top of GG approach from SR. And so that is one angle that we've been discussing as a means by which SR can try to maintain ascendancy over GG. That's not going to be on the table. This could just be a more traditional clash of titans at the very top of the leaderboard.
I think that's a real mistake from SR. I think that also boils down to, like, SR on other maps were more practiced. Like, they know what the secret tunnel drop looks like. They probably just don't know what that drop looks like on GG, so they don't take it. They don't know what the stashes are. They're just playing it a more relaxed, like, let's not full send and potentially, you know, throw the whole game for ourselves here. So makes sense why they're going for that. But Wolves off the bat finding FPX. Not the start of FPX want if they were looking for a top 6 spot. Losing TGE immediately.
Yeah, absolutely crushing that they're going to be able to drop one this early. Wolves in a good position in here. I don't think that they're necessarily at the risk of dropping out of the top 12, but they too are definitely on that pathway forward, wanting to accumulate as many points as possible. But speaking of teams with unfortunate starts, that's Zhao picked out super early and SR dropping a player, maybe as disastrous as to their hopes of holding on to the first slot as anything that just happened to FPX. Now Bauda trying to force a fight, BBE in a lot of trouble. They've already lost one player, now Slows is in trouble. That is actually going to be a full 3-man wipe. BBE, unfortunately, kind of demonstrating here in game number 6 why they have stuck near the bottom of the leaderboard.
SR were able to get a kill onto BBE, and I believe they actually picked their player up there, so it's not a completely lost scenario for them, but not the start they really wanted. As Forbidden Seal's popped over here, which is a bit of a dinner bell for some of the teams, actually, seeing that's been blown, so they just decide to head off and not go anywhere near that. 5-2-1 coming back over. They will be in range of Wolves, though. So potentially could get run over, but we're actually looking at ASE, who are getting jumped here by WZ. ASE, our spring champions, are, you know, they had one good game, but beyond that, they are getting in a dicey situation over and over again. And unfortunately, the ultimate catches the dash onto free, into the freeze. That's the wombo combo. That's the Riot Squad. One trying to break away, but Zhao just chases him down with his dashes. Still got another dash in the pocket. Secures the freeze. Man, I say one thing, and ASE proved me wrong.
Yeah, it's not just that they're listening to you, Hitfrey, it's that they're funneling your the commentary directly into their ears while playing the game and answering in time. ASE holding on. Creek is able to drop an ultimate in this position, but he's just prolonging the inevitable. Miss is the only person in trouble and might actually not be handed off damage quick enough. Will be able to restore the armor, though. Looks like they're going to be fine, and now Creek needs to get out of dodge.
Maybe you don't have your ults for as long, so Creek is going to drop down here and immediately get jumped onto. Hard keeps the pressure up, and that's going to be with the bow shots from Zhao Wen to secure the kill. Zhao Wen on the Justina was so clean. Beautiful dashes into freezes, constantly locking people down. Really, really interesting to see. That Pansy, I believe he's trying to pick his teammate up there. Yeah, he is. His breath come down, but BBV in control. Ivan gets picked up, but if he gets killed again, that's just more points over to the side of Bauda. Looks like Bauda actually going to bail away. They've got the Bane's Breath, though, still in their favor, so they can pick their teammates up in a secure location. No one's going to contest to say that. JL jumped down. BBV gets blown up. TXJ now last man standing. Oh no, he's on his team. Bauda have one man standing. It looks like TE are going to find ASE actually off the back of this one as well. Going for the Dazzle Sandstorm, breaks out Pete's ultimate. Going to time out fairly soon in the middle of all of this. And that is ASE in a bit of a situation. Zhao Wen can't find too much. Gets the freeze off onto Youth, but his dad was playing with the dashes for escape. Pete fumbles the escape. So ASE going to be able to get away, I think.
Well, Hitfrey, I hope this is everything you ever wanted, because this is a chaotic game. 25 minutes still left on the clock, yet this is absolutely relentless violence, as now we're going to see JL yet again trying to go for a drop-down strategy here on the chase leader, on top of Wavo for the time being. Cookie in a lot of trouble, relentlessly beaten down, and we have that Faria supporting fire from afar as well. That next doing so much more to split this battlefield asunder.
Well, holding on. Looks like JL are just going to back off for now. I'm not going to hang around anymore. Oh, Ballista actually in play. Didn't notice that one. Ivan, grey armor.
Yeah.
Potentially, if he gets jumped onto up there, that is him in trouble. Is that? Yep, there's TXJ. Jumps in, knocks him off with the great sword. Purple great sword as well. Oh, that's the pole sword. Good, it's back there. Way better than the great sword. TXJ. Been there with his own scale rushing. Can jump up onto the Ballista himself. Dazzle goes a bit wide there from water. Some shots as FBX. Playing the zoning game. Remember, they are starting this with a pretty rough start, actually. They get taken out. Looks like they've been able to pick him all up, though. Oh, they only lost DGE's revive. Okay, so it wasn't the end of the world for FBX. 3 kills off the bat. Purple armor. I actually feel like they're pretty well set up for this rally. You've got 3 minutes until that spawns up, mind you, but pretty comfortably getting prepared for that.
Yeah, FBX definitely benefited from the amount of aggression that was brought their way following that initial slip up in that first fight that they took, because that allowed for them to recover a lot of the deficits that they were facing at that time. They may actually be able to contest Realm of Yang here, and furthermore, there's a lot of teams that are really hungry to do the same. We have another fight going on right now, JL versus Weibo, yet again starting up. Feels like this fight's been going on for quite a while now. XXL goes drop down, loot up on Cookie, but while this is happening, Yali is just tilted in kind. JL continue to assert dominance and show why Weibo is stuck all the way back in 16th spot.
Lovely little pick up there onto him. On Fink. Gonna do himself a little bit of wee shopping here. Grab some goodies. It's about getting yourself situated ready for this Realm of Yang now. It's also crazy how good flying knives are. Like, we're at the point where, you know, some people will actually opt into having purple flying knives over a golden weapon. And right now, they'll opt into having blue flying knives over, like, a lot of the purple weapons. Not all of them, but a lot of the purple weapons. They're still an absolutely bonkers weapon. And if you get that Palm Lightning or the Moon Shard, like we saw in the final game, absolutely crazy. He's seeing little facts about Bowder there.
I'm actually kind of shocked by just how powerful flying knives are and how much they're being prioritized in trios, because in the case of solos, you have the lead touch death combo, things like that. That's the reason why so many people are picking up that weapon, and just in general, the range I think is even better in a solo situation, but its raw power cannot be denied. That's why multiple people are picking it up, and that's why that stack of priorities like we're talking about is forming as it currently is. Got GG on camera the first time in a while. That is SR behind them, hounding them inside of the null field. Got a very, very interesting setup as we are moving towards those Realm of Yangs. TE also making their way back out of the shadows to make something happen.
Well, I've just realized what these are. These are telling you how many points they need. So TE, they need 15 points to catch up. Yeah, that maths. They need 15 points to get themselves in. Bowder only need 12 points to overtake Alliance. And right now, Bowder and TE have kills. So I said Alliance needed to stop sweating, or don't need to worry as much. They need to stop sweating now. This is actually getting pretty close.
Especially when you look at the other teams that have already been eliminated, right? Weibo is almost out of it. BBE has already been completely knocked out of the lobby. It's the top competitors still here, still ready to take the fight. And therefore, Alliance is definitely feeling the pressure. They can easily slip out of that top 12 spot, especially now that Bowder wants to continue to push the issue. They're going to take a fight versus JL here in the Realm of Yang.
Yeah, got purple fist weapons here for VVV. SR have got inside their one versus WZ as well. Got eyes on some of these front runners, ASE and GG also. Right now, Bowder, they need to find the victory. JL playing for first place, Bowder playing for bi-weekly finals in general. Putting the orbs down, trying to find those openings. Gel One Fang switches into the mech, looking for those cannon shots off. He can do a lot of work for this. Just chasing around on Nbpl. Gets the cannon shot off as VVV gets dazzled briefly. Isn't going to get followed up with a cannon shot though. So it's still pretty healthy. Ultimate time's out for VVV here. Gets caught by the knockup. Former world champ here, VVV. Holding the line, lost a lot of his armor. NY7's low, and Bowder gonna get immediately jumped onto. Zem comes into the backup. XXL throws down the freeze, doesn't make the connection onto NY7, but he's gonna get enough damage off to almost finish him up here. Still got one more dash in the pocket. He's waiting to line it up onto Zem. Zem dodges away, able to hold for the moment as XXL now just needs to use that spear for his advantage. Down he goes, Bowder into the parry from XXL, and that is a win for JL. SR won their one as well. So our front-running teams all winning their Realm of Yangs.
And that is back-breaking for Bowder. That could be the difference maker between them able to advance to the bi-weekly finals versus being stuck here at the back of the pack. Now they are going to feel the pressure of the Realm of Yang depletion. Those are still kills that can count. So if they're able to cleanse, that also is going to progress them further towards their goal. But it's just gotten that much harder now that they don't have the freebie of the Vermilion Bird's Might.
And GG also won their Realm of Yang as well. So all of our top 3 teams have won. They're all still fighting hard as they like for it. You can see the standings overall. It is minuscule the amount of points that separate these teams, but right now JL are leading the charge on that front with 10 kills over the 4 kills that SR have, and I think 3 kills that GG have.
And I think that SR needs
5
to
kills. Oh, it's way more. GG have way more kills.
SR is a team that, for the most part, has benefited from large nest eggs early, and they've struggled if they are even at just a moderate number of kills. So, given that that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to go aggressive. They do have Vermilion Bird's Might as well, and that could lead to some big battles early in this one. Shadow's been closing in, and now we are going to have a battle here. Team down on a lot of trouble. Messina going to try to ice on up here. FPX is going to try to push the issue. They know that they need to get this cleanse here and now to get right back on track. Pete going to ultimate with that Siren here, continuing to play back towards this corner. Will have to loop around to the far side here. Trying to zone out 5-1 Ivan, who's all the way within the shadow now. Pete having a lot of resources to continue to play with to try to force this one forward. Will to send out an ultimate, though. Now it's relatively far away from the Because now XXL, yet again, playing with that same drop-down philosophy that has brought JL glory. They'll be able to take out a member of TE.
Lovely little pick. And TE, 2 members down now. Roma Yang debuff on their last member. Bowder making their way over, seeing if they can find the cleanse. The parry's coming down. BBB gets knocked up, throws down the dazzle. Doesn't make a connection onto anyone. Youth hasn't been plucked yet. As SR were actually eliminated with their Bird's Might, so didn't find a single thing from that. BBB just hovering around the edge of the fight, seeing if an opportunity there. Poison gets popped. BBB in the zone, taking poison damage. Bowder, have they been able to cleanse anyone yet? Yes, 1 player was cleansed.
This is such a dicey scenario. Bowder definitely low on the timers now. May not be able to find another fight in kind, and they need to be able to do this here and now. Even if VVV has been cleansed and they will be able to stay alive, and they do have the lion's share of the gold transferred over to them. Fact of the matter is that buying rebirth charms is not a recipe to try to leapfrog all the way to Alliance at 95 points.
So in GG, just use their Bird's Might, they go into Shadow Corruption, they get taken out from it, and they just use it to reposition. See that quite a lot. 6 kills though, they're able to improve with that one, so GG. Actually potentially overtaking SR off the back of this one. Or at least catching up to them heavily. Bowder seeing if they can find these kills onto ASE. ASE
okay,
not willing to go down, but that's going to be the kill for BBB. Finds it with the ultimate. Water jumping back into the fray here. FPX playing for as many points as possible themselves. And it's low HP. Bowder have been able to cleanse 2 members for themselves. But it's still not enough. They've still got a lot of time to go. Been chased off into the zone. Now HQ's going to get the rebirth charm off and pick up one of his players. GG. Chasing in, dash coming out, gonna find the lockdown onto Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen going incredibly low here. Nice freeze onto ZGE though, inside the zone. So as his own dashes to work with, Zhao Wen playing the escape game. It is absolute carnage inside the zone. This is like we used to see in EU, where the players were way more involved in fighting. VVV gets the kill onto WZ. Jumping up, and oh my word, they are so close. They still need a lot though to catch up to Alliance.
They're down
overtaking YZG in the overall standings, but not top 12 yet.
Yeah, Bowder, huge burden ahead of them. VVV in a lot of trouble now, especially given the fact that they are still experiencing the drain from the shadow. And now Zhao Wen is giving chase. It's no longer a linear pathway forward. VVV in front of chest and crack here. Although a reverse charm will come out in kind. NY7 able to emerge from this, but the problem is right now you're gonna have to rebuild basically from the ground up for the rest of your team, and you need kills at this point to be able to get over the 95 point mark.
I mean, they're gonna miss the second Roma Yang option, which is a chance to scale because they're gonna be having to grab gear. There's no way you're running in with grey armor. Rebirths coming in, and it's always risky doing these rebirths inside the zone because yes, they can work, but there's also a world in which where you just get caught making your way back in, and you've lost too much health. You're running around with grey armor. WBG going for the spirit well, but here we are. JL versus GG. 2 of our front runners, 2 teams contesting for first place. This could be the undoing of one of them. SR right now have a free Roma Yang. No one's gone in to contest them. The GG 3-3-0. Putting the dazzle down onto TXJ. TXJ's coming in, some healing off here in the middle of all of this, and that's DJS just getting blown up. Dazzle's going down left, right, and center here from the side of 3-3-0. It's JL going to press their advantage now. They got the man advantage. Campfire breaking out on to the members of JL, trying to find them around the edge of the pillar. GG. Can they find that miracle comeback? Heck's not going to be lasting for too much longer. Does get a nice flash down onto a couple of members though. GG's LXM loses all his armor and half of his HP. One Fang continues to fire the cannon shots out as XXL going in for the heal off the back of this one. 3-3-0, getting the clang off. That's him down. And JL finds himself a point where maybe they're just going to be able to take this one. And yes, they are.
Well, FPX has decided to enter into yet another melee but non-stop action, and SR is in fact going to be contesting on that. The problem is for FPX that KK has already been taken out. Well, Zhao has been traded back right now. FPX are unable to find access on 17S until now with the dash forward. Water's on top of them. Rico's too low to do much of anything, trying to continue to sustain. Wrap around to the far side of Water, but Water is able to stabilize it. FPX will walk away with the victory over SR. This can spell disaster for current number one.
That could really change the overall standings. JL winning there once, so puts them another 3 kills. Last time I checked, they were on 10 kills. I think they've had a couple since then as well. JL actually might be in first right now. I think SR starting to crumble here. It's eyes on WBG. I mean, I need that scoreboard back up soon so I can see where everyone's at. Because I'm sure our alliance right now just sitting in the corner watching everyone else play. Terrified about the state of this game. Bowder still down a player though, and they're the closest to knocking Alliance out of bi-weekly finals.
Keeping the eyes on Bowder as they are in one of the most fraught situations that we've seen in a while here. 79.5 points. Still down a
T
player.
Basically out. T only have their Syra.
Yep.
Like the odds of them doing this is very low. WBG.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, WBG have now tied up with TE. So I guess there's a world in which they could also potentially overtake, but man, it is a tough ask for all of these teams.
Yeah, I think they're the only one with a real shot right now is Bowder. They have some amount of momentum. Problem is that they're continually down a player. And we have another very large scale fight taking place right here around the Soul Altar. 330 immediately going to have the ultimate here on the Syra for GG. Rico providing covering fire for SR on the far side of this one. SR find a cleanse here if they want to maintain ascendancy at the very, very top of the leaderboard. The problem is they're already zoned out of much of the fight. 330 trying to follow through on the position. Going to be staggered and dropped right down on top of JL. Trying to root back up and protect the Syra, who's lost all of the armor right now. JL trying to force forward. FPX also here to try and force this fight even deeper. 11 kills for them in ASC. These are front runners with a lot of material to play with. And 330, unfortunately, is not long to score. Will be taken out now as JL continues a run of terror. TXJ working point, trying to find angle. Now also sees Wolves down below them. The question is, will they be able to drop down and actually fight with FPX there with the as a potential third party? JL instead decided to navigate inside a temple here at 3. Waiting to see how the rest of the fight goes as now they're on top of one remaining member. This is GG.
I think GG might be going out in third off the back of this one. SR get knocked out though by ASE off screen. And JL, this might just be their day. This might just be the game in which they clutch it all out. That's GG eliminated. I think JL just locked himself into first place off that.
And that's fascinating to see. JL, a team that had been chronically underperforming throughout the day, much like SR, brings it together at the very end, denying SR and GG opportunities to take that top spot, as now we see from afar Bowder and their last member in the form of VVV trying to make the most of the situation. Nice 7 also in a lot of trouble here. They're going to try to launch themselves back out of the shadow, but there's people playing Gatekeeper, and we see that here and now. It is so very difficult for Bowder to make anything happen, and they need 15 more points. I think that is out of the brutal reach. Yeah.
Like VVV needs to move soon. This damage is adding up too much. They've only got 1 health pot left, and they're trying to put some extra gear together, but they couldn't find a single health pot there. Do you make it into the zone? So they're going to get a heal off.
Oh,
a bit of health, but oh no, JL are there. They've seen VVV. I think if VVV dies here, Bowder's chances of making it to bi-weekly finals dies with him. There's no way one person can do it. VVV throws the ultimate down. Wolves also taking the shot. Blood in the water. The sharks start to circle. WBG also here. He's just going to get himself on the cannon, and he's going to try and reposition, actually, using it.
This might actually work. A gambit by VVV will pay off, and at least they stay alive and keep the slightest glimmer of hope at moving on to bi-weekly finals there for themselves. Meanwhile, 9-7 is in a much worse position here as Peak is giving chase. 9-7 does have full armor set, but unfortunately very little health to play with. That means they also cannot navigate back out into the shadow, which is encroaching upon their position right now. Solid movement across the way with only 3 hook shots left. I don't think there's much for them to do.
Yeah, I think he's going to be in a lot of hurt here. And even if he somehow escapes this, JL right now, with their massive lead, golden weapon onto TXJ, golden armor. They're going to go for a full golden weapon loadout here. Going to cap themselves the Spirit Well. I don't know if they're getting the Realm of Yang Spirit Well or just the regular one. Okay, JL just got the regular one, but as the big one gets captured, they're not going to have to worry about the debuff. Bowder, they just got themselves out of water, out of hot water, and then immediately get clipped with the Realm of Yang debuff. So I think it's pretty rough for a bunch of these teams here. NY7 trying his hardest. They know that their hopes and dreams of making it to the top 5 are so within grasp.
If they can kill Peak here, it isn't quite over for Bowder just yet. They can cleanse on one person. Peak fighting off way more than they could chew, being baited inside of the house here. DBV will be able to grab up that Spirit Essence, but while this is all happening, the other teams are getting ever more powerful with the Spirit Well spawning up.
I don't know, man. I feel like they still have that bloom on one person. Well, they need to get a bloom on one person. They're down a player. They don't have the money to get a rebirth. Oh my word, they got a rebirth charm. Oh my word, they found a rebirth charm.
This is still virtually impossible, Hitbrain, but I do like to believe, I do like to cheer for the underdog.
He's got
and
blue
Bowder
gear.
is on the struggle bus.
It's not like he came in completely grey geared. Because they got that kill, they're able to get blue weapons and some stuff kind of put onto VVV. It's not in the world of unachievable right now. JL are heavily locked into first place. 18 kills though. As oh no,
they're trying to
Bowder.
force this issue.
This is not the people you want to be fighting. They're still going to be down a player, regardless. They're going to lose their Decatur, who is the backbone of their comp. But I don't know. I actually genuinely believe if Bowder wanted to win this or have a chance to make it, they actually should have sent their Decatur into the zone, use the rebirth charm on them, and then put the Decatur in. Decatur is your damage dealer. He is your main player in this comp. I think getting back your Temi, kind of not worth it. Decatur still has the Realm of Yang debuff on them, and I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Final battle lines are being drawn now as the Shadow closes in one last time. ASE with an immense amount of momentum here. Basically are matched only by FPX and JL, all of which are already qualified for the bi-weekly finals. That's Bowder. Forced to ult early in this one. I don't know what caused BBB to fire off the Syra ult here, but regardless, that could be a beacon, and that could spell the end for the team already down at Takeda, as you were talking about. JL launching up to the top side now. FPX already up here. Wolves feeling a lot of pressure. They already have completion on top of them. They may have to pull the trigger soon, but it's so chaotic, especially with Phoenix Breath on the map for them to do so. JL FPX working as artillery fire from above. JL continuing to navigate their way down. Wolves on the low ground in a lot of trouble, just trying to navigate away from the main members of the Fed team, as now Bowder truly is on their last leg. Last hope available for them. 9-7 trying to do what they can. Unfortunately, they're frozen up, thrown down to the low ground here as ASE will mob them up. Takeda has nowhere to go. They will valiantly attempt to deflect all that they can, but it is not enough. The armor swap will not save them nor their team. They will not be making it to bi-weekly finals. Wolves hands off the aggro. This will be able to pick up a kill, but now here comes the turnaround. FPX JL still jockeying for position on low ground. Wolves looking to wrap around the far side. They see Mist right there, and meanwhile, while this is happening, Spirit Well is being charged up. XXL trying to wade into the fight on the Furia ultimate. FPX has multiple members though inside of the zone ready to contest.
The Hail Mary revive is the only hope for Bowder right now. They still have their tumult. Maybe if he survives the final circle, there is a world, but I very much doubt that, unfortunately for them. As here we go. JL grabbed themselves the last of the goodies, the last soul well of today is gonna get popped, and then the dream is dead. Alliance can breathe a sigh of relief. Only WBG could potentially pull out a massive win, but it would have to be a colossal performance from WBG if they want to do this. I don't actually think they're even in the game. Now I look at the map. I think we are set. Yeah, just looking at the map overall, all of these players are people in the top end of the table. JL are just playing for glory. They're doing the victory lap. Remember, as many points as they earn here, a percentage of that will go through to those finals. Could be a difference maker for JL. It could be how they win that first bi-weekly final. It's just a waiting game for this circle to close now.
And it's a bountiful harvest for them if they decide to reap it. Right now, they are ahead. Most kills, most resources, able to swoop in, grab that last spirit well like we talked about. ASE, the ones most able to compete, unfortunately, they have no ability to really leapfrog anybody because of the massive gap in terms of points between them, GG, SR, and JL. JL, for the credit, mostly just hiding on low ground for the time being. ZTE, a little bit caught out here, but once again, JL realized that they're able to third party whenever they so desire. They're playing this passively. They know that they're in a good position. They just simply want to prey upon those big mistakes.
Zone's going to start to move in 8 seconds time. And that will be the final mark to death for some of these teams. The final chance, missed. Commits the ultimate. Xiaowen answers in kind of his own, and Nbpl is going to get locked in place. Look at the damage that comes through. Han secures the kill. ASE, they have actually got potential to overtake GG and jump into that top 3 spot, actually. 18 kills under their belt. 18 for JL, 13 for FPX. Anyone can really see a massive jump in their standing off the back of this one as TK going low. TXJ is going to be able to take that kill, putting up to 19 kills here for JL. Anybody can take the ending here. ASE missed. Holy moly, his health bar disappeared. That Draco Storm continues to be a nuisance.
And JL not getting a whole lot out of that Korea ultimate. Now they're stuck on low ground. Water's going to be able to bear down upon them using the Syra ult. XXL in a lot of trouble. Here comes the pillar being dropped. But Water's doing a great job taking center stage right now. FPX in a great position to try and continue to push the momentum. Fong has lost their ability to heal back up with so many people on top of them with the armor gone. This could just be all that they wrote for one of the members of JL. And in kind of is up for ASE to reign supreme. They simply need to knock this Maria Shen down, who has re-ulted. XXL, last member standing for JL, continues to try to hold low ground, handing off of TXJ, who's now found Syra ult once again. FPX down below them, but it's only Kiki, and right now they're getting mobbed.
ASE actually could take first hit. The kill multiplier plus the 20 bomb would be enough for them. Pillar placed down. Kiki gets inside. FPX trying to keep them out. TXJ, very low HP. Look at Mist. Ultimate available to him. Waiting for the prime ability. Prime time to drop down. Nowhere to hide. ASE Han joins into the fray. 20 bomb for JL. If we get a double 20 bomb game, that would be groundbreaking. Mist surfing in the sky, using those grapples just to stay up there, making sure that they don't come in, and that's going to be the potential here. Mist actually doesn't fire off the ultimate. He waited there. Just wants to drop down and get some healing done for a brief second. Gets aerial once again. JL grouping up onto Kiki. Anyone can take first place here. Wolves dropping down into the middle of the action. I'm waiting for that Viper stun. I'm waiting for the moment. ZTE is able to take down TXJ. That everyone is up in the sky. The freezes are breaking down. ZK using the aerial. Waiting ultimate to come in, and there's the ult from Mist, locking everybody in place. They've got themselves low. Han continues to fire down with the crowd control. That's Mist going for a 20 bomb. ASE, they've got it in the bag. They just need the multiplier. I think they take first.
Unbelievable comeback. ASE ride the momentum and now contest for first place. They will win the lobby, but the question is, will they set themselves up in that top spot for the bi-weekly finals?
I cannot believe ASE, the spring champs, sat on their hands for the entirety of this first bi-weekly. And then in the final game, they just pop off and may have just jumped up from the middle of the table. They slowly crept their way up all day without anybody noticing them. And in the final game, a huge performance from them. Wow. If I'm JL, I might be a little fuming right now. JL did get 20 points though, 20 kills, so it's not like it's a bad performance from them. I think with kill multiplier, it's still not going to be enough, but ASE, at the least, are going to be in second place here. At the least.
That's a beautiful performance. Honestly, out of all the top teams to be fuming right now, my money has to be on SR. Just underperforming in this final decisive game. They will lose out on that lion's share of points that they were gaining through, especially their game number 5. And now they are most definitively knocked out of the first spot.
I'm flabbergasted, to be honest, mate. That was an absolutely brilliant performance from ASE. And a very, very interesting day. A very fun day as well. Well, the first half was boring, but, you know, I'm a monk hater. Haters gonna hate. Second half of the day, though, once teams actually get off boring characters, the aggression steps up, the play style, it just gets so fun to watch. And I mean, I love Takeda metas. I know he's been meta for quite a while, and I'm sure some people may be bored of seeing the Takeda kind of dominate, but the play style that he enables and the kind of game style that he enables is so much fun to watch. It's so anti-monk. It's so anti kind of chill. It's just go aggro from minute 0. From the moment you spawn in, find another team, fight. I love it. I absolutely adore watching it. It's why I like the Zai meta as well, because I thought Zai was a really solid answer to it as well. Like, it was a very similar play style, but different enough to be unique. Great game there. Great day there. And that now means we will have our 12 teams locked in for the bi-weekly finals coming up on Thursday. It's probably weird for a lot of people because of the fact we are playing Monday to Thursday this week. It's just because we got EWC and everyone is got to fly over. So they got to make sure that the players get their bi-weekly finals out of the way nice and quick. And it's weird because we're going to have a little bit of an extended break. If you don't include EWC, we're not back until September now. So it's going to be a very, very intense start to the season, and then a chill moment, and we'll come back and everything's going to be different. New hero select rules, new characters coming out as well mid-season at some point, I believe. I'm excited to see what this season's got.
Yeah, absolutely. I already see a whole lot of potential coming through. And while some of the metas are shifting, others are settling. And I think that these teams are all developing in really fantastic ways. So far, this has been some of the closest competition that I've had the privilege of experiencing here in Nbpl. I'm so happy to do it alongside you, Hitrain.
Yeah, no, great. It's been great fun. Great fun. Well, I mean, hopefully we get all the scoreboard stuff up. The reason it's taking so long is there's a lot of maths that has got to go off in the background right now. They're not only got to work out the overall standings, they then got to do the percentages of how many points are actually getting taken through to those bi-weekly finals on Thursday. So it is it's a sit back and think moment for a lot of these guys. But yeah, I mean, good day. How was your return to trios?
Absolutely fantastic. Really enjoying, honestly, both sides of this meta. I am not quite there with the monk fatigue as you are in a lot of ways. If anything, it's kind of more Syra fatigue for me. But what I really like is that Syra metas, as they currently stand, are coming alongside a lot of aggression. But simultaneously, what I really like about the monk side is that the monks are coming alongside really solid Attack on Titan and counter pick compositions that include really explosive abilities like that Viper ultimate that has been defining in so many of these games.
I'm quite excited to see, obviously, once we get Wu Chen back, if we see the return of the blind date comp, because I feel like Viper's so strong right now, and like Viper was always like a solid A tier pick, but like her to be in this position where like Viper is so sought after by our teams that it's, oh my word, I'll get to that in a second. 31 points. Okay, they definitely haven't earned enough to surpass JL, but I'm pretty sure they beat out GG and SR off the back of that, because GG only walk over 9.5 points, and it's what, 5.5 points for SR. That's an absolutely bonkers performance from ASE.
Yeah, one of the strongest and most dominant of the season, and here we go, looking at how it is done. That is 20k plus damage on on 2 of these characters, and then 29,000 healing on Hans Syra, which basically is deleting a character and a half off the map.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. I reckon Han's damage was also crazy.
Oh yeah,
like, a lot of healing, but a lot of damage coming out from him. Curious to see how we take it on who gets MVP here, because normally it goes to kills, and then it goes to potentially damage, but I don't know. There's also assists. We'll have to see. But this is what I'm talking about with the Viper. Like, I don't know if the blind date comes back because Viper's so good with like the Justina and stuff. We might see new variants. Obviously, Syra getting removed from the meta will change things, but unfortunately, these 6 teams, too bad, so bad, too sad, whatever. You're out. They're not making it to the bi-weekly finals. Alliance just about scrape on through. They have a lot of work to do at those bi-weekly finals. They're starting with 12.3 points on those bi-weekly finals. It's 13%, so we've upped it by 0.5%. Gonna have to be a lot of work for them, but the top end of the table is where I'm interested. I want to see how these guys at the top are faring. JL just about hold on. ASE nudged GG out of that top spot. SR in second, 19, 18, 18 points. It is tight. The top 4 teams are all within a point of each other. This bi-weekly finals is actually going to be so fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a great one to tune in for, guys. And remember, this is going to be our last little fix of the Nbpl before we move on to that break until September. So make sure you guys tune on into that alongside EWC coming up later this month. But here we go. Some last little sets of action from the day here. Here's some highlights.
Really nice stuff coming in from ASE. I mean, like we said, they kind of just slept quietly. This fight was just proving how good Zhao Wen was at Justina. His constant sniping, his constant chasing, you finding the good phrases. Like, he was just so effective. He was really, really clean on this Justina. And I think the real difference maker, yes, Han did a lot of work, but if we're not going to just go off stats, Zhao Wen is absolutely MVP for me.
Zhao Wen did a whole lot to completely disrupt fights, knock things off tempo for the opponents. But I think that Han, as such a centralizing force of the team, also definitely deserves a nod at the end of it all because of how fraught this final circle got. I think that it's got a little bit de-emphasized, but frankly, this is a matter of all 3 players being elite and definitely deserving the momentum that they got here. And I'm so excited to see how they work together as a trio moving into the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, they're gonna have their work cut out for them. Normally, one team has a pretty significant lead over the others. This time, that is not the case. They're basically all starting on the same points. But yeah, there it is. Zhao Wen on the Justina getting the MVP. I'm not surprised. That performance was so clean from them. 24,000 damage, 8 kills. Not a single golden soul jade as well. Overlord, damage reduction, attack soul jade, Windy Trinity, and Juggernaut coming in. 9,000 damage from the spear. That is 4 kills before rebuff as well. Half his kills were in the first half of the game. Crazy.
Yeah, great stuff coming through from Zhao Wen. 2nd MVP so far, and that is probably going to be the start of many more as we dive in deeper into the Nbpl. But for now, that is going to wrap us up on the day of trios competition. I think you're muted again, my man.
Oh my word, I'm having one of those days. Yeah, it's one of those. It's interesting where like we get to EWC. I have heard we are, and I have heard we're not changing rule sets and patches for EWC. So it might be more the same, but it could also be very different. Anyway, we're going to pass it over to our interview after this game day. So over to you, Leah.
Hi, welcome back to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Balda XEM come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 请小恶魔先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是报道的小恶魔。
Okay, welcome. I have to say, I believe most of the people haven't thought about Balda may be one of the team who couldn't qualify the bi-weekly final. So for you, like you think which game had the biggest problem? 那其实我相信有很多人都没有想过暴打会成为没有进第一双周周决的队伍之一。那对于你来说，你觉得最大问题出在哪里啊？
我觉得就第一天嘛，第一天可能老兵会有点紧张。
I think the problem may be the first regular game because we're too nervous. So I think that's the problem. Well, so you also mentioned about like you feel very stressful. So what are the stress come from? 那其实你也提到了觉得蛮有压力的，可以跟我们简单谈一下这些压力来源都是什么吗？
我觉得主要是第一天分太低了，所以有压力。
Okay, so because I think for the first day our total point is too low, so that's the pressures. Okay, let's move on to our answer for Treasure, please. So this time our question is how many players chose Tamuch in Game 6? 那这次我们的问题是第6把一共有多少个选手选择了特莫尔呢？那也是请小恶魔给我们倒计时一下吧 ，please count down the time.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. Do you know the answer? 你知道答案是多少吗？ Guess.
5个吧。
Yes, the answer is B. Well, so we know like your team gonna go to EWC as well, but for this time because you didn't qualify the bi-weekly final, so you're gonna lose one chance to try the match point. So how will you do the training before the EWC? 那其实我们也知道马上就要去 EWC 嘛，但是这一次没有进周决的话，可能会导致错失一次去练习的这个赛点制的机会。那在 EWC 之前，你们打算去如何去做训练计划呢？
主要是想好好休息一下，备战 EWC。
是太累了吗？最近？
没有累吧，找个借口。
I think maybe we just want to take a break and to get a full preparation for EWC. Okay, so just let you go back home quickly and to take a break. 那我们也是赶紧让小恶魔回家去休息，然后好好去调整一下自己，去备战 EWC. Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Nice to hear that from Bowder. You know, they talked about how the nerves build up. You have a bad day one, and then it puts the pressure on you for day two. And unfortunately, Bowder, they were very close, but had they had a slightly better day one, they wouldn't have had so much pressure. And I feel like when that pressure's not on you, that's when you do perform best. And we see this a lot in bi-weekly finals, when the first team who hits match point typically doesn't actually win because they feel the pressure, but they're like, oh, we got to win now while we're the only ones who can win. And then they get in their heads and it's a snowball of negative thoughts and emotions. And then eventually it just crumbles for them. So it's very insightful to hear from the players kind of agreeing with the points we've been talking about for a while, where the way pressure works is a lot of the pressure isn't actually external. It's
what we're seeing more and more is that kind of external pressure leading to further internal pressure as everybody thinks, are they good enough? Are they able to lock it in and make it happen here and now? And I'm so excited to see how things continue to develop this season, because I think we're going to be getting a lot more dicey moments just like that, where it's a matter of whether or not a team will be able to put up or shut up.
Nbpl has changed so much over the last few years, where like we had like a series or a time where like FPX were like the dominant ones. They were the big guys to watch. And then as we moved forwards, more and more teams kind of slowly started to step up. So we had like a big 3 to watch. Then we had like a big 4, 5. And now we're at the point where, honestly, bar a few teams, I feel like everyone is capable of putting up like a really good bi-weekly final. So we're in a position now where the quality and the level of the play that the players are putting out is all so close that, you know, Bowder don't even make it to bi-weekly finals, which a year ago feels like actually a crazy statement to make. They were always in the top 6 at the very least.
Yeah, definitely the case. And, you know, new competitive faces are really beginning to also impact the scene. And also, some of those teams that have been discounted continually in the past are starting to really show their true colors. I think that really, for as much as we still have WZ and BB at the bottom of the rankings, and I think they also still had the worst performance over this first bi-weekly split, this is still a significantly different feeling set of teams than what these teams were like in the spring split, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a meta changes play partly into that as well, where, you know, we're seeing very different styles of play. It used to be a bit more of a gimmick when you had like a game where half the lobby or over half the lobby were playing the same thing. Because of the way the hero point system worked, it was like the first row pick like one set of characters, second row picks another set of characters, and then the third row picks another set of characters. Now having it like the first 2 rows, the first 8 players are all picking basically the same comp, and then the last 4 pick something a little bit different. It is a bit of a weird scenario to be in, but we're gonna have one last look at the standings, this time without the pre-proposed points. Let's just the overall. Oh, of course, these guys don't have pre-proposed points because they're losers and they're at the bottom. Here we go, middle of the table. These are the guys who are making it to into the bi-weekly final. Alliance, like we said, just about scraping it through. I want to see more from Wolves, man. I feel like they were consistently pretty decent across both days. Both days, they got 50 points, right? It wasn't a bad performance. It's just how big and how well everyone else played.
Yeah, fantastic set of very, very high-scoring matches today. But at the end of it all, JL will be the front runners leading into the bi-weekly finals for the Trios division.
Here we are, our teams going through JL, SR, ASE, GG, OA, SS1, FPX, OUG, DRG, Wolves, 521, and Alliance. These are your 12 teams we'll be playing on Thursday for more action. And tomorrow, we have our solos bi-weekly finals. We'll be sticking to the normal match point system, 24 points, and then you are in the free running to take it all. Potentially 8 games of NARAKA tomorrow as well. I don't think that's going to be the case with solos. I think solos is so explosive right now. It's in probably one of the most fun states I think I've seen solos. I had an absolute blast casting solos yesterday. So I'm very excited to see how these guys do. And the big thing is Mike and Spider are not the big cheeses anymore. These guys aren't the guys to watch. So they got to prove themselves and they've really got to pop off. So I'm excited to see how they do. But that is tomorrow. Be starting same time as normal, which is obviously weird because we don't normally broadcast on a Wednesday, but bi-weekly finals are Wednesday, Thursday this week. So make sure you are here to see those. And yeah, absolutely fantastic start to the season and start to the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, agreed. This is a really great way to get introduced to the fall split. Like you said, Hitrain, we are going to be kind of off broadcast in a way following this bi-weekly until September. That's going to give us a little bit of time to breathe, a little bit of time to digest what's going to happen in terms of the meta at EWC, and we got new systems coming our way as well. Here we go. Here's going to be the group overview for what we're looking at in the bi-week number 2.
Yeah, this is going to be our second bi-weekly, but obviously don't have to worry about this for a little bit. I'm trying to have a look. Group B is pretty scary.
Yeah.
Oh man, actually, honestly, I think this is a pretty fair spread. Like, looking at the groups, like, maybe Group B is probably your scariest, especially with WZ playing as well as they did today.
Yeah.
AFC and JL is also quite a scary group, but you've also got, you know, FPX, you've got DRG, you got, I mean, the world champs and Wolves in C. Like, honestly, I don't feel like there's one group which is so far ahead that this is like a scary situation for you to be like, oh, I'm in the death group. Definitely haven't got one of those situations going on. Anyway, I think it's time to do a breather. I've done 3 days of NARAKA back to back. I am exhausted. Thank you very much for joining us, guys, here on today's action. We will be back tomorrow with more of our the start of our actual bi-weekly finals for solos and then trios the day after. Thank you very much for joining us here on today's broadcast. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. See you then. Bye-bye. Oh, I thought I got told to go, but no, don't worry. We're gonna carry on. NARAKA, you got to hang on a little bit longer, buddy.
I can hear the school whirring to life behind me. So yeah, very, very excited to get started on my day. But honestly, it's been a privilege being here with you, Hitrain. Very excited to see how this fall split will shape up. Because like you said, solos is in a really exciting place. And I know that you're down on the Tiana. I know that you're tired of this for the trios meta. But you know what, man? I'm having a heck of a lot of fun. I think a lot of that is casted with you. Love working with you, and I love learning so much about the Nbpl. Hope you guys all watching here have also enjoyed your time.
It's fine, man. I'm just at EWC. I'm about to go off. I'm gonna bully these guys. I'm gonna be face to face with them, and I can say, stop picking this hero. I'm gonna go have words with coaches. I'm gonna be paying people off. I'm actually gonna walk away of not earning any money because I'm gonna be paying people off not to play Tianhai the whole time. Don't want anything to do with that. Yeah, I'm excited to see what those guys are going to be rocking there because I think it's the same patch. I'm pretty sure everything stays the same as what we are here. So this was a warm up. This was a teaser, and now we are actually ready to go and end the broadcast. Thank you very much for joining us, guys. Good night. We'll see you next time.